The Magical Universe of William S. Burroughs. By Matthew Levi Stevens. I give all this background information because I do not think one can assess a writer's motives without knowing something of his early development. His subject matter will be determined by the age he lives in, at least this is true in tumultuous, revolutionary ages like our own, but before he ever begins to write he will have acquired an emotional attitude from which he will never completely escape. Writing a book is a horrible, exhausting struggle, like a long bout of some painful illness. One would never undertake such a thing if one were not driven on by some demon whom one can neither resist nor understand. George Orwell, Why I Write. Foreword. Sometime in the 1970s, following a reprint of my book, Magic, an Occult Primer, a letter was forwarded to me by my then publisher. Poorly typed and in an envelope which, unless my memory deceives me, bore no postage stamp, it came from William S. Burroughs. I still have it somewhere. In it the writer made plain his interest in magic. In real magic, that is, not the smoke and mirrors kind. Given that Burroughs' tireless ambition was to encounter a reality beyond that accessible to our five senses, with magic perceived as an effective means to that end, it is remarkable that the subject has hitherto received but scant attention. This work, by Matthew Levi Stevens, who must have encountered Burroughs at around the time he wrote to me, sets out to make up for that deficit. In it he chronicles the man's interest and examines the part magic and occultism generally played both in his life and in his work. Stevens sets about the task with gusto, indicative of his respect and, indeed, affection for Uncle Bill, as well as his familiarity with the topic itself. He draws on Burroughs' own writings, and on those of the growing number of people, supporters and critics alike, who have commented on him and his literary output. It is a job well done. And one that is all the more welcome because long overdue. David Conway. Author's note. The Stand-Artist explanation was published. I shall oppose it with heresy, Charles Fort, Lo. It is assumed that the interested reader will have at least some basic idea regarding the life and work of my subject, William S. Burroughs. It is not my intention here to try and write yet another full-length biography, or attempt a work of in-depth literary criticism. Many others have already done so, and probably far more successfully than I could ever manage. Indeed, I will be drawing on a number of such texts throughout this book to illustrate and support my examination, and all such sources will be duly noted. I have also drawn extensively from my own correspondence, encounters, and interviews with a number of individuals mentioned in the text. These, too, are duly noted. Likewise, I am not in this instance especially interested in the various famous or perhaps infamous aspects of W.S.B's life, such as his connection to the Beats, drug addiction, homosexuality, or the shooting of his common-law wife, and will only really address these inasmuch as I see them as being directly relevant to the central premise. It has been decided to follow a broadly chronological line for the sake of narrative, but allowing for occasional digressions when it will permit a more thorough consideration of the subject at hand. Introduction. I am a man of the world, going to and fro and walking up and down in it. Love or hate him, venerate or revile him, the life and work of William Seward Burroughs continues to inspire and intrigue. In addition to the work, since his death we have seen further biographies, celebrations, collections of letters, and critical studies, as well as restored and even previously unpublished texts. The first serious attempt at a life was The Mammoth Literary Outlaw by Sanche de Grammont, writing as Ted Morgan, written over a number of years with extensive cooperation from both the subject himself and his intimates. Published in while Burroughs was still alive, it is a giant of a book that all other examinations of his life and times must surely stand either on the shoulders, or else in the shadow, of. Also written within the writer's lifetime, and by another long-term associate and close friend, was El Hombre Invisible by Barry Miles, first published, and slightly revised. Immediately following Burroughs' death was Graham Caveney's The Priest They Called Him, a book that boasted of its wish to explore the icon and the myth, rather than the man or his work. Despite being visually lavish to the point of inducing eye strain or a migraine, it couldn't seem to help but wear its preconceptions and prejudices on its sleeve. It was, of course, inevitable as we reached the centenary of his birth, that the life and work of William Burroughs should be celebrated, considered, and examined like never before. The beginning had been William Burroughs, The Algebra of Need by Eric Mottram, critic, editor, poet, but, and perhaps more importantly, also lecturer and reader in American literature at King's College, London, that had been written as long ago as, with a revised edition in, while Burroughs was still very much alive and still writing. The most recent has been William Burroughs and the Secret of Fascination in, by Oliver Harris, Professor of American Studies at Keele University, who aside from James Grauer-Haltz, executor of the Burroughs estate, may well be the most eminent living scholar of William Burroughs and his works. There has been reassessment and re-examination of various aspects of both life and work, starting with Burroughs and homosexuality in Jamie Russell's Queer Burroughs, then retaking the universe, William S. Burroughs in the Age of Globalization, edited by Davis Schneiderman and Philip Walsh. There was Burroughs and literature in Michael Stevens' The Road to Interzone, an encyclopedic study of reading Burroughs reading that is equally essential and fascinating to fan and scholar alike, and, more recently, graphic novel Burroughs in Malcolm M.C. Neal's candid memoir, Observed While Falling, written to accompany an outstanding volume, The Lost Art of Apuc, which showcases the original illustrations M.C. Neal created during the 7-year collaboration with Burroughs. We have also had Mayfair Burroughs in the introduction to his old friend Graham Masterton's experiment in intersection writing rules of dual. As well as a fairly steady trickle of literary theory, also there has been Phil Baker's worthy William S. Burroughs, in the Critical Lives series, and, more recently, The Commendable Scientologist. William S. Burroughs and the Weird Cult by David S. Wills. My own contribution, A Way with Words, published just in time for the centenary and written in collaboration with C.J. Bradbury Robinson, a friend to Burroughs during his time at Duke Street, London, during the late S to early S, was an attempt to shed some light on an otherwise little-known episode of his life that had, thus far, been overlooked by all the official biographies. It remains to be seen what consideration, if any, it will receive, either from Burroughs scholars or from the fans. You could be forgiven for thinking that no turn had been left unstoned, so to speak. That almost everybody who had ever known or even met William Burroughs had been interviewed, or else had written about it. That there wasn't that much left to say about Uncle Bill that we didn't know already. Well, think again. The fact that these and other works have continued to find not only new things to say about him, but also new voices that we have not heard before, and, that at the time of this writing, a new definitive and official biography, Call Me Burroughs, A Life by Barry Miles, is due to be published to mark the Burroughs centenary, begins to make the rhyme of this particular postmodern mariner seem more like a rash omen than ever before. Which brings me neatly to the theme of my ongoing research, of which this book is hopefully both distillation and expression, which I suppose had its first beginnings over years ago, when I first encountered the literary work of Burroughs as a year-old schoolboy, and was doubtless then confirmed when I first met the author in the flesh less than years later, barely a month shy of my birthday, and found myself suddenly in the middle of a conversation about the occult. In the magical universe there are no coincidences and there are no accidents. Nothing happens unless someone wills it to happen. The dogma of science is that the will cannot possibly affect external forces, and I think that's just ridiculous. It's as bad as the church. My viewpoint is the exact contrary of the scientific viewpoint. I believe that if you run into somebody in the street it's for a reason. Among primitive people they say that if someone was bitten by a snake he was murdered. I believe that. In talking about the magical universe of William S. Burroughs, I am thinking, really, of two things. Firstly, and probably most obviously, is the material that appears in the output of Burroughs the writer that can be seen as describing or referring to some magical, mystical, or occult idea, invocations of elder gods of abominations, descriptions of sex magic rituals, references to amulets, charms, ghosts, omens and spells, the kind of thematic set dressing that we all know and love, from Hammer horror movies to weird tales, from H.P. Lovecraft to Dennis Wheatley and the X-Files. Secondly, and perhaps less obviously, there is the personal interest and involvement of Burroughs, the man with belief systems and practices that come from those strange other territories that lay outside the bounds of either conventional mainstream religion or scientific materialism, and in this I would include his explorations of L. Ron Hubbard's Scientology, Konstantin Raudive's electronic voice phenomena, Wilhelm Reich's argon accumulator, and various other areas that can perhaps be considered fringe science, perhaps even pseudoscience, as well as contested knowledge of a more traditional kind, partaking of the vine of the soul, ayahuasca, with Amazonian shamans, attending the rites of Pan with the master musicians of Jaujaca in the Rif Mountains outside Morocco, participating in a sweat lodge with a Native American Indian medicine man, and even, latterly, an engagement with that most postmodern of occultisms, chaos magic. This is not perhaps as surprising as it might first seem when you take into consideration a number of statements made in Ted Morgan's excellent biography of Burroughs, Literary Outlaw, where he declares unequivocally, as the single most important thing about Graham Greene was his viewpoint as a lapsed Catholic, the single most important thing about Burroughs was his belief in the magical universe. The same impulse that led him to put out curses was, as he saw it, the source of his writing. To Burroughs, behind everyday reality there was the reality of the spirit world, of psychic visitations, of curses, of possession and phantom beings. As Burroughs put it himself, among so-called primitive peoples, if a man is killed in a fall from a cliff, the friends and relatives of the victim start looking for a killer. Primitive thinking? Perhaps. Even among critical response to Burroughs, controversial and almost inevitably divided as it is, from the very beginning there has been recognition of this more mythical, or even magical, aspect to his work. The author of I Am a Camera and Mr. Norris Changes Trains, Christopher Isherwood, who met Burroughs in Los Angeles and New York, described him in a review of his novel, Cities of the Red Night, as an awe-inspiring poetic magician, and a reviewer for the New York Times once wrote, "In Mr. Burroughs's hands, writing reverts to acts of magic, as though he were making some enormous infernal encyclopedia of all the black impulses and acts that, once made, would shut the fiends away forever." A Clockwork Orange author, Anthony Burgess, would caricature Burroughs in his novel, Enderby Outside, after befriending him in Tangier. Burroughs would visit for afternoon tea, and sit and read Jane Austen's Persuasion to his wife, Lynn Burgess, when she was ill in bed. Later, the two writers would meet again in London, and become drinking companions. When Burroughs asked Burgess whether he met with any other writers socially, he received the scathing reply, "No, they're all a lot of swine," but he was happy to express his admiration for the author of Naked Lunch thus: "Mr. Burroughs joins a small body of writers who are willing to look at hell and report what they see." Author of such new wave sci-fi as The Atrocity Exhibition and Crash, J.G. Ballard, with whom Burroughs shared something of a mutual appreciation in the S, when they were both still concerned with pushing back the boundaries of experimental literature and attempting to create a new mythology for the space age, considered him the most important writer in the English language to have appeared since the Second World War, once characterizing him as a hitman for the apocalypse. Although Ballard felt from their meetings that there was a limit to how far he could relate to Burroughs personally, being neither a drug user nor a homosexual, he still went on record as saying, "William Burroughs has fashioned from our dreams and nightmares the authentic mythology of the age of Cape Canaveral, Hiroshima, and Belsen. His novels are the terminal documents of the mid-20th century, Scabrous and Scarifying, a progress report from an inmate in the cosmic madhouse." Poet and actor, Heathcote Williams, who was associate editor of the literary journal Transatlantic Review when he met Burroughs has written of the latter's interest in the Mayan codices and sacred calendar, adding, "Bill had an unusual belief in the significance of numbers and also in coincidences, which he had a kind of nose for. In a recent reminiscence for the Burroughs centenary, Williams continues. I was in a cab with him once going down the Brompton Road when he announced that the number was the death number. I expressed surprise, if not disbelief, but my reaction was shortly to be transformed into astonishment when he pointed out a shop front that we were just passing and then said emphatically, "See that? Kenyon's the undertakers, now tell me the street number." Sure enough, it was Brompton Road. There was a distinct "and" in the funeral parlor's street sign. Then Bill leaned forward and asked me to tell him what my phone number was. I was living in the Transatlantic Review office at the time and it was KNI, Knightsbridge. And again. This was all said in the most deadpan, matter-of-fact way, nothing of the drum rolling of some stagey mind reader. Lastly he asked, "How old are you, Heathcote?" I took a moment to answer. He concluded by saying, "Watch out for." It was bewildering. Co-author of the cult classic Illuminatus trilogy, Robert Anton Wilson, was also made aware of Burroughs' fixation with the number. I first heard of the enigma from William S. Burroughs, author of Naked Lunch, Nova Express, etc. According to Burroughs, he had known a certain Captain Clark, around in Tangier, who once bragged that he had been sailing years without an accident. That very day, Clark's ship had an accident that killed him and everybody else aboard. Furthermore, while Burroughs was thinking about this crude example of the irony of the gods that evening, a bulletin on the radio announced the crash of an airliner in Florida, USA. The pilot was another Captain Clark and the flight was Flight. Pioneering industrial music group Throbbing Gristle would further mythologize the meeting of Burroughs and Captain Clark, as well as the significance of the number, of course, in their song The Old Man Smiled, with lyrics including, "Can the world be as sad as it seems?" At this the old man smiled, sitting there in Tangier. Days and hours of the day. Sitting in a cafe in Tangier, and down to his table came Captain Clark. He'd worked on the ferry for years and a day. So I walked round the corner, to a room in the Bowery. And Captain Clark welcomes you aboard, Flight. Even the first ever attempt at a critical study of Burroughs, The Algebra of Need, by Eric Mottram, makes a telling choice of language early on in describing what it sees as being, at least in part, the purpose of his work. Burroughs realizes that the black magic of mass communications must be counterattacked by white magic of analysis and resistance. Lest one think that this is a boys-only club, the chorus of appreciation and critical evaluation of Burroughs also includes a number of contributions from women. The radical no-wave post-punk writer Kathy Acker, infamous for her commitment to the use of creative plagiarism and other avant-garde literary techniques with which to create a heady mix of pulp and porn, once described how she made use of sections from The Third Mind by William S. Burroughs and Brian Geeson as experiments to teach myself how to write. Acker found in Burroughs a prose writer who was dealing with how politics and language came together, inspiring her to hijack everything and everybody from Rambo, Pasolini, and Jennett, even Burroughs' own The Wild Boys, to create her own sex-positive, post-feminist vision in works such as Blood and Guts in High School and Empire of the Senseless. On being informed of Burroughs' death Acker affirmed, "For me, William was the American writer who wrote by thinking about how language is used. Who dissected the relations between language and power. He saw evil as possession, a virus." William spent a lifetime investigating antiviral medicines, from EST to Tibetan Buddhism to shamanism. And then he says, writers don't write, they read and transcribe. This is the mystic's stance. A writer reads and so is read. William wrote by reading the future that is now ours. The novelist and critic Angela Carter, author of such works as the collection of adult fairy tales The Bloody Chamber, the magical realist novel The Infernal Desire Machines of Dr. Hoffman, and the extended feminist essay The Sadian Woman and the Ideology of Pornography, who wrote during his lifetime that Burroughs was the only living American writer of whom one can say with confidence he will be read with the same shock of terror and pleasure in 100 years' time, has left for us To consider one of the most thought-provoking evaluations of the true nature and intent of his work of all. Burroughs' project is to make time stand still for a while, one which is more frequently that of religion than of literature, and there are ways in which Burroughs' work indeed resembles that of another William, the Blake of the self-crafted mythology of the prophetic books, although it must be said that Burroughs is much funnier. The woman who was probably closest to Burroughs in New York, as a fellow artist, writer, and also friend of long standing, was the high priestess of punk, poet, and performer Patti Smith, who summed up her feelings. William seemed to have a connection with anything and everything. You know, you'd see a movie like Blade Runner, and then you'd find the phrase Blade Runner came from him, the term heavy metal is attributed to him, soft machine, there's so many phrases, names of groups, come from William's work. He's like another kind of Bible. He's up there with the Pope, you can't revere him enough. Perhaps the last word, for now, before we begin at the beginning, belongs to Burroughs himself. It is to be remembered that all art is magical in origin, music, sculpture, writing, painting, and by magical I mean intended to produce very definite results. In the beginning was the Word. I will examine the connections between so-called occult phenomena and the creative process. Are not all writers, consciously or not, operating in these areas? When the American writer William S. Burroughs passed away at the ripe old age of back in August, the media coverage was definitely more in keeping with his status as a countercultural icon than it was for his literary fame, or infamy, alone. All the usual well-rehearsed lines were trotted out, about how he was the Harvard-educated product of the WASP elite and scion of the family that founded the Burroughs Corporation, who had turned his back on it all to become a junkie queer, trawling the steaming jungles of South America, sleazy interzone of Tangiers, and shady back streets of Paris and London for drugs and boys. That somewhere along the line he became an unlikely mentor to Jack Kerouac, Allen Ginsberg, and the Beats, who had opened the way for the cultural revolution of the 60s. William Burroughs had originally exploded onto the literary scene back in with his breakthrough novel, Naked Lunch, causing hip critics everywhere to claim they had seen the future, even if nobody was really sure that they understood it. With his three-piece suit, glasses, hat, and raincoat, Burroughs seemed like the ultimate undercover hipster, and that voice certainly didn't hurt, pitched somewhere between T.S. Eliot and W.C. Fields, mixing camp twang and knowing drawl with the educated tones of an old-fashioned Southern gentleman. From the moment he received that ultimate 60s imprimatur of cool, being included by the Beatles on the cover of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, he's in there between Marilyn Monroe and Fred Astaire. William Burroughs was the rock rebel's choice of literary outlaw, from David Bowie and Jimmy Page to Patti Smith, Tom Waits, and Sonic Youth, experimental bands like Throbbing Gristle, Psychic TV, and Coil, to Bill Laswell's Material, The Black Dog, Bomb the Bass, and The Disposable. Heroes of hip-hop pricey, even Nirvana's Kurt Cobain and Rem would record collaborations with him, generations of alternative rock stars, experimental dance musicians, and sonic alchemists have collaborated and paid homage. As if that was not enough, in the words of his biographer, Barry Miles, Burroughs had made more records than most rock groups and appeared in dozens of films and documentaries, as well as all manner of collaborations with the various musical artists already mentioned. There had been releases of numerous spoken word albums, sometimes straightforward recordings from his many public appearances, and others with his distinctive, gravelly drawl set against a musical accompaniment. In later life, Burroughs would also contribute lyrics to other artists' projects, such as when he performed on the song Sharky's Night for his friend, New York performance artist and musician, Laurie Anderson, and, perhaps more significantly, when he wrote the libretto for conceptual artist Robert Wilson's opera, The Black Rider, the casting of the Magic Bullets. Burroughs had engaged with film early on, collaborating with his friend, filmmaker Anthony Balch, to create a trilogy of cut-up-inspired films. The list of experimental and underground films that have drawn inspiration or even contributions from Burroughs is considerable, but there is also his influence and even appearance in more mainstream fare, Ridley Scott's sci-fi classic, Blade Runner, although adapted from the seminal novel Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? By Philip K. Dick, acknowledges in its credits a debt to Burroughs for the title, and El Hombre Invisible wasn't quite so invisible when he appeared as the old junkie priest, Father Tom Murphy, alongside Matt Dillon and Kelly Lynch in Gus Van Sant's Drugstore Cowboy, or even after his cameo as Julie Haggerty's butler in his young friend Howard Bruckner's gangsters and Prohibition-era romantic comedy, Bloodhounds Over Broadway, alongside Randy Quaid, a young, up-and-coming Madonna, Rutger Hauer, and, once again, Matt Dillon. Lastly, there was what he referred to as his second career, painting. William S. Burroughs had always been intensely interested in visual imagery. After all, one of the longest-running collaborations and friendships of his life has been with the artist Brian Geeson. His articles, essays, and novels demonstrate a keen interest in the hieroglyphics of the ancient Egyptians and the Central American Maya, and his fascination with the Mayan glyphs, sacred calendar, and lost books inspired the genre-defying, proto-graphic novel project, A Book Is Here, which he worked at with English graphic artist, Malcolm M.C. Neal, on and off for over 7 years in the early s. In addition to his earlier scrapbook experiments, and collaborations with Geeson for the Third Mind, as the s progressed, Burroughs collaborated on drawings and prints with artists Robert Rauschenberg, Jean-Michel Basquiat, and Philip Toff, eventually deciding to focus on painting full-time as a visual artist in his own right. Throughout the last decade of his life, Burroughs would tour the world with his paintings, with shows in London, Los Angeles, New York, Paris, Rome, Tokyo, and Venice. It was perhaps ironic that Burroughs' career as a painter brought him more money than he had ever earned as a writer, bringing him at last, in old age, some degree of comfort and security. Although his work, which was usually of a broadly abstract expressionist kind, made with collage, dripping, stencils, spray paint, and, infamously, shotgun blasts, that some dismissed as just an old man's hobby, Burroughs was willing and able to cash in on his own cult status to sell to Hollywood movie stars and counterculture celebrities like Timothy Leary for up to $. The ambivalence of possession. Audrey was a thin pale boy, his face scarred by festering spiritual wounds. "He looks like a sheep-killing dog," said a St. Louis aristocrat. There was something rotten and unclean about Audrey, an odor of the walking dead. Doormen stopped him when he visited his rich friends. Shopkeepers pushed his change back without a thank you. He spent sleepless nights weeping into his pillow from impotent rage. Norman Mailer once famously said that William S. Burroughs was the only American novelist living and working today who may conceivably be possessed of genius, and as often as this was repeated down the years, Burroughs himself was at pains to point out that it was not saying that he had genius or was a genius, but that he may at times have been lucky enough to be possessed by genius. Interviewed at the October Gallery in London, he had this to say on the subject. "To me, genius is the nagual, the uncontrollable, unknown and so unpredictable, spontaneous and alive. You could say the magical." The fact that his answer uses a term, nagual, derived from the world of the Yaqui Indian sorcerer, as described by Carlos Castañeda in the teachings of Don Juan and subsequent books, is telling indeed. In the Carlos Castañeda books, Don Juan makes a distinction between the tonal universe and the nagual. The tonal universe is the everyday cause and effect universe, which is predictable because it is pre-recorded. The nagual is the unknown, the unpredictable, the uncontrollable. For the nagual to gain access, the door of chance must be open. There must be a random factor. But there is also another kind of possession that was very much a concern for William Burroughs, man and writer. From an early age, as much as he felt a definite sense of being other and not really belonging or fitting in anywhere, as much as he knew he was homosexual, he also believed in the idea of the magical universe. He was aware that an integral part of that universe was that there were inimical, even hostile, forces that threaten us, that may need to be bargained with and from time to time appeased, and that one of the dangers posed is that of possession. My concept of possession is closer to the medieval model than to modern psychological explanations, with their dogmatic insistence that such manifestations must come from within and never, never, never from without, as if there were some clear-cut difference between inner and outer. I mean a definite possessing entity. As a young man he had already had direct experience of a sense that there was something inside him that did not have his best interests at heart, which was not under his control, and was even at odds with his conscious desire or will. I became interested in Egyptian hieroglyphics and went out to see someone in the Department of Egyptology at the University of Chicago. And something was screaming in my ear, "You don't belong here." Yes, the hieroglyphics provided one key to the mechanism of possession. Like a virus, the possessing entity must find a port of entry. Later on, in the foreword for the autobiographical Queer, written in the S but unpublished until, Burroughs talks about the appalling circumstances of the shooting accident that caused the death of his common-law wife, Joan Vollmer, when their so-called William Tell act went disastrously wrong, after she dared him to shoot a glass off her head. I live with the constant threat of possession, and a constant need to escape from possession, from control. So the death of Joan brought me in contact with the invader, the ugly spirit, and maneuvered me into a lifelong struggle, in which I have had no choice except to write my way out. The simple truth is, however, that William Burroughs had always been a scribbler. In numerous articles and interviews he describes at length his literary efforts from childhood on, and the somewhat precocious sense that the bookish, physically awkward, shy young Billy had of himself as an aspirant writer, an image that was as hopelessly romantic as it was colored by a flouting of moral convention. As a young child I wanted to be a writer because writers were rich and famous. They lounged around Singapore and Rangoon smoking opium in a yellow pongee silk suit. They sniffed cocaine in Mayfair and they penetrated forbidden swamps with a faithful native boy and lived in the native quarter of Tangier smoking hashish and languidly caressing a pet gazelle. Childhood's end. I was born in a solid, 3-story, brick house in a large Midwest city. My parents were comfortable. All the props of a safe, comfortable way of life that is now gone forever. William Seward Burroughs was born February in the American Midwestern city of St. Louis, Missouri. The family home was a red brick 3-story house with a slate roof at Berlin Avenue, with a lawn in front and a large backyard where his father and the gardener would tend roses, peonies, iris, and a fish pond. Despite his famed descent from the inventor of the Burroughs adding machine, after whom he was in fact named, and although the family of William Seward Burroughs were fairly comfortably off, due to a loss of stocks and shares in the company that bore their name, they were never by any means rich, and young Billy was always painfully aware of his family's status as poor relations compared to the members of St. Louis society that comprised most of their neighbors, friends, and his classmates, many of whom were genuinely wealthy. As an outsider, it was inevitable that he would come to reject the values of a polite society that he saw as essentially dishonest and hypocritical, and wanted no part in anyway. But it could of course also be argued that this is a classic passive-aggressive tactic of a wounded child, reject them before they reject you. On the surface, it sounds like a comfortable enough childhood. Even though they were by no means rich, the Burroughs family were certainly well off, and lived in a big house in a fashionable upper-middle-class neighborhood. They were able to send their sons to good schools, and retain a level of domestic help that would be unthinkable today except to the very wealthy. They had a nanny for the boys, a maid, a gardener, and a cook, all of whom would contribute to the shaping of the young boys' attitudes and outlook in surprisingly significant ways. For almost from the beginning there were dark shadows gathering around young Billy Burroughs. Actually, my earliest memories are colored by a fear of nightmares. I was afraid to be alone, and afraid of the dark, and afraid to go to sleep because of dreams where a supernatural horror seemed to be always on the point of taking shape. I was afraid someday the dream would still be there when I woke up. I recall hearing a maid talk about opium and how smoking opium brings sweet dreams, and I said, I will smoke opium when I grow up. As a child, Burroughs was already a loner. He felt cut off from his emotionally absent father, and shut out from the male bonding between his older brother, Mort, and Dad. His mother was also remote. Burroughs actually described her as ethereal, and with a horror of the body typical of her genteel Bible Belt upbringing. At the same time she could also dote on Billy to the point of embarrassment, almost smothering him. Perhaps more importantly, she claimed to be psychic. Burroughs would later write of the mother of his fictional alter ego, Audrey, that she adored crystal balls, seances, wallowing in ectoplasm, and from the description, his own mother, Laura Lee Burroughs, was clearly the model. My mother's character was enigmatic and complex. Sometimes old and knowing, mostly with a tremulous look of doom and sadness, she suffered from head and back aches, was extremely psychic, and was interested in magic. In the same novel, The Place of Dead Roads, Burroughs takes obvious delight in describing his protagonist, Kim, in a way which clearly wears the more antinomian aspects of engagement with the occult on its sleeve. Kim is a slimy, morbid youth of unwholesome proclivities with an insatiable appetite for the extreme and the sensational. His mother had been into table tapping and Kim adores ectoplasms, crystal balls, spirit guides and auras. He wallows in abominations, unspeakable rites, diseased demon lovers, loathsome secrets imparted in a thick slimy whisper, ancient ruined cities under a purple sky, the smell of unknown excrements. In short, Kim is everything a normal American boy is taught to detest. For all its defiant posturing, this portrait of his alter ego probably gives us an authentic enough snapshot of how much of an outsider Burroughs felt as a boy, but it also affirms how much his later occult interests are specifically related to memories of his mother. Laura claimed strong intuitions, bordering on the mediumistic. She once advised her husband against a prospective business partner, saying that she just knew that the man was a crook, and turned out to be right. Another time, she woke from a dream in which she had seen her older son, Mort, covered in blood, who told her mother, "We've had an accident." It later transpired that he had, in fact, been in an accident, at that very moment. From the various biographies and interviews, also a close reading of his work, which betrays a considerable amount of autobiographical detail, a picture emerges of Billy as an isolated loner, bookish and dreamy, who as far back as he can remember had a sense that there were forces and powers, and ways of knowing things, that were beyond what could be seen in the world or explained easily. He appears to have been almost unnaturally sensitive. When I was 4 years old I saw a vision in Forest Park, St. Louis. My brother was ahead of me with an air rifle. I was lagging behind and I saw a little green reindeer about the size of a cat. Clear and precise in the late afternoon sunlight as if through a telescope. Later, when I studied anthropology at Harvard, I learned that this was a totem animal vision and knew that I could never kill a deer. But this magic of childhood also had a darker side. The young Burroughs was afraid of the dark, afraid of storms, and troubled by nightmares to the extent that he was often afraid to go to sleep. I was subject to hallucinations as a child. Once I woke up in the early morning light and saw little men playing in a blockhouse I had made. I felt no fear, only a feeling of stillness and wonder. Another recurrent hallucination or nightmare concerned animals in the wall, and started with the delirium of a strange, undiagnosed fever that I had at the age of 4 or 5. Equally portentous for the young Burroughs was the introduction to folklore and superstition of a particularly dark shade from 2 of the household staff, the cook and the nanny, a sinister double act, who sound like something straight out of The Turn of the Screw by Henry James. Described by Burroughs years later as a buxom old crone, the Irish cook initiated the young boy into the quaint art of calling the toads, a process involving a kind of low humming and no doubt a lot of patience, whereby you would call a toad to come to you, presumably for the purpose of making it into some kind of witch's familiar. The only toad native to Ireland is the natterjack, found in County Kerry and County Wexford, which as well as having a loud, rattling, croak of a mating call, curiously enough had a couple of traditional associations with witchcraft. The natterjack, or Bufo columida, also known as the walking toad, can secrete a thick white poison known as toad's milk through its skin, a source of the powerful psychoactive alkaloid, bufotenine, highly toxic but sometimes hallucinogenic, which was said to have been an ingredient in some traditional flying ointments used by witches. The natterjack was also a source for the infamous toad's bone amulet, first mentioned in Pliny's Natural History, of which it was said, "When they have taken out the bone, the devil would give them the power of witchcraft, and they could use that power over both man and animals." The Irish cook would also tell little Billy about strange and potent spells, such as the curse of the blinding worm, in which the idea was to take a piece of moldy bread, run a sewing needle through it, and then bury it under the fence post of a pigsty while intoning needle in thread, needle in bread, eye in needle, needle in eye, bury the bread deep in the sty. Apparently the blinding worm would somehow be conjured forth from the bread and go into the eye of your intended victim, blinding them. If you wanted to protect yourself from possible rebound, you also intoned "cut the bread and cut the thread, and send the needle back on red." Such details would stay with Burroughs, shaping his belief in and experience of the magical universe, as well as informing his later work as a writer. Many years later, when he had first moved to the Empress Hotel in London, he encountered an old Irish woman who must have reminded him of the cook, and woke up screaming from a nightmare in which a white worm was crawling out of his eye. The English graphic artist, Malcolm M.C. Neal, later wrote of a strange and somewhat sinister incident, which recalled the curse of the blinding worm. M.C. Neal first met Burroughs in London when he embarked on what would turn into a lengthy collaboration with him, ultimately intended to be a pioneering new form of book, combining artwork and text. A book is here, which has never appeared in its intended form, sadly, despite 7 years of on and off collaboration, and several hundred pages combining M.C. Neal's original images with Burroughs' text. As M.C. Neal has written, regarding critical response to the work they did together, "If there was one instance in Burroughs' career that did produce something magical, it was A Book is Here. In time that will become more apparent. Right now it's still essentially ghettoized in the graphic novel section." As Burroughs scholar Jed Birmingham suggests, it was in fact Burroughs' attempt to articulate a definitive statement of his personal and creative worldview, a word and image collaboration that might actually constitute his total work of art. True art by definition being a magical process. By the mid-s, M.C. Neal had followed Burroughs from London to New York, in the hope of completing the A Book project, and when Burroughs vacated his Franklin Street apartment to move to the now infamous bunker on the Bowery, he offered the lease to M.C. Neal, leaving behind a rocking chair and an old freestanding wardrobe. Before long, M.C. Neal could sense something in the flat, prompting him to ask Burroughs if he had ever seen anything unusual while he had been living there. "Like what?" he asked. "Smudges," I said. "Sometimes I see black smudges out of the corner of my eye." "Whereabouts exactly?" "By the door. Near the wardrobe." "That would make sense," he said. Returning home, M.C. Neal immediately examined the wardrobe in question from all sides, eventually standing on a chair to look on top. There I discovered a small note in Bill's handwriting. 2 dried-up lemon slices were alongside, and it was sprinkled with salt. It was a curse, the curse of the blinding worm to be exact, one of the many he'd recited to me back in London. They'd been taught to him when he was a child, he'd said. Beneath the note was a newspaper clipping, an unflattering review of Exterminator by Anatole Broyard. This was not so much a case of life imitating art, perhaps, as art with a magical intention attempting to initiate events in everyday life. M.C. Neal later observed. The fact that the loft nearly burned down soon after the discovery of the note, was an added factor that confirmed Burroughs' other remark in the Morgan bio, that sometimes a curse can bounce back and bounce back double. Though he didn't say so, cursing amounts to dialogue. Things would take an even more sinister turn for Burroughs as a child with the children's nanny, Nancy as she was called, a Welsh woman called Mary Evans. At first little Billy adored Mary, would follow her everywhere, and have tantrums when it was her day off, leading his first biographer, Ted Morgan, to suggest that she was using the old nursemaid trick of sexually stimulating the boy to pacify him, a suggestion that has been repeated ever since. Mary was also full of folklore and superstition from her native land, and young Burroughs lapped it up, in particular, a curse that she taught to him which was said to induce its target to fall downstairs, slip and stumble, trip and fall, down the stairs and hit the wall. Many years later, Burroughs the writer would make use of the rhyme, incorporating it into a sequence in the place of Dead Roads in which his youthful protagonist, Kim Carson's, clearly a partly idealized self-portrait, seeks to avenge himself on one of the many tormentors of his unhappy adolescence. Once he made sex magic against Judge Ferris, who said Kim was rotten clear through and smelled like a polecat. He nailed a full-length picture of the judge to the wall, taken from the society page, and masturbated in front of it while he intoned a jingle he had learned from a Welsh nanny. Slip and stumble, lips peel back from his teeth. Trip and fall, his eyes light up inside. Down the stairs. And hit the wall. His hair stands up on end. He whines and whimpers and howls the word out and shoots all over the judge's leg. And Judge Ferris did fall downstairs a few days later, and fractured his shoulder bone. The judge swore to anyone who would listen that a scrawny, stinking red dog suddenly jumped out at him on the stairs. Kim knew that he had succeeded in projecting a thought form. Mary Evans would also be the focus and source of another sinister secret from childhood that would remain with Burroughs throughout the rest of his life. When he was still only 4 years old, Mary Evans took the young Burroughs on an outing on her day off, accompanied by her veterinarian boyfriend, apparently. Almost immediately after, little Billy's beloved Nessie was dismissed suddenly, under a cloud, leaving the lingering suggestion of something inappropriate, abuse, even. Years later, after an intensive period of analysis had still not been able to get to the bottom of it, Burroughs would write. The memory he could never reoccupy, even under deep narco-analysis. Whenever he got close to it, excitation tore through him, suppressed below the level of emotional coloring, a neutral energy like electricity. The memory itself never actually seen or re-experienced, only delineated by refusals, disgusts, negation. What is not at all clear is what, if anything, actually happened, but trying to make sense of the different versions on record of what Burroughs felt he had remembered, what is immediately striking is both their inconsistency and also a sense of escalation, and the suggestion that comes across loud and clear is one of some kind of sexual abuse. He thought he saw Nessie having sex with a girlfriend, he thought he saw Nessie having sex with her boyfriend, he thought the boyfriend, a vet, had made him watch as he put down animals, he thought Nessie had tried to force him to perform fellatio on the boyfriend, and that in defense he had bitten the boyfriend's penis, and, finally, he thought he had been made to watch while the boyfriend performed some kind of backstreet abortion on Nessie, and then burnt the foetus in an incinerator. Whatever the truth of this incident, the important thing is, clearly, that Burroughs, on some level, believed that he had been the victim of such abuse. The author and former Kleinian psychoanalyst, C.J. Bradbury Robinson, who has an especial interest in child psychology and early sexual development, and was also a close friend to Burroughs during his years in London, has put it to me. One might ask why he wanted to believe this about himself. But to my mind, the most helpful attitude is that put forward by C.G. Jung in the prefatory note to his answer to Job. Physical is not the only criterion of truth, there are also psychic truths which can neither be explained nor proved nor contested in any physical way. Beliefs of this kind are psychic facts which cannot be contested and need no proof. If we accept that the notion of his childhood abuse was indeed just such a psychic fact to Burroughs, then this single event is key in understanding much about his later writing, sexual orientation, personality, and even occult beliefs. It would instill in him a lifelong fear of possession, of being at the mercy of another's control. It would confirm in him the apprehension that the universe was governed by inimical, even hostile, forces. It would be the beginning of his lifelong struggle with what he would come to think of as the ugly spirit. Cut-shift tangle. As soon as you walk down the street like this, or look out the window, turn a page, turn on the TV, your awareness is being cut, the sign in that shop window, that car passing by, the sound of the radio. Life is a cut-up. As well as the monstrous masterpiece that is Naked Lunch, William Burroughs is also best remembered, perhaps, for championing the experimental technique of the cut-ups, what appears to be at first glance the almost ludicrously simple idea of introducing collage techniques into writing. The cut-up in all its various forms may very well be the preeminent creative breakthrough of the th century. From the earliest beginnings with Picasso and Braque, collaging simple materials from everyday life onto their canvases, then the Dadaist poet Tristan Tzara, creating a poem by pulling words out of a hat, as much as it was probably a publicity stunt, pointing the way forward for more serious writers, such as T.S. Eliot with The Waste Land, who wanted to be able to convey the voices in our heads, the constant verbalization of the world around us, both within and without, and eventually the appropriation of such techniques by more experimental rock musicians, invariably informed by borrowings from theories of art and literature, and hip-hop DJs like Grandmaster Flash, and later DJ Spooky, who subtitles himself that Subliminal Kid after a character in Burroughs' Nova Express. The Subliminal Kid moved in and took over bars, cafes and jukeboxes of the world's cities and installed radio transmitters and microphones in each bar so that the music and talk of any bar could be heard in all his bars, and he had tape recorders in each bar that played and recorded at arbitrary intervals, and his agents moved back and forth with portable tape recorders and brought back street sound and talk and music and poured it into his recorder array, so he set waves and eddies and tornadoes of sound down all your streets and by the river of all language. Arguably the use of sampling in contemporary music began with the electroacoustic manipulation of prepared recordings on magnetic tape in musique concrète. This gradually spread through the more avant-garde forms of rock music, to surface first in industrial, and then, with the emergence of increasingly more affordable and convenient methods of digital sampling, in house music, until eventually cut and paste has become a universal standard in a world where everything is just so much information, to be manipulated and processed. For better or worse, such techniques probably more accurately mirror the way the world is experienced by most people in an increasingly accelerated, fragmentary, and seemingly random datascape. Sampling, montage, collage, these methods really do come closer to representing or expressing what the facts of perception are for most of us in this post-technological, postmodernist, information overload. In The Third Mind, a joint manifesto with friend and long-term collaborator Brian Geeson, both a product of and named for their creative meeting of minds, Burroughs acknowledges their predecessors. Of course, when you think of it, The Waste Land was the first great cut-up collage, and Tristan Tzara had done a bit along the same lines. Dos Passos used the same idea in the camera eye sequences in USA. Reference is also made to literary collaborations by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford, W. H. Auden and Christopher Isherwood, and, later, to the stream of consciousness of Juna Barnes Nightwood, and a vision by the poet, and initiate of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, W. B. Yeats, based largely on experiments in automatic writing with his wife, George. There were also other precursors, such as André Breton and Philippe Soupault, who had written their collaboration, The Magnetic Fields, via automatic writing techniques, as well as their friend, Robert Desnos, who had written poems in trance during seances, as Brian Geeson would have been aware from his early encounter with Parasurrealist circles. Almost from the beginning, however, there was another aspect to the cut-ups which was acknowledged just as emphatically, that they had the potential to be oracular. To William Burroughs, who would undoubtedly become the greatest champion of the technique, they introduced an element of randomness, and also of time, as he would later put it, whereas the basis of fiction was once upon a time, with the cut-ups it was once in future time. Years later, when he was teaching classes at Naropa College, Burroughs explained this apparently prophetic aspect thus. When you experiment with cut-ups over a period of time, you find that some of the cut-ups in rearranged texts seem to refer to future events. I cut up an article written by John Paul Getty and got, "It's a bad thing to sue your own father." This was a rearrangement and wasn't in the original text, and a year later, one of his sons did sue him. The much mythologized happy accident by which the cut UPS were discovered, or rediscovered, was born out of an increasingly pressure cooker intensity of slippery times together. Psychic symbiosis between Burroughs and his new friend, the painter Brian Geeson, with them living in and out of each other's rooms, minds, and lives as much as any married couple. The cross-referencing and mutuality would, inevitably, extend to their art and writing, each appearing in the other's work, and reasonably can be considered the most long-standing, intimate, and influential of collaborations for both of them. In a video tribute to Geeson recorded for the Dublin Here to Go show Burroughs stated unequivocally, "Brian Geeson is the only man I have ever respected, the only person of either sex. He was completely enigmatic because he was completely himself." Geeson, who was no stranger to avant-garde techniques and occult intrigue, after a poor start in Tangier with neither making a favorable impression on the other, had got to know Burroughs at last in no uncertain terms in the cramped, dingy rooms of the now legendary Beat Hotel in Paris, steering his new friend through the emotional rapids of heroin withdrawal, and allowing him to watch him at work on his art. Burroughs was wide open without the safety blanket of junk, and Geeson felt vulnerable and exposed working in front of his new friend. He rarely if ever let people see him paint, saying it was a more private act than masturbation. It must have been an incredibly raw bonding indeed. It was as if the first cut-up that they created together, this project for disastrous success as they called it, was with their very souls, and it was out of this commingling, the third mind as it would come to be known, that all their subsequent collaborations would proceed. The very notion of the third mind was itself a kind of psychic cut-up, named for the idea in Napoleon Hill's self-help book, Think and Grow Rich, that no two minds ever come together without, thereby, creating a third, invisible, intangible force which may be likened to a third mind. September, and the making of myths was in the air, at the same time that the newly notorious William Seward Burroughs was being feted by Snell and Dean for their profile in Life magazine that would help mint the image of the Harvard-educated gentleman junkie behind the unspeakable naked lunch. Legend has it that Brian Geeson was in his room at the Beat Hotel, using a Stanley knife to cut through paper to make mounts for some drawings he was working on. In recent years, Geeson's apprentice to an apprentice, Terry Wilson, himself an accomplished practitioner of the complete and systematic derangement of the senses of the cut-up and the other method, has brought the story into question, saying it is almost too good to be true. Burroughs would later write in The Third Mind, "He was looking at something a long time ago, fade out to #Rue Get Le Coeur, Paris, room #September. I had just returned from a long lunch with the Time Police, putting down a con, old and tired as their namesake. Mr. Burroughs, I have an intuition about you. I see you a few years from now on Madison Avenue. $, per year, life in all its rich variety. Have an old gold." Returning to room I found Brian Geeson holding a scissors, bits of newspaper, Life, Time, spread out on a table. He read me the cut UPS that later appeared in Minutes to Go. In the process of cutting paper for mounts, Geeson had sliced into copies of the New York Herald Tribune spread out as a cutting mat. Seeing the various strips of paper and reading the chance combinations his blade had produced, he laughed so uproariously the neighbors were concerned for his sanity. When Burroughs returned, Geeson showed him the results, almost as an afterthought, an amusing surrealist diversion, but Burroughs was immediately struck by the technique and its potential. The cut-up method brings to writers the collage which has been used by painters for 50 years. And used by the moving and still camera. In fact, all street shots from movie or still cameras are by the unpredictable factors of passers-by and juxtaposition cut-ups. And photographers will tell you that often their best shots are accidents. Writers will tell you the same. The best writing seems to be done almost by accident, but writers, until the cut-up method was made explicit, all writing is in fact cut UPS. I will return to this point, had no way to produce the accident of spontaneity. You cannot will spontaneity. But you can introduce the unpredictable spontaneous factor with a pair of scissors. Among Burroughs' earliest cut UPS were phrases that meant nothing at the time, but which in hindsight took on an eerie prescience. The early newspaper cut-up piece afternoon ticker tape included the line "Come on, Tom, it's your turn now," and shortly thereafter a newspaper from home, the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, included the headline "Tom Creek overflows its banks." They could also refer sometimes to quite mundane events. In I made a cut-up and got what seemed at the time a totally inexplicable phrase, "and here is a horrid air conditioner." In I moved into a loft with a broken air conditioner which was removed to put in a new unit. And there was 300 pounds of broken air conditioner on my floor, a horrid disposal problem, heavy and solid, emerged from a cut-up 10 years ago. This was similar to the seemingly arbitrary content of dreams, which Burroughs had been paying serious attention to for some time, as a result of both his experiences with analysis and interest in parapsychology. I have experienced a number of precognitive dreams that are often quite trivial and irrelevant. For example, I dreamed that a landlady showed me a room with 5 beds in it and I protested that I didn't want to sleep in a room with 5 people. Some weeks later I went to a reading in Amsterdam and the hotel keeper did show me a room with 5 beds in it. As his friend and collaborator, the artist Malcolm M.C. Neal, would later confirm. Given the fundamental uncertainty that defines the human condition, this is only to be expected. The ability to access future time, above all, is at a premium. The long record of shamans, mystics, seers, prophets, psychics, and clairvoyants reveals a propensity that has conceivably existed since humans became conscious of time. It's a phenomena we call prescience, the knack of knowing ahead. Writers and artists have also been known to access such information from time to time, and Bill Burroughs was among them. He had the ability to write ahead. Right from the beginning, Burroughs immediately made the connection between their literary endeavors and more esoteric pursuits. You will recall an experiment with time by Dunn. Dr. Dunn found that when he wrote down his dreams, the text contained many clear and precise references to so-called future events. However, he found that when you dream of an air crash, a fire, a tornado, you are not dreaming of the event itself but of the so-called future time when you will read about it in the newspapers. You are seeing not the event itself, but a newspaper picture of the event, pre-recorded and pre-photographed. This caused him to speculate. Perhaps events are pre-written and pre-recorded, and when you cut word lines the future leaks out. As a more paranoid worldview began to evolve, in which he saw Life and Time magazines, the newspapers, and ultimately all media, as channels for the control machine, more about disseminating disinformation than really keeping the public informed, Burroughs felt that the cut-up was a way to break through the word lines of this insidious, all-pervading enemy and get to the truth. The word, of course, is one of the most powerful instruments of control as exercised by the newspaper, and images as well. There are both words and images in newspapers. Now if you start cutting these up and rearranging them, you are breaking down the control system. This was an attitude he would extend increasingly to all communications, and eventually all relationships. An early tape recording from the Beat Hotel has Burroughs and his conspirators discussing a creepy letter which Jason says he can't bear to hear again, but it is explained that Burroughs is going to cut it up, then we'll hear what he's really saying. This newfound shared enthusiasm would not last though, and in some respects ended in tears. Of the original collaborators who launched the cut UPS on an unsuspecting world with minutes to go in, poet Gregory Corso distanced himself from what he saw ultimately as an assault on the muse, and the already unstable Sinclair Beals would become so upset during the often heated discussions that he would have to leave the room to throw up. Jason himself felt that, ultimately, he was unable to make the cut UPS work for him the way they worked for Burroughs. Instead he focused more on the concrete poetry of the permutations. He would take short, simple phrases and run them through every conceivable combination and juxtaposition, producing hypnotic, mantra-like formulae that it was hoped would expose something about the basic mechanisms of the word virus, which both he and Burroughs were increasingly sure must be the basic unit of control. A short text by Jason later included in the Third Mind offers both an explanation and one of the earliest examples. Words thank you for your collaboration, but they can also create themselves on their own, thus. Come to free the words. To free the words come. Free the words to come. The words come to free. Words come to free thee. The possible permutations are XXXX equals lines. Therefore a line poem without an author. Where is the poet Brian Jason? But even with such an apparently impersonal process as this, Brian the self-mythologizer was able to see occult forces at work, claiming, "The permutations discovered me, because permutations have been around for a long time. In the whole magic world, permutations are part of the Kabbalistic secret." Jason has described how William followed by running the cut UPS into the ground, literally, and was always the toughest of the lot. Nothing ever fazed him. Together they worked their way through the New York Herald Tribune, Saturday Evening Post, Time, The Observer, and, of course, Life magazine, with Burroughs showing a particular enthusiasm for news features on cancer, and then began combining the strips of newsprint with Rambo, Shakespeare, and the Song of Songs from the King James Bible. Later they would include material from Huxley's The Doors of Perception, and Anabasis by St. John Peirce, in the Eliot translation, a particular favorite of Burroughs that he was still sampling years later for The Place of Dead Roads. A great principle of violence dictated our fashions, in fact pretty much anything they happened to be reading, or had to hand, including of course the word hoard that was left over from writing Naked Lunch. Talking in the to Terry Wilson for the book of expanded interviews Here to Go, Planet R, Brian Jason described how Burroughs would work with the material, and I think his choice of words is instructive. On the wall hangs a nest of 3 wire trays for correspondence which I gave him to sort out his cut-up pages. Later, this proliferated into a maze of filing cases filling a room with manuscripts cross-referenced in a way only Burroughs could work his way through, more by magic dowsing than by any logical system. How could there be any? This was a magic practice he was up to, surprising the very springs of creative imagination at their source. The cut UPS would get a more public airing, for the first time beyond the relatively underground bohemian circle around the Beat Hotel in Paris, when UK publisher John Calder arranged for Burroughs to appear at the Edinburgh Conference in August. Despite the notoriety of Naked Lunch, he was still something of a newcomer and relative unknown when he was invited to speak as part of a panel on the future of the novel. There was a clear standoff between the old guard, who dismissed all the sex and drugs as immoral and irrelevant, and these new techniques as unintelligible, and the map-makers of the new consciousness, cosmonauts of inner space in the immortal phrase of Burroughs' friend and ally, the Scottish-Italian beat writer and fellow addict, Alex Trocchi. Burroughs stole the show with his presentation of an attempted new mythology for the space age, and an explanation of the innovative techniques that had made it possible, the cut UPS and their further extension in the newly developed fold-in, but when he tried to stress the magical applications of these new techniques, claiming that he had actually caused a plane to crash, the Anglo-Indian writer Khushwant Singh protested, "Are you serious?" Burroughs' deadpan reply of perfectly prompted a curious comparison from the poet and critic Stephen Spender, who queried the analogy between science and writing. "It sounds to me like a rather medieval form of magic rather than modern science." It is in fact informative to compare this with a statement Burroughs himself made, in which his comparison of cut UPS with mediumship is explicit. Cut UPS often come through as code messages with special meaning for the cutter. Table tapping? Perhaps. The Beat Hotel. The years in the Beat Hotel were full of experiments. It was the right time, the right place, and the right people meeting there together. There were lots of experimental things going on. Brian Jason, interviewed by Terry Wilson. It is to be remembered that the atmosphere around Burroughs and Jason in those early days at the Beat Hotel in Paris was steeped in the occult, with daily experiments in mirror gazing, scrying, trance and telepathy, all fueled by a wide variety of mind-altering drugs, and so it is not so surprising to think that they may have considered these new developments in such terms. There were also 2 new additions to this Source Rouse circle, One was Maxwell Thomas, a saxophone player from Texas who dabbled in junk, and taught Burroughs his technique for getting rid of unwanted visitors who had outstayed their welcome. Apparently you were to visualize them outside the room, while looking at them and thinking alternately, I hate you, I love you, I hate you, I love you, until they would follow the psychic nudge and leave. The other was the larger-than-life figure of Jacques Stern, an eccentric French intellectual, claiming relation to the Rothschilds, left crippled by a childhood bout of polio, but who eased his sufferings with the best junk his apparently abundant riches could buy. As to the actual techniques mentioned, scrying is a very old and almost universal practice whereby the scryer gazes into a crystal ball, mirror, or other reflective surface, so as to access a form of spirit vision, usually, but not exclusively, for the purpose of divination, or fortune-telling. Jason very probably knew of the 10th century Persian epic poem, the Shahnameh or Book of Kings, in which there are descriptions of the practitioners of pre-Islamic sorcery, gazing into a sacred cup as a way of observing all of the 7 layers of the universe. He would conduct scrying marathons, sitting cross-legged in front of the mirrored armoire in his tiny room at the Beat Hotel for up to hours, tears streaming down his face from unblinking eyes, as friends passed the occasional cigarette, cup of coffee, or joint to help keep him going. He later described how you see great galleries of characters, running through scientists in their sort of 10th century labs. Whole events or whole scenes sort of frozen. And faces which never existed, and great chieftains of unknown races, and so forth and so on, going back and back further and further in time and history. After certainly more than hours of staring. Where there seemed it was a limited area that one could see only a certain distance into, where everything was covered with a gently palpitating cloud of smoke which would be about waist high. That was the end, there was nothing beyond that. Burroughs would frequent an occult bookshop, La Table d'Emeraude, doubtless named for the emerald tablet of fabled mage Hermes Trismegistus, he of as above, so below fame, in which he bought a small and shiny stainless steel ball on a chain, probably meant for dowsing of some kind, but which he would use for scrying. When Burroughs hung the ball in his room, Jason looked into it and said he could see scenes of Tangier, particularly his former restaurant. When Burroughs looked as well, he saw a vision of a Moslem funeral, the 2 scryers agreeing that they saw a body being carried downstairs, and when Jacques Stern reported that he had independently had a vision of a coffin in the library, it seemed like a confirmation of something. Brian also had an Arab necklace that he said was magical, with an amber bead strung on it. After Burroughs had been working on a section of what would become Naked Lunch, featuring a delightful new character named Fats Terminal, described in one place as a translucent, fetal monkey, with a round, lamprey disc-type mouth, Brian was able to show him that very face in the amber bead. A letter to Allen Ginsberg included in the first volume of Collected Letters gives a pretty clear picture of the increasingly occult world Burroughs was exploring. The paranormal occurrences thick and fast. I saw Stern lose about 7 pounds in 10 minutes when he took a shot after being off a week. That flesh you gain back when you kick is soft and ectoplasmic at first, and it melts literally at touch of junk. On another occasion he felt my touch on his arm across 6 feet of space. After writing the Fats Terminal section, I saw Fats' face in an amber bead Brian Jason showed me from Magic, Arab necklace. Burroughs began to pursue his own mirror-gazing experiments, both as a form of meditation and to explore trance states, and they were beginning to produce some quite bizarre side effects. Once I looked in mirror and saw my hands completely inhuman, thick, black-pink, fibrous, long white tendrils growing from the curiously abbreviated fingertips as if the finger had been cut off to make way for tendrils. And Jerry, who was sitting across the room, said, "My God, Bill. What's wrong with your hands?" "My hands?" I said innocently. "They are all thick and pink and something white growing out the fingers. Many people have commented on my growing invisibility. So the material is a catalogue of actual events." A further disturbing occurrence was reported, that went beyond either invisibility or strangely transformed fingers and hands. What is happening now is that I literally turn into someone else, not a human creature but man-like. He wears some sort of green uniform. The face is full of black boiling fuzz and what most people would call evil. Silly word. I have been seeing him for some time in the mirror. This is nothing, of course. But when other people start seeing him without being briefed or influenced in any way, then something is really there. He comes through so clear that people stare at me in restaurants. Unfortunately, Stern soon turned out to be something of a manipulator, fantasist and con man, given to mean-tempered irascibility and paranoid outbursts, but for a while Burroughs bought into his act, later saying Jacques Stern had psychic powers. I was easily impressed in those days. When things later cooled between them, and Shell was busted on his return to the States, having been foolish enough as to try and sneak heroin through customs while dressed in beatnik clothes and carrying his saxophone, Burroughs was genuinely disappointed. As he wrote to his old friend and confidant Ginsberg, Stern in complete seclusion. Answers no letters, at least none of mine. Says the presence of people is painful to him. I think Jason is afraid of me as notorious carrier of black fuzz, bad luck, and death. Of the three mystics I had hoped to form nucleus and get something definite and usable via cross-fertilization, Shell, Jason, and Stern, and then there was none. I continue to see visions and experience strange currents of energy, but the key, the one piece that could make it usable, Stern had part of it, and so did Shell. Jason more a catalyst or medium in strict sense. You can look anywhere, no good, no bueno, hustling myself. At the point that the second volume of his collected letters, Rub Out the Word, the letters of William S. Burroughs, opens, William S. Burroughs had been living outside of the USA for the best part of a decade, was settled in the Beat Hotel in Paris, and his breakthrough novel, Naked Lunch, had just been published by the Olympia Press. He was about to be profiled in Life magazine, the subject of a pained exchange with his outraged mother, Laura Lee Burroughs, in which Burroughs compares himself with former wickedest man in the world, Aleister Crowley, and his newfound friend and collaborator Brian Jason has just had the happy accident that leads to the cut UPS, of which we will hear much. The Beat Godfather, the Great Beast, and the Necronomicon. There is also the question of the actual relations between formal ritual magic and writing. People who are into ritual magic like Aleister Crowley, he may have been a competent black magician but he is not a good writer, in fact he's not readable. With regard to Crowley, Burroughs certainly had an intermittent awareness of, and recurring interest in, the man who had styled himself the Great Beast, even going so far as to title one of his abstract spirit paintings in, Portrait of Aleister Crowley. Numerous occasional references crop up in interviews and throughout his fiction down the years, even if they are not always consistent, but to be fair, as self-styled magus, occultist extraordinaire, and prophet of a new eon, Crowley himself was a complex and not always consistent figure, and so any attempt at commentary is bound to be prone to similar complications. As late as, a phone interview with Robbie Conall and Tom Christie included the following exchange. Interviewers, you're interested in the occult, aren't you? Burroughs, certainly. I'm interested in the Golden Dawn sick, Aleister Crowley, all the astrological aspects. Back in the mid-s, when Burroughs was introduced to Led Zeppelin guitarist Jimmy Page in New York, to record an interview for Crawdaddy magazine, to break the ice they discussed mutual friends and acquaintances back in London. Burroughs thought he and Jimmy might know people in common since Burroughs had lived in London for most of the past 10 years. It turned out to be an interesting list, including film director Donald Cammell, who worked on The Great Performance, John Mitchell, an expert on occult matters, especially Stonehenge and UFOs, Mick Jagger and other British rock stars, and Kenneth Anger, author of Lucifer Rising. I was especially mindful of this when I interviewed Graham Masterton, and took some effort to put it to him as precisely as possible. Ms. What William described as the magical universe is a recurring theme throughout his life and work, despite the efforts of some to deny it, or at least relegate it to a sort of eccentric footnote. The 60s were clearly a time when people were open like never before to all sorts of new thinking and re-examination of older ideas, including magic, mysticism, and non-Western beliefs. Brian and William had been exposed to folk magic in Morocco, and in London they knew the likes of Kenneth Anger, Donald Cammell, Anita Pallenberg, Jimmy Page, who all had more than a passing interest in Aleister Crowley, ritual magic, and witchcraft. Also the recently published letters favorably describe visits to psychic healers like Major Bruce McMonawy. What impression did you get, if any, of his interest or involvement in such things? GM, we talked a great deal about the supernatural and particularly about near-death experiences and hallucinations and whether there was any kind of life after death. I always got the impression that he believed the human mind was capable of far more than we realize, which was one of the reasons he was so interested in Scientology and Wilhelm Reich's Argon box and such things, and that we all have what you might describe as a soul. But he saw it from a scientific rather than a religious perspective. In an interview recorded some years later, after William had died, in fact, James Grauerholtz introduced a note of playful ambiguity. Burroughs considered Crowley a bit of a figure of fun, referring to him as the Great Beast. In that behind closed doors, queenie comic delivery he used sometimes, his voice rising straight up in pitch, into an hysterical falsetto. But also evinced a certain lack of correct information, surprisingly, when he went on to say, William knew quite a bit about Crowley's life and work, and he certainly dug deep into the Necronomicon, anonymous but often attributed to Crowley, when it became available in a snazzy, black Morocco, tooled leather hardback binding. He appreciated much about Aleister Crowley. The Necronomicon, in fact, is an entirely fictitious work, created by Weird Tales author, H.P. Lovecraft, as the ultimate damned book or grimoire of occult blasphemies, in effect, the Bible of his existentialist science fiction horror stories, the Cthulhu mythos. Although a number of tribute or even spoof Necronomicons have been created as a sort of homage to Lovecraft and his works, and it is certainly true that a number of contemporary occult practitioners have experimented with this material, in an exercise of extended postmodern play acting, including one-time apprentice and secretary to Crowley, Kenneth Grant, there is no evidence that Crowley had even so much as heard of Lovecraft and his fictitious grimoire, yet alone had anything to do with it, the best efforts of conspiracy theorists, esoteric scholars, and occult pranksters notwithstanding. Burroughs also had a recurring tendency to equate the most, famous dictum of the great beast with the alleged last words of the old man of the mountain. Old Aleister Crowley, plagiarizing from Hassan I Sabbah, said, "Do what thou wilt is the whole of the law." And then Hassan's last words were, "Nothing is true, everything is permitted." In other words, everything is permitted because nothing is true. If you see everything as an illusion, then everything is permitted. An amusing incident is related by Malcolm M.C. Neal in his memoir of the time spent working with Burroughs, and the friendship that evolved between the two. This particular anecdote concerns the middle-aged writer proposing a very different and particular kind of collaboration to the young artist. On the evening in question, after lighting up his umpteenth cigarette, he suddenly switched to a conspiratorial tone. "So my alcalm. The old man of the mountain says, 'Do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law.' Yes, Bill. So why don't we, then? We've known each other a while now." By then his left hand had made its way to my side of the table. Kind of like a crab, I thought. My knees came together. It occurred to me we were in a steakhouse, and suddenly a whole lot was at stake. "Well, Bill," I said, "I guess I'll wilt. I was forgetting, you like GIIIIRLS. We finished the meal as if nothing had happened. The spirit of Aleister Crowley even gets a walk-on part, indirectly speaking at least, in the place of Dead Roads. Tom introduces Kim to Chris Culpeper, a wealthy, languid young man of exotic tastes. He is into magic and has studied with Aleister Crowley and the Golden Dawn. They decide on a preliminary evocation of Humwerwa, Lord of Abominations, to assess the strength and disposition of enemy forces. The scenes of ritual magic which occur subsequently are clearly influenced more by chaos magic and freestyle shamanism, however, than the more formal ceremonial magic of Crowley or the Golden Dawn, for all the inclusion of barbarous names of evocation and use of sex as a means of raising energies. Chris has set up a stone altar in the old gymnasium with candles and incense burners, a crystal skull, a phallic doll carved from a mandrake root, and a shrunken head from Ecuador. Kim leans forward and marbles rubs the unguent up him with a slow circular twist as Chris begins the evocation. Utulxul. We are the children of the underworld, the bitter venom of the gods. Tom is changing into Mount Faucon, a tail sprouting from his spine, sharp fox face and the musky reek. Kim feels something stir and stretch in his head as horns sprout. A blaze of silver light flares out from his eyes in a flash that blows out the candles on the altar. The crystal skull lights up with lambent blue fire, the shrunken head gasps out a putrid spicy breath, the mandrake screams. Ia king ia lelal ia xaaaaaaaa. A somewhat bizarre illustration of the interconnectedness of all of Burroughs' creativity, writing, thinking, and, increasingly latterly, painting, also how his continuing belief in the magical universe is a central and unifying factor, is a startling admission concerning Humwerwa in an interview ostensibly about his visual art. I've got a real muse thing going. Some of my paintings are directly influenced by them, and I don't mean the standard 9 muses either. I like to invoke all sorts of muses, like Humwerwa, Lord of Abominations. His head is a mass of reeking entrails. He arrives on a whispering south wind, with his brother Pazuzu, Lord of Fevers and Plagues. They come in on a whispering, fetid south wind. This is another example illustrative of the kind of creative confabulation that can occur for a number of reasons where issues of art, creative imagination, and the occult intersect. The most common reason simply being misunderstanding or misremembering where arcane or esoteric material is concerned, a secondary reason being an unintentional and perhaps unrealized error of recall, especially when factors such as heavy and habitual use of alcohol and drugs are concerned, and, thirdly, perhaps a more intentional conflation of ideas for artistic, creative, or even occult reasons, such as might occur in play with conspiracy theory-style thinking for satirical effect. Of the aforementioned spoof Necronomicons created by fans and fellow horror writers dabbling in occult themes alike, the most successful and well-known must surely be the so-called Simon Necronomicon, thus called because the only authorial attribution is to an alleged editor and translator, Simon, which first appeared in. Described with some affection by social historian, Professor Owen Davies, as a well-constructed hoax. The book, which appears most likely to have originated in the occult circles around Herman Slater's Magical Child bookshop in New York, of course claims to be the authentic dark grimoire of forbidden lore referenced by Lovecraft and his literary followers, but it is in fact nothing of the sort. Rather, the material contained within the book draws mainly on ancient Middle and Near Eastern mythologies such as the Assyrian, Babylonian, Chaldean, and Sumerian, with just enough allusions to the works of both H.P. Lovecraft and Aleister Crowley woven in to try and establish a plausible connection, at least, if you don't question some of the apparent reasoning too rigorously. The book clearly caught something of the zeitgeist, after the initial, limited edition Schlangenkraft Incorporated. Imprint sold out, it was bought by a mainstream publisher, and has not been out of print since. One of the more curious coincidences, at least as far as we are concerned, although I can almost hear the ghost of William S. Burroughs moaning there are no coincidences, is that when the first edition of the Simon Necronomicon came out, it bore the perhaps somewhat surprising endorsement, "Let the secrets of the ages be revealed." The publication of the Necronomicon may well be a landmark in the liberation of the human spirit. William S. Burroughs. Varying versions of how this might have come about have been put forward, one suggested by occult author Peter Levin, who many consider to be in fact the most likely candidate for Simon, being that Burroughs simply used the same publisher as whoever it was behind Schlangenkraft Incorporated, and that when he saw the Necronomicon being printed there remarked it was a dangerous book. The theological equivalent to a loaded gun. The book's illustrator, Kem Kagan, who collaborated with American magus Harry Smith in compiling a concordance of the so-called language of the angels, Enochian, as recorded by Elizabethan sorcerer scholar John Dee, and later used by the Golden Dawn and the Great Beast Aleister Crowley, has given an equally plausible and down-to-earth explanation. It was about that time that William Burroughs dropped by, having caught wind of a Necronomicon in the neighborhood. After going through the pages and a few lines of powder, he offered the comment that it was good shit. He might have meant the manuscript too. Whatever the truth of the matter, it is interesting to note that Burroughs incorporates references to Humwerwa and Pazuzu into his magical universe, perhaps most famously in the invocation at the start of Cities of the Red Night, which also includes a mention of Cthulhu, the sleeping serpent who cannot be summoned. Humwerwa and Pazuzu, brother demons from ancient Mesopotamian mythology, who are both monstrous, chimeric entities associated with fevers, plagues, and storms, do not appear anywhere in the fiction of H.P. Lovecraft, but they do both feature heavily in the Necronomicon put together by Simon for Schlangenkraft Incorporated. Likewise, the reference to Cthulhu is probably derived from the same source, wherein the variant spelling of the originally Sumerian Cthulhu, meaning underworld, has been made, doubtless to suggest some equivalency to the central embodiment of evil in Lovecraft's nightmarish mythos, Cthulhu. Success will write apocalypse across the sky. Iopan. Iopan. Devil or God, to me, to me. My man. My man. Come with trumpets sounding shrill. Over the hill. Come with drums low muttering. From the spring. Come with flute and come with pipe. Aleister Crowley, Hymn to Pen. The earlier volume of Burroughs' collected correspondence, published as the Letters of William S. Burroughs II, ended with a letter to Allen Ginsberg, and the later collection, Rub Out the Words, the Letters of William S. Burroughs picks up quite literally where it left off, with another written to him the very next day, October. We are in fairly familiar territory here, Burroughs giving thanks to Ginsberg for a supply of mescaline, catching up on gossip about mutual acquaintances Gregory Corso and Jacques Stern, and an amusing anecdote about Henry Michaud. It seems that Amicaz was hurrying home after swallowing his mescaline tablet. Closed the door and bolted it and drew the curtains and turned out the light and got into bed and closed his eyes, and there was Mr. B. Ruffs. And Mr. M. said, "What are you doing here in my vision?" And B. replied, "Oh, I live here." So far so good, but things cut shift tangle at an accelerating rate. The real story here is William S. Burroughs coming of age as a writer, differentiating himself from his former beat peers, and finding his own voice, even if its name is Legion. Defending his work at the International Writers' Conference on the future of the novel, critic Mary McCarthy said that one of the things that set Burroughs apart was his planetary perspective, and it has been argued that he belongs more with the writers and thinkers of the European avant-garde tradition. Editor Bill Morgan describes in his introduction how these letters give witness to an era in which Burroughs became the center of a new coterie of creative people who were not related to the Beat generation. With their assistance, Burroughs became an influential artistic and cultural leader whose reputation spread well beyond the literary world. As well as old friends Alan Anson, Paul Bowles, Corso, and Ginsberg, Burroughs' new horizons expand to include, amongst others, Anthony Balch, Charles Henry Ford, Timothy Leary, Norman Mailer, Barry Miles, Jeff Nuttall, Michael Portman, Ian Somerville, Terry Southern and Alex Trokey, but the single most important figure is without doubt Brian Geeson, who soon replaces Ginsberg as Burroughs' most trusted collaborator and confidant, although unlike Ginsberg, never lover, as Geeson himself was. At pains to later point out to Terry Wilson, "Burroughs and I saw each other more than a lot. No, not hours a day. No matter what people may say, we were never lovers. Allen Ginsberg writes that he has one set of ideas about making it sexually with friends, I have another. Not a matter of principle. Friends just don't turn me on, I guess. ND December, Burroughs writes to Ginsberg. I have met my first master in Brian. They quickly overcame previous rather cool impressions from Tangier, and plunged into the slippery psychic symbiosis of the third mind. From tales of famed medium Eileen Garrett and Hassan I Sabah, Old Man of the Mountain and Master of the Assassins, to the ecstatic trance music of Morocco, Brian was a spellbinding storyteller indeed. As psychedelic guru Timothy Leary would later write in his memoirs, Brian dispenses blessings, visions, communications, poetic sermons, and wicked gossip. The world of the occult is his planet. Jason is one of the great hedonic mystic teachers. He has played starring roles in the great spiritual movies of our times. He led the rescue party that found and saved John Cook from the black magicians of Algeria and brought the great crippled wizard back to the living. He performed the rites and lefts in Eileen Garrett's temples and absorbed the message of that fantastic medium. It was Brian Jason who could tell you anything you wanted to know and tell you in witty, polished epigrams. As well as the myth of the Hashhead assassins, Jason was also full of tales of the magic and mystery of the master musicians of Jaujaka, a collective of Berber Sufi trance musicians originating from the small village of that name, south of Tangier in the foothills to the west of the Rif Mountains. As Jason would later write in respect of his first encounter with the stirring, primal, hypnotic music of reeds, pipes, and goatskin drums. Magic calls itself the other method for controlling matter and knowing space. In Morocco, magic is practiced more assiduously than hygiene, though, indeed, ecstatic dancing to music of the brotherhoods may be called a form of psychic hygiene. You know your music when you hear it one day. You fall into line and dance until you pay the piper. Something about it certainly caught Jason's imagination, and, through him, Burroughs also, and together they would build up a considerable personal mythology around the master musicians and the folklore of their mountain village. After managing to attend the festival of Bujalaud up in Jaujaka for the first time, Jason claimed, I recognized very quickly that what they were performing was the Roman Lupercal, and the Roman Lupercalia was a race run from one part of Rome, a cave under the Capitoline Hill. And in this cave goats were killed and skinned and a young man of a certain tribe sewn up in them. And the point was to go out to the gates of Rome and contact Pan, the god of the forests, the little goat god, who was sexuality itself, and to run back through the streets with the news that Pan was still out there fucking. As far as Jason was concerned, when the villagers of Jaujaka celebrated their annual feast, in which a young boy was chosen to dance the part of Bujalaud, sewn into the skins of freshly killed goats. Their secret, guarded even from them, was that they were still performing the rites of Pan under the ragged cloak of Islam. Burroughs wholeheartedly embraced Jason's interpretation that Bujalaud was an avatar of the Greek god Pan that had survived from pagan times, as had been put forward by the pioneering sociobiologist, Edvard Westermark, in his study, Pagan Survivals in Mohammedan Civilization. So, to Burroughs, the magical music of the master musicians was, quite literally, a manifestation of the pipes of Pan, joining his literary armory of occult references and psychic techniques, and becoming a recurring theme throughout his writings, both fiction and non-fiction alike. The boy dances in front of our party for a few seconds. Pan the goat god, master of skins, master of fear, ageless, enigmatic, impersonal, looks out through his eyes. He can look out through many eyes. Listen to this music, the primordial sounds of a year-old rock and roll band. Listen with your whole body, let the music penetrate you and move you, and you will connect with the oldest music on earth. Like a message in a bottle thrown out into the sea of time for subsequent generations to pick up on, between them they would cast a spell on artists, writers, and above all musicians, Brian Jones of the Rolling Stones, Ornette Coleman, Bill Laswell, Lee Ranaldo of Sonic Youth, Talvin Singh, Jane's Addiction, and many others, would all follow in their footsteps in the hope of catching a little of the magic of the master musicians of Jaujaka as they celebrated the rites of Pan. Mariners sailing close to the shores of Tuscany heard a voice cry out from the hills, the trees, and the sky, "The great god Pan is dead." Pan, god of panic, the sudden awareness that everything is alive and significant. The date was December, AD. But Pan lives on in the realm of the imagination, in writing, and painting and music. Look at Van Gogh's sunflowers, writhing with portentous life, listen to the pipes of Pan in Jaujika. Every dedicated artist attempts the impossible. Success will write apocalypse across the sky. Pan, god of panic, whips screaming crowds, as millions of faces look up at the torn sky. Let it come down. Caught in New York beneath the animals of the village, the piper pulled down the sky. The Lost Boys. The magical theory of history, the magical universe presupposes that nothing happens unless someone or some power, some living entity wills it to happen. There are no coincidences and no accidents. Meanwhile, back at the Beat Hotel, curses, mirror gazing, spells and trances, and the non-chemical expansion of awareness made possible through cut UPS, flicker, and playback, all would be diligently explored with Bill's new acolytes and lovers, the Cambridge mathematician, Ian Somerville, the technical sergeant, who would facilitate the Dream Machine and tape recorder experiments, and spoiled rich kid jailbait, Mikey Portman, the medium, who, despite his bad habits, good looks, money, and youth, or, perhaps, even because of them, would eventually drive Burroughs to distraction. These two lost boys were each, in their way, vital to the collaborations being undertaken by Burroughs and Geeson in the S, and how they sought to extend their third mind to others. Indeed, the acknowledgement for Burroughs' novel, The Ticket That Exploded, gives notice of the importance of this new spirit of collaboration. The sections entitled In a Strange Bed and The Black Fruit were written in collaboration with Mr. Michael Portman of London. Mr. Ian Somerville of London pointed out the use and significance of spliced tape and all the other tape recorder experiments suggested in this book. The film experiments I owe to Mr. Anthony Balch of Balch Films, London. The closing message is by Brian Geeson. Born R.D. June, Ian Somerville was a brilliant young man from a working-class background in Darlington, in the north of England, whom a scholarship had enabled to go to Cambridge to study mathematics. During the summer holidays, he had gone to Paris and found part-time work in the Mistral bookshop, where a chance recommendation from Harold Norse, "This kid likes older guys," had led, inadvertently, to what would perhaps be the love of Burroughs' life. Geeson later said of Somerville, Ian Somerville was a mathematics scholar at Jesus, Cambridge, just over in Paris for the holidays. He was skinny and quick as an alley cat with bristly red hair that stuck up all over in pre-punk style. He was crisper than cornflakes and sharp as a tack. He crackled and snapped with static electricity and panicked at the idea of rain on his hair. The characters Technical Tilly and the Subliminal Kid in Burroughs' cut-up novels are based on Somerville, and he gets a further credit in the foreword note to Nova Express. The section called This Horrible Case was written in collaboration with Mr. Ian Somerville, a mathematician. Mr. Somerville also contributed the technical notes in the section called Chinese Laundry. Many years later, Ian would be the basis for the character of the photographer, Tom Dark, in The Place of Dead Roads, and he would appear regularly in the various dreams recorded in the final works, My Education and Last Words. Ian Somerville would also play a key role as the Third Mind's very own systems advisor after a startling visionary experience Geeson had in the back of a bus in December. As he recorded in his diary, "Had a transcendental storm of color visions today in the bus going to Marseilles. We ran through a long avenue of trees and I closed my eyes against the setting sun. An overwhelming flood of intensely bright colors exploded behind my eyelids, a multidimensional kaleidoscope whirling out through space. I was swept out of time. I was out in a world of infinite number. The vision stopped abruptly as we left the trees. Was that a vision? What happened to me?" When Burroughs later read The Living Brain by W. Gray Walter, he made the connection with his friend's strange visionary experience immediately. Walter, an American-born British neurophysiologist, had been researching the effect of controlled flicker on states of consciousness via the use of precisely calibrated stroboscopes, and with the help of early EEG equipment had put forward a model of varying brainwave frequencies corresponding to different states of consciousness. Apparently a flicker rate of 2 cycles a second induced what Walter dubbed alpha rhythms, which predominantly originate during wakeful relaxation with closed eyes and, interestingly, also during REM sleep, i.e. during dreaming. Obviously Brian had experienced a spontaneously occurring flicker experience, no doubt caused by the exact rhythm of the sunlight flickering through the trees as the bus drove past, thought Burroughs. Walter himself had actually suggested the possible evolutionary impact of something similar in an uncharacteristically poetic flight of speculation in his book. Oddly enough, it is not in the city, but in the jungle conditions, sunlight shining through the forest, that we run the greatest risk of flicker fits. Perhaps in this way, with their slowly swelling brains and their enhanced liability to breakdowns of this sort, our arboreal cousins, struck by the setting sun in the midst of a jungle caper, may have fallen from perch to plain, sadder but wiser apes. New Year, and Burroughs sent Jason a postcard proclaiming Blitzkrieg the citadel of enlightenment. The question was, though, how to reliably reproduce the flicker effect. The answer came from their young friend, Ian Somerville, who had also read Walter's book, and, after returning to his studies at Cambridge, had written, "I have made a simple flicker machine, a slotted cardboard cylinder which turns on a gramophone at RPM with a light bulb inside. You look at it with your eyes shut and the flicker plays over the eyelids. Visions start with a kaleidoscope of colors on a plane in front of the eyes and gradually become more complex and beautiful, breaking like surf on a shore until whole patterns of color are pounding to get in." As Jason would later remark of Somerville, he was an extraordinary technician, had obviously ever since childhood been the sort of boy who can fix things, or make things, or mend things, or invent things. Jason, inevitably, was quick to promote both the Dream Machine and his discovery of it, going so far as to register a patent, procedure, and apparatus for the production of artistic visual sensations, for his invention, although many later felt that the credit really should have gone to Somerville. Ever the charismatic raconteur and self-mythologizer, Jason would spin a web of wonder about his flicker device, writing that the Dream Machine may bring about a change of consciousness inasmuch as it throws back the limits of the visible world. This, surely, approaches the vision of which the mystics have spoken. He would also create a suitably esoteric and esteemed pedigree, telling interviewers. One knows of cases, in French history, Catherine de' Medici for example, had Nostradamus sitting up on the top of a tower. And he used to sit up there and with the fingers of his hands spread like this would flicker his fingers over his closed eyes, and would interpret his visions in a way which were of influence to her in regard to her political powers. They were like instructions from a higher power. Peter the Great also had somebody who sat on the top of a tower and flickered his fingers like that across his closed eyelids. Of course, it was too good to be true. For all that the cosmonauts of inner space of the Beat Hotel thought that the Dream Machine could be the drugless turn-on of the S illuminating the world for the price of a light bulb, it was never really going to have the kind of mass appeal they might have hoped for. It is fair to say that the device's undoubtedly impressive effects have intrigued a number of Burroughs and Jason-inspired alternative rock musicians, such as Iggy Pop, Genesis P. Orridge, Kid Congo Powers. The Dream Machine was included to great effect in the video for his single, Conjure Man, Lee Ranaldo from Sonic Youth, and DJ Spooky. Marianne Faithfull, who would meet Jason for tea in Mayfair during her lost years and would later get to know Burroughs when Allen Ginsberg arranged for her to teach songwriting at Naropa, recalled her first impressions of the Dream Machine, and her answer gives some sense of the associations that probably stopped the device from catching on commercially. "I remember going to an exhibition of Brian Jason, and there was the Dream Machine. I mean, I knew it was really special 'cause I think I was tripping. Only a magical creature could think up something like that. It is like a wonderful idealistic idea, but you know it's never gonna fly. The other main addition to Burroughs' new circle at the Beat Hotel, and one who would become both a close personal friend and important creative collaborator, was the filmmaker, Anthony Balch. According to Jason, Burroughs and I were forever saying we ought to be making movies, but we had no contacts at all until I met Anthony Balch at a party given just across our narrow alley. His mother worked in the movies and Anthony grew up looking like a movie star, but he wanted to make movies, produce them, direct them and distribute them. He made money by distribution, which he spent on making 3 experimental shorts with us: Towers Open Fire, The Cut-Ups and Bill and Tony. He then made a soft porn picture and a horror to get his hand in at a commercial film in the hopes of making Naked Lunch out of my screenplay. It was not to be. The Third Mind collective around William Burroughs at the Beat Hotel was now complete, with Brian Geeson, Anthony Balch, and the addition of Ian Somerville and Michael Portman. Allen Ginsberg, perhaps somewhat resentful of being displaced in his old friend and lover's affections, later wrote, "Bill's all hung up with year-old spoiled brat English lord who looks like a pale-faced Rambo but is a smart creep. Bill got some kind of awful relation with him and the kid bugs everyone, so intimacy with Bill is limited and Bill absent-minded all the time." Burroughs' first biographer, Ted Morgan, would describe Portman thus: "With the pouty lips and mischievous eyes of the Caravaggio Bacchus, the kind of face in which youthful self-indulgence is already tinged with decay." Born October, the other lost boy, Michael William Berkeley Portman, to give him his full name, was young, good-looking, and infatuated with Burroughs, copying everything about him, from his preference for minty, Arab style, and how he walked, to the way he took a fix, and at first Burroughs was flattered, writing to Brian Geeson, "Miguel Michael Portman's beauty produce an aphrodisiac result. It's the principle of the thing, you understand. If I could just get that guide alone." This last was a reference to the fact that, as well as his other, more obvious, attractions, young Portman was also highly suggestible, and prone to trance-like states. If Ian Somerville was the Third Mind's technical sergeant, then Mikey was its medium. A much more beautiful and shining replica has materialized himself at Lily Road, Burroughs' London address at the time. 16 years old. Name Michael Portman. Turns into a tangier guide straight away and said, "Me lama meester. K. Quires." The letters also give some insight into how relations between the agents of the Third Mind, emerging at that time as it was in anonymous, cheap furnished rooms and hotels in London, Paris, and Tangier, and the correspondence between them, was by no means without its conflicts or tensions. 2 years later, still in the Empress Hotel and having established an uneasy accommodation with his 2 young amigos, a letter to Geeson includes this telling query: "Some staff difficulties between Ian and Mikey. Ian is one head I can't walk in, can you?" Although there was an initial honeymoon period with his new amigo, Michael Portman, in which Burroughs found the boy's youth, looks, and admiration an obvious turn-on, the simple truth is that Mikey was an accident waiting to happen. His father, Lord Portman, had died suddenly when Mikey was still only a boy. His widowed mother sought comfort in the arms of a younger Greek playboy lover, and it was left to the family solicitor, Lord Goodman, to dole out a not insubstantial allowance to the troubled teen. Hurt, confused, and doubtless feeling abandoned all round, Mikey acted out by being lazy, spoiled through and through, and unreliable. The poet and actor Heathcote Williams, who was associate editor of the literary journal Transatlantic Review when he met and befriended Burroughs gives a characteristic snapshot in a recent reminiscence. "When I went round to Duke Street, it often seemed that Burroughs attracted a coterie of characters very much like those whom he was satirizing in his work. One fictional character of his, for example, called the Intolerable Kid, a nightmarish creature of total appetite, sprang to life in the form of Mikey Portman, an epicene, voracious youth with a large mouth who would consume anything within reach and quickly turn the whole of the Duke Street flat into his ashtray and needle depository. Mikey was also the main basis for the addict and virus carrier genial in the ticket that exploded. Ian Somerville could not stand Portman, feeling he had willfully squandered all the opportunities his background, education, and family wealth had afforded him. Although Mikey had sought a kind of queer father figure in Burroughs, his true sexual preference was in black rough trade. Before long, the honeymoon was over and the letters become a catalogue of paranoia, poltergeist disturbances, possession, and suspected psychic attack. During what would later become known as the psychedelic summer, when Harvard professor and emerging psychedelic guru Timothy Leary descended on Tangier with a batch of powerful new psychedelics to try out on the beat expats, a West Indian boyfriend of Mikey's famously remarked, "Oh Mikey, it is terrible what is going on. Here there is spirits fighting. All the time spirits fighting." It is alleged that Portman assisted Burroughs and Geeson in an act of ceremonial magic as they attempted to perform the Abramelin working in an hotel in Marrakesh, although one has to wonder at this. Conducted properly, the Abramelin is, in effect, a full-scale magical retreat, complete with complex devotions, fasting, and increasingly rigorous rituals, building in intensity over a 6-month period, and as such aimed exclusively at the solo practitioner, so it is hard to imagine just how it would be adapted to a group working, even if one wanted to. In addition, although an integral part of the Abramelin procedure is the systematic conjuring and binding of demons, so that in the end the aspirant is suitably empowered and purified as to be able to attain to the knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel, at no point does it involve the conjuring or channeling of spirits, so it is unclear quite what use a medium would be. There are, in fact, various recorded practices that have come down from the magic of antiquity that do make use of children or youths to channel spirits. For instance, in the Greek magical papyri, a collection of texts gathering material ranging from the ND century BC to the TH century AD, which stand in relation to the Western magical tradition in much the same way as the Dead Sea Scrolls do to Christianity. A number of the spells given in these papyri instruct the would-be magician to make use of a boy in acts of divination, in other words, employ a young, prepubescent male as a medium. The boys in question should be uncorrupt, pure, and the nature of this purity is made quite clear. You should bring a pure youth who has not yet gone with a woman. Such young boys were chosen quite specifically to assist as mediums, particularly where a form of scrying was involved, as it was believed that their purity and absence of sexual desire or experience allowed them clearer perception of the spirit realms. Although it seems highly likely that Michael Portman, avowedly homosexual from a young age, had indeed not yet gone with a woman, it is a stretch to imagine him as uncorrupt or pure. Both of these lost boys would come to unfortunate ends. Mikey Portman, as a member of the British aristocracy and the younger brother of Viscount Portman, had never wanted for money, but, more lethally, had never been asked or expected to do anything with his life. After realizing his homosexuality at a young age, then becoming the first fully fledged Burroughs groupie, it was perhaps inevitable that he would succumb to a lifetime of alcoholism and drug addiction. Later, he would also develop a fanatical Crowley fixation, and when I became friends with Brian's companion and collaborator Terry Wilson in London, he told me that when he visited Portman for the last time, he was scourging himself with a studded leather belt, crying out victory to Aleister Crowley. His decorators not so much as batting an eyelid. Mikey lived a short, pointless, fast, dissolute life, spiraling repeatedly between detox, short-lived recovery, and all too predictable relapse. He died of a heart attack on the th of November, just a month after his birthday. Ian Somerville, on the other hand, was a young man of considerable intelligence and ability, who was more than a match for Burroughs, and probably also genuinely loved him. Things only really became estranged between them as a result of Burroughs' fascination with Scientology, which Ian just had no time for at all. When he fixes me with that operating Thetan stare, I just can't stand it. I can't get out of the room fast enough. Right from the start of their relationship, there had been a kind of slippery psychic symbiosis. The opening gambit on Burroughs' part had been to recruit Somerville to help nurse him through detox, supervising a course of apomorphine as part of the cure for a codeine habit he had picked up. It is reported that Harold Norse called by to see how Burroughs was doing, and when the door was answered by Somerville, tall, skinny and stripped to the waist, Norse addressed him as Bill, then immediately apologizing that he had mistaken Ian for his friend. Somerville replied, "Everybody does. I'm a replica." Although Somerville turned out to be a strict but supportive nurse, efficiently doling out the precisely timed and calibrated regime of apomorphine shots, it was quite the baptism of fire for the young man, dealing with the agonies of his new friend's withdrawal, and clearly had a profound impact on him. "I can't tell you what it's been like, man, it's been fucking unbelievable. I never want to go through this again, man. Hallucinations, convulsions, freakouts, the edge of insanity. I had to hang on to my sanity by my fingernails, and they're bitten down to the moons. But it's worth it, man, Bill's getting better." Later, this psychic fusion had other consequences, turning the relationship into something of a seesawing power struggle. The poet and photographer Ira Cohen would report a particular incident that he was witness to. During a visit to Tangier, he was standing talking with Ian at the bottom of the hill in front of the Hotel Muniria, when all of a sudden Burroughs appeared at the top of the hill. Cohen did nothing to indicate Burroughs's presence to Somerville, who had his back to the hill and could not have seen his lover's arrival anyway, when suddenly, still in mid-conversation, Ian began walking backwards up the hill to where Burroughs was standing, as if being pulled by a magnet, or reeled in. When Burroughs had considered returning to the States in the mid-s, Ian had felt abandoned, and not unsurprisingly had made what he probably thought was a fresh start with a young man nearer his own age, from his hometown of Darlington in the north of England, Alan Watson. Even though Burroughs had returned to London, and shortly thereafter he, Somerville, and Watson, had lived together in a somewhat strained menage at Duke Street, it had been the end as far as the potential for any future relationship between the two was concerned. Unsure how to try and reclaim what might well have been the love of his life, Burroughs felt powerless, and, to his eternal regret, let Somerville slip away, and although they would remain friends and even occasional lovers, it was over. Due to his ability with mathematics, after some confusion and uncertainty, Ian was able to pursue a career path that took him into the newly emerging world of computers. He was a very talented young man. I mean, he understood things that I could just grasp, like probability theory and floating equations, physics. It all came naturally. Then he got into computer programming. He relocated to Bath, in the west of England, where for a while he would share a house with John Mitchell, author of The View Over Atlantis, a book about ley lines, among other things, described by Professor Ronald Hutton as almost the founding document of the modern Earth Mysteries movement. Burroughs relocated definitively to the USA and 2 years later he received a telegram from Ian in respect of his ND birthday on the th of February, which read, "Happy birthday, lots of love. Lots of promise. No realization." Later that day Burroughs received a second message, this time from Anthony Balch. It seems that on his way back from sending the telegram, Ian, who had only recently passed his driving test, and bought himself a car, had been hit by a drunk driver, and killed instantly. He was not yet. It was typical of the mindset and worldview under which Burroughs and Jason were operating that they considered both their young amigos to have been the victims of curses at one point or another. Always weak-willed and self-indulgent, Mikey's heroin use all too predictably escalated, until he was juggling alcoholism, detox, and drugs at an alarming rate. Still a firm believer in the apomorphine treatment, Burroughs of course had wanted to take Mikey to register with Dr. Dent, but found himself opposed by Portman's godfather, Lord Goodman, who instead wanted the boy treated by a friend of his, Lady Isabella Francois. At the time, Dr. Francois was considered to be offering a discreet and enlightened treatment option from her exclusive Harley Street practice, but the simple truth is that she was a writing doctor, only too happy to give out private prescriptions for heroin, methadone, or morphine to her wealthy clients. Understandably, she was opposed to any alternative, such as Dr. Dent and his apomorphine treatment, as the last thing she wanted was for prospective patients to be cured, and for a while Burroughs was unwittingly drawn into a battle of wills with Frank Cow, it seemed over the very soul of poor hapless Mikey Portman. For all that he was willful and stubborn, Portman could also be curiously passive, suggestible, and easily led. Indeed, it was a key part of what had attracted and interested Burroughs in the first place, Mikey's potential as a medium, but now his apparent lack of clearly defined identity caused Burroughs to worry that the young man was at risk of possession. This came to a head on one occasion when Lady Francow attempted what would nowadays be called an intervention where Portman was concerned, showing up announcing that she had arranged for him to be admitted to a sanitarium for emergency treatment, although Burroughs had little doubt it was just a ploy to get Mikey away from him and Dr. Dent, and enroll him on the equally addictive methadone program. One of Burroughs' newly emerging superstitions at that time was that a cold sore could be a point of entry for hostile possessing forces, maybe even the ugly spirit. Mikey had just such a cold sore on his lip, and shortly after the confrontation with Frank Cow, Burroughs was convinced he saw something like a silvery light slip off of Mikey's shoulder and hit him in the chest. I not only felt it, I saw it. It was something slid off his shoulder like silver light. You could see it very clearly. Whatever it was, it gave him a sudden sense of the dying feeling, and causing him to pass out. When he came round, he knew that he had been hit by a curse that Lady Francow had placed on Mikey. With regard to Ian, Burroughs was even more convinced that he had been cursed, and that it had very definitely caused Ian's death. Somerville had been a confirmed homosexual until quite recently, when, for the first time in his still young life, he had slept with a woman. A Dutch girl, Susan Jansen, who had been visiting Ian in Bath, made a definite play to seduce him, and was successful. The only problem was that her regular boyfriend, Bill Levi, an American, living in Amsterdam, where he edited a counterculture magazine called The Fanatic, developed a terrible grudge against Somerville as a result. Levi would dedicate an issue of The Fanatic to Ian, featuring an article Electric Ian, Portrait of a Humanoid, a tawdry brief life, in which he heaped scorn, ridicule, and personal insult against him, stating that he was an electric razor queen who shaves his genitals with a deformed penis, and that he had been Burroughs' kept lover with a fascination with rough trade. To add insult to injury, Levi included quotes from the likes of Burroughs, the poet Heathcote Williams, and even Susan Jansen, taken out of context in such a way as to make it seem they were all belittling him. When Burroughs later found out that Ian had just heard about the magazine and its content on the same day he was involved in the accident that killed him, he was totally convinced that Levi had cursed him, and was responsible for his death. Both Ian and Mikey would continue to appear in Burroughs' dreams, and thus his writings, for the rest of his life. As for the rest of the available correspondence, all the usual obsessions and preoccupations are there, cut UPS loom large, as well as endless iteration of their possible applications. Drugs, of course, although sometimes more against than for, as numerous letters promoting the apomorphine treatment for addiction attest. Film, both the experiments with Balch and various projected adaptations of Naked Lunch involving Mick Jagger, Dennis Hopper, and, a former CIA hitman, that all too predictably amount to nothing, and the strange dance with Scientology, deserving a book all of its own. Also included are diplomatic appeals to his long-suffering mother, too little too late attempts to reach out to his cursed from birth son, Billy J.N.R., who, despite showing some promise as a writer, would eventually succumb to his own alcohol and drug excesses, necessitating a liver transplant, which only really managed to give him a brief extension on his frustrated and unhappy life before he died of complications at the age of, and endless struggles with publishers, mostly over money, it has to be said. It is ironic that as his concerns become ever more internalist, and at times quite literally occult, and the work he is producing is amongst his most difficult, that the model of William Burroughs as icon of counterculture cool is born. His engagement with experimental methods, non-literary forms, and the underground press seems strangely at odds with his recurring hope that the next project will be a commercial breakthrough, it is nothing short of hilarious when he reports, regarding the Wild Boys, that Anthony Balch swears it will be a bestseller. There is plenty among the second volume of the collected letters to support the engagement of Burroughs and Geeson with what they called the magical universe. Tim Cummins, in his review for English newspaper The Independent, characterizes how the two worked at the center of a web of occult and artistic actions, and the order of emphasis he gives is indeed appropriate. Within the wide body of occult theory that forms the framework for practice within the Western magical tradition, one concept that has come to be of almost central significance is that of the knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel. This is a rite, or even series of rites, aimed at connecting the practitioner with what may be considered as anything from a higher self to, quite literally, the intermediary or even embodiment of whatever deity he or she chooses to engage with. No lesser an authority than the wickedest man in the world and self-professed great beast Aleister Crowley wrote to one of his disciples. It should never be forgotten for a single moment that the central and essential work of the magician is the attainment of the knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel. Whether it be thought of as the genius of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, the Ogoides of Iamblishus, the Atman of Hinduism, the daemon of the ancient Greeks, or indeed, either a literal messenger from the divine or the idealized embodiment of all that is highest and best in one's true self, the seeking of contact with this entity is considered by many to be the central most important work in magic, which should not only come above and before any other, but of which success, or failure, is a key determinant as to any further progress. It occurs to me that there is a point in the progress of William S. Burroughs into his own particular magical universe, whether aided and abetted by cut-up revelations, drug visions, the e-meter of Scientology, friends and mentors like Brian Geeson and Jacques Stern, or just guided by his own dreams, hallucinations and imaginings, that he knowingly and willingly embraced, in the words of Rimbaud, a complete and systematic derangement of all of the senses with much the same goal. Like the famous paranoiac critical method of the surrealist painter, Salvador Dali, which he described as a spontaneous method of irrational knowledge based on the critical and systematic objectivity of the associations and interpretations of delirious phenomena, Burroughs also sought to exploit the ability of the brain to perceive apparent connections or resemblances between things which, rationally speaking, are not linked, which is in itself a kind of magical thinking. Interlude. William S. Burroughs, Scientologist. L. Ron Hubbard, the founder of Scientology, says that the secret of life has at last been discovered, by him. The secret of life is to survive. To survive what, exactly? Enemy attack, what else? We have now come full circle. Back to the magical universe, where nothing happens unless some force, being, or power wills it to happen. He was killed by a snake? Who murdered him? He dies of a fever? Who put the fever curse on him? It is perhaps as well at this point to say a few words on William Burroughs' engagement with Scientology. When Scientology was first created by former pulp sci-fi writer and self-styled explorer and adventurer, L. Ron Hubbard, for a while, at least in certain more radical, forward-thinking circles, it was considered to be a potential breakthrough into a kind of self-empowering, liberating, accelerated analysis, and was not initially perceived of as the mind control cult that it is seen as now as a consequence of endless tabloid speculation about troubled Hollywood celebrities. It is, perhaps, this present image of the movement that has caused a number of Burroughs commentators to overlook its significance to his life and work from the late S and, on and off, throughout the whole of the S, the most common objection being, in effect, something along the lines of how could somebody of Burroughs' obvious intelligence and originality of thought fall for such a thing? With many concluding that if Burroughs paid any attention to Scientology at all, it was simply to gain material for his later satirical routines. Indeed, as Brian Geeson once remarked in concerning his old friend's literary use of material drawn from his involvement with Scientology, he must be one of the few people who has made more money from them than they made from him. The simple truth, however, is that Burroughs was ripe for something like Scientology. Taking into account his curious openness to contested knowledge and fringe science, a susceptibility doubtless influenced by his childhood introduction to the magical universe of strange and malevolent forces, and building on his belief in the significance of Korzybski's general semantics, yet total dissatisfaction with conventional psychoanalysis, but most importantly of all, his continuing hunger to ease the pain of the psychic trauma and wounds that he carried with him over his drug addiction, failed relationships, homosexuality, over which his feelings remained conflicted and unresolved well into middle age, possible childhood abuse, and shooting of Joan Vollmer. Despite initial appearances to the contrary, William Seward Burroughs was, in fact, an ideal candidate for what Hubbard's modern science of mental health initially claimed to offer. I will not attempt to offer a full-length, in-depth account or examination of Burroughs' history with Scientology here, partly because it falls somewhat outside the immediate remit of this book, but also because such an excellent job has only recently been done by my friend and colleague, David S. Wills, in his superb study Scientologist. William S. Burroughs and the Weird Cult. Wills has written a marvelous, thoroughly researched, and well-written book that should be of interest to fan and scholar alike. Highly readable, it takes us through Burroughs' involvement with Scientology all the way from first vicarious encounter via the myth-making Brian Geeson, then sudden enthusiasm for the efficacy of auditing and the E-meter, to his increasingly seesawing relationship with the Church of Scientology, from zealous convert to squirrel, one who uses the methods and techniques for their own ends, without approval or supervision, then outspoken critic, and sometimes back again, and, finally, self-appointed personal nemesis for the movement's initially charismatic but increasingly despotic founder, L. Ron Hubbard. Drawing on both published and unpublished sources, including material from the Berg collection of papers from the Burroughs estate, and previously unseen essays by Burroughs written during his time as an active Scientologist, David S. Wills corrects many of the errors and misapprehensions of previous authors, in particular with regard to the origins of Burroughs' interest, length of involvement, degree of commitment, and amount of inspiration he derived and influence that Scientology and the ideas of L. Ron Hubbard had over his work at one of the most prolific periods of his life. As well as a careful reading of the articles, essays, and novels for their use of images and references pertaining to Hubbard and Scientology, Wills provides a lively and informative account of Burroughs' life and work both before and after his involvement with the Church, accessible enough for the newcomer, and with enough new information to keep even an old hand like myself happy. For example, the fact that Wills discovered press clippings Burroughs had taken from a newspaper expose linking Hubbard to infamous black magician Aleister Crowley, which included a photo of his potential successor, rocket scientist Jack Parsons, on which Burroughs had written "A dream come true," is priceless. Intersection. Reading and time. This foreword is an essay in intersection reading right where you are sitting, standing, walking now. One extension of the cut UPS, and other applications such as the fold-in, was what Burroughs began to call intersection reading or intersection writing, somewhat cryptically explained in the 3-column foreword he wrote for Rules of Duel, an experiment in just such techniques by his friend Graham Masterton. When you read, look, listen, think, precise intersection points right where you are reading now, look round. Now. The Moving Times was a preliminary experiment in what I called intersection reading right where you are sitting, standing, walking now. The Moving Times, written by Burroughs as a regular insert for a small circulation mimeograph magazine, My Own Mag, edited by Jeff Nuttall in London, was inspired by his experiments with cut UPS from various different newspaper sources, which were often collaged into his scrapbooks. As such, it was designed in a 3-column format to look as much like an actual newspaper as possible, sometimes with added headlines and photos torn from real papers. Start with newspapers like this. Take today's paper. Fill up 3 columns with selections. Now read cross columns. Fill a column on another page with cross-column readings. Now fill in the remaining columns with selections from yesterday's papers, and so on back. Each time you do this, there will be less of present time on the page. The page is for getting present time as you move back in time through word columns. Now to move forward in time. Try writing tomorrow's news today. Graham Masterton, who had been a trainee newspaper reporter when he first wrote to Burroughs in Tangier Inn, is eminently qualified to explain intersection writing, as the initial exchange of letters between the two had revealed just such an intersection. When I first wrote to him, from a neighborhood where I lived called Gossop's Green, he wrote back to say that he had been reading The Power and the Glory by Graham Greene. Graham Masterton, Gossop's Green, Graham Greene. Get it? Because of that, he felt that a writer could follow the clues given to him by his own words, shuffle them and rearrange them and look for any messages that evoked more intense and descriptive feelings outside the normal reading of a text. Masterton had already been working on a scattering of chaotic notes and poems under the intended title Rules of Duel. After much discussion and encouragement from Burroughs, it began to take new shape as an example of intersection writing, which he explained depended on the writer to look for ways in which to interchange words and phrases to bring out new meanings. You would look for coincidences in names and places. You would look for a way to take half of one sentence and attach it to another, to give a totally different or a more descriptive view of the same event. It was shaking up words like the particles in a kaleidoscope, and creating constantly new patterns. By the time Burroughs had relocated to London, Masterton was deputy editor for the newly launched men's magazine Mayfair, as a result of which he was able to commission a whole series of articles from his friend in which Burroughs holds forth about all manner of his fringe science and underground interests, from the apomorphine treatment to e-meters and n-grams, hieroglyphic silence to Korzybski's general semantics, the use of deadly argon radiation and infrasound as possible weapons, a positive review of the mind parasites by Colin Wilson, and a veritable one-man campaign against L. Ron Hubbard's Scientology. In short, all the preoccupations of the radical late S to early S that surface in The Job, Exterminator, and, to a lesser extent, The Wild Boys and later Ophook is Here, all will get their first airing in the series of articles titled The Burroughs Academy. An even more radical experiment that was undertaken by Burroughs where the subject of time is concerned was his attempt to free himself from the control machine, inspired by his comparison of the modern media of time, life, etc., with the interlocking sacred calendars of the Maya. The ancient Mayans possessed one of the most precise and hermetic control calendars ever used on this planet, a calendar that in effect controlled what the populace did, thought and felt on any given day. This is not perhaps that surprising, when you consider both the desire for absolute freedom evinced in Burroughs' work, and also the prevailing wish to escape from past conditioning, or make up for mistakes too monstrous for remorse/to tamper or to dally with. The same impulse that drove him to explore the promise of Scientology, that the method of auditing and use of the e-meter could erase n-grams, in other words, free you from the pain of unhappy memories, all the negative associations of unwanted feelings, also inspired him to create storylines in which his libertarian freedom fighters would travel in time in an attempt to alter history in such a way that would, hopefully, allow for more favorable outcomes. One of the few critics who seemed to really understand this aspect of what Burroughs was attempting was Angela Carter, who would later write about how this derailment of regular chronology had the effect of shattering the sense of cause and effect on the part of the reader. The method is eclectic and discreet, and it is important, and essential, because Burroughs is doing something peculiar with the reader's time. He's stopping it. Or, rather, starting it. Taking it out of the reader's hands, anyway, which is where we tend to assume it ought to be. Burroughs' project is to make time stand still for a while, one which is more frequently that of religion than of literature. The significance of time was revealed in a revolutionary agenda Burroughs proposed in the Revised Boy Scout Manual, an unpublished work written at the height of the countercultural upheaval of the Radical S, released in a small edition as 2 spoken-word tapes. To consolidate revolutionary gains, 5 steps are necessary. Proclaim a new era and set up a new calendar. Replace alien language. Destroy or neutralize alien gods. Destroy alien machinery of government and control. Take wealth and land from individual aliens. Time to forget a dead empire and build a living republic. Perhaps mindful of his readings in Dunn's An Experiment with Time about nonlinear, even parallel, time streams, and doubtless influenced by the disruption of conventional chronology apparently revealed by the various cut-up experiments, he wrote. The Colonel decides to make his own time. He opens a school notebook and constructs a simple calendar consisting of 10 months with days in each month to begin on this day February, return pass in the new calendar. The months have names like old Pullman cars in America where the Colonel had lived until his year. This is not, in fact, the dream calendar that Burroughs employed himself. Over the years I have tried to clarify the actual dream calendar Burroughs devised and used, and have attempted to piece together the often confusing, at times even conflicting, data emerging from different sources, both published and unpublished. Matters are complicated by Barry Miles telling us that the system began with only 8 separate months, and they came around in a little different order the second time, with a new month, Wienerwald, added. Miles gives Terre Haute, Marie Celeste, Bellevue, Seal Point, Harbor Beach, Nino Perdido, Sweet Meadows, Land's End, and Wienerwald was added after Seal Point from the second time round onwards. Some clarification came with the publication of the collection Rub Out the Words, in which we were given perhaps the clearest outline of the scheme, in a letter dated Wednesday, January, Bellevue, to his erstwhile friend and collaborator Brian Geeson. Dear Brian, the Dream Calendar, Terre Haute, Marie Celeste, Bellevue, Seal Point, Wienerwald, Harbor Beach, Cold Spring, Great Easter, Sweet Meadows, Land's End. So we see that by the time Burroughs writes to Geeson, the dream calendar has evolved to become the month system above, with Nino Perdido replaced by Cold Spring, and another new month added, Great Easter. A system of months of days each, repeating from a start point known as the creation, which was Tuesday, December, which in the new dream calendar became Tuesday, Terre Haute. Burroughs explains further. The above idea came to me one night December, which would be Terre Haute. The starting date used is December, which is Terre Haute in this calendar. Calculations from this date can be made into the past or the future. We could for example calculate on what date Terre Haute fell on years ago. Nodding listlessly in doorways on a mild gray day they died of an overdose of time. Clearly the main inspiration and point of reference for this has to be the elaborate system used by the Mayans, the interlocking day solar calendar called the Hab, and the day sacred calendar called the Tzolk'in, as well as further lunar cycles, a day Venus cycle, and something known as the long count, that dated events in mythological time from the creation. Burroughs had studied the ancient Maya at Harvard in the sowing the seeds of a lifelong fascination. He also discussed them with his common-law wife, Joan Vollmer, and, interestingly, it was she who first suggested to him that the Mayan priests might have been using some kind of mind control. Later, when he lived and traveled extensively in Mexico, Central and South America in the he began to construct a theory of the various interlocking calendars used by the Maya as an elaborate control machine. The priests could calculate into the future or the past exactly what the populace would be doing, hearing, seeing on a given date. They could determine what conditioning would be or had been applied on any given date. At the time of the French Revolution, a radical experiment in the application and measurement of time was attempted. Starting at the end of the new calendar of the French Republic was introduced, and although with its day weeks, each made up of hours, in turn comprising minutes, it could be thought of as part of the wider movement towards the total decimalization of France. Its greater purpose was to ruthlessly expunge any and all religious or royalist influences from the day-to-day life of the people. For nearly 12 years it ran its course, until it was finally abolished by Napoleon, with effect from January. In the same spirit that weapons of oppression are often appropriated to become tools of liberation, Burroughs clearly felt that the construction of a calendar of one's own would be a valuable deprogramming tool. Firstly, you would be freeing yourself from the codified and predictable system of the control machine, its main operating program, in effect. Secondly, you would be replacing it with one of your own devising, with associations and symbolism, whether individually meaningful, or totally arbitrary, that would replace the apparatus of conditioned response, the reactive mind, and its contents and associations, which had previously been programmed by the control machine calendar. In George Orwell's dystopian classic, The Powers That Be attempt to introduce newspeak in the belief that unwanted concepts the authorities oppose will be eradicated if the people simply no longer have the words to be able to think about them with. Subversive thoughts will become literally unthinkable. The founder of General Semantics and author of Science and Sanity, Count Alfred Korzybski, whose lectures Burroughs attended in the S and was profoundly influenced by, had once declared that man is a being naturally endowed with time-binding capacity, in which case, those who dictate the terms by which time is measured impose their will on the very medium of history, and set the beat to which we must all march. In much the same way as the French Republic introduced a new calendar as a way of breaking from the old order, through protagonists such as Colonel Sutton Smith, and indeed his own efforts, Burroughs was in effect declaring a new order of time, distinct from that of the dominator culture, and in doing so was drawing a line of separation from all that it stood for. Perhaps drawing a line in the very sands of time. Out of time. And into space. I'm primarily concerned with survival, with the question of nova conspiracies, new mythologies possible in the space age, heroes and villains with regard intentions toward this planet. Increasingly, as the S gave way to the S, new preoccupations were emerging in the thinking and writing of William Burroughs. It seems it was no longer enough to just create a new mythology for the space age, as he had proclaimed to Eric Mottram in, rather, it was becoming ever more readily apparent that, for Burroughs, the spiritual destiny of man was in space. We postulate that man is an artifact designed for space travel. He is not designed to remain in his present biologic state any more than a tadpole is designed to remain a tadpole. Although the idea and the way it was talked about changed and evolved over time, no doubt taking its initial inspiration from his youthful engagement with science fiction, and gaining momentum parallel to the accelerating space race during the S, right from the beginning, it was pretty clear that, as far as Burroughs was concerned, this was not a conventional scenario concerned solely with advances in technology. To travel in space you must leave the old verbal garbage behind, God talk, country talk, mother talk, love talk, party talk. You must learn to exist with no religion, no country, no allies. You must learn to live alone in silence. Anyone who prays in space is not there. The last frontier is being closed to youth. However, there are many roads to space. To achieve complete freedom from past conditioning is to be in space. The separation of the physical body from a soul or spirit, or, latterly, consciousness, has often been described as the fundamental split at the heart of Western thought, the Cartesian duality of mind and matter. In many ways, this is simply a hangover or restatement of the division insisted upon by Christian thinkers, the divide into spiritual and physical, with the obvious emphasis being that the exalted spiritual was preferable and superior to the lowly physical, mired as it was in a world of sin, with a similar preference of the mental surviving into modern, more secular times. Count Korzybski, whose Science and Sanity and classes in General Semantics had been such an influence on the young Burroughs, had categorized this as the Aristotelian straitjacket, with its absolute insistence on either /or, and no room for both /and, or other alternatives. The hope lies in the development of non-body experience and eventually getting away from the body itself, away from three-dimensional coordinates and the concomitant animal reactions of fear and flight, which lead inevitably to tribal feuds and dissension. It is timely at this point to reflect on the fact that when Burroughs was asked by an interviewer about his religious position, he replied without hesitation. An Ishmaelian and Gnostic, or a Manichaean. The Manichaean believe in an actual struggle between good and evil, which is not an eternal struggle since one of them will win in this particular area, sooner or later. Of course, With the Christians there was this tremendous inversion of values where the most awful people are thrown up as this paragon of virtue for everyone to emulate. Gnosticism is a fairly broad term, covering the various competing forms of early Christianity, many more informed by and open to pagan thought, Oriental beliefs, and magic, than the official version, condemned as heresy by the Orthodox Church of Rome, which won out ultimately by its ruthless and systematic eradication of the competition. Manichaeism, on the other hand, is a more specific belief system, which although sharing much with other broadly Gnostic systems of thought, is clear in its belief that the universe is the battlefield of equally balanced and opposing forces of darkness and light, good and evil, in which the outcome is by no means certain. All of my work is directed against those who are bent, through stupidity or design, on blowing up the planet or rendering it uninhabitable. Like most Gnostics, followers of Manichaeism also believe that the true Creator God is remote, and largely unknowable and unattainable. The world of matter is a fallen one, in which spirit has the misfortune to be trapped, as if in a prison ruled over by a blind, mad god, the demiurge, and various sub-beings who claim a counterfeit divinity, referred to as archons, or rulers, all of whom are likewise delusional, and seek to fool man that they are in fact the true Creator. Burroughs presents the composite figure of Mr. Bradley M. R. Martin, an avatar of duality who appears throughout the cut-up Nova trilogy and related works of the S, as just such a figure. Mr. Bradley M. R. Martin, in my mythology, is a god that failed, a god of conflict in two parts, so created to keep a tired old show on the road, the god of arbitrary power and restraint, of prison and pressure, who needs subordinates, who needs what he calls his human dogs while treating them with the contempt a con man feels for his victims. For the Gnostic, the one hope is not in a passive salvation or by trusting in received wisdom, but through direct personal experience or knowledge, hence gnosis. It is only the remembering of your true nature as a spiritual being that might enable you to escape this prison of flesh, sin, and suffering, and ultimately transcend the limitations of a physical body in a fallen world of illusion, and return to the real freedom of pure spirit. In this light, Scientology can be thought of as a kind of sci-fi Gnosticism, which may also have been part of its appeal to Burroughs. Scientology, like Gnosticism, also emphasized direct personal experience of the phenomena being explored, which doubtless would have appealed to the man from the show-me state of Missouri. There was a great deal of emphasis on man's essential nature as an immortal, indestructible being of pure spiritual energy, and the practice of various techniques for achieving exteriorization of consciousness, independent of the physical body. Although he was not a writer to address his spiritual longings in terms of conventional religion by any means, over time Burroughs began to show a marked concern with astral projection and out-of-the-body experience, both in his fiction and non-fiction work, as witnessed by literary scholar Gregory Stevenson. Burroughs' writing, in the manner of the ritual practices and mythological systems of the Gnostics, serve to effect self-knowledge, internal transformation, and transcendence. In this sense his work occupies a position in that zone of contemporary culture that is still being defined, where anthropology, philosophy, religion, psychology, and literature overlap and merge into a single discipline, human liberation. With the first volume of his last major trilogy, Cities of the Red Night Inn, Burroughs reintroduced a major preoccupation with just such liberation. An early chapter has an agent of Academy, Yen Li, employ such methods for a potentially hazardous reconnaissance. Yen Li sat down and looked once again at the town through his field glasses. There were still no villagers in sight. He put his glasses down and conducted an out-of-body exploration of the village, what Westerners call astral travel. He was moving up the street now, his gun at the ready. The gun would shoot blasts of energy, and he could feel it tingle in his hands. As well as more serious considerations of consciousness exchange and soul transference, the theme of astral projection is played somewhat for laughs in a scenario featuring gay incestuous male twins, which draws on Monroe's journeys out of the body. They had to be careful about sex in the Navy, so Jimmy and Jerry got a book on astral projection and decided to learn to do it in the second state, as the book called it, and they finally succeeded, though they never knew exactly when it would happen or who was going to visit whom until it happened, and this was sometimes under embarrassing circumstances, like in the shower room or during a physical examination. One twin lets out an eerie high-pitched wolf howl and turns bright red all over as the hairs on his head and body stand up and crackle. Then, as if struck by lightning, he falls to the floor in an erotic seizure, ejaculating repeatedly in front of the appalled and salacious tars. Not long after, Burroughs gives more serious consideration to the theme when discussing man's possible evolutionary next step. The human body is much too dense for space conditions. However, we have a model to hand that is much less dense, in fact almost weightless, the astral or dream body. This lighter body, a body of light, as Crowley called it, is much more suited to space conditions. His friend, Brian Geeson, had once declared rather grandly, "Of course the sands of present time are running out from under our feet. And why not? The great conundrum, what are we here for, is all that ever held us here in the first place. Fear. The answer to the riddle of the ages has actually been out in the street since the first step in space. Who runs may read, but few people run fast enough. What are we here for? Does the great metaphysical nut revolve around that? Well, I'll crack it for you, right now. What are we here for? We are here to go." But that may not have been enough for Burroughs. To go where, exactly? And to what end? He concluded, "I consider that immortality is the only goal worth striving for, immortality in space. Time is that which ends, and man is in time. The old man of the mountain discovered that immortality is possible in space, and this is the western lands of the Egyptian Book of the Dead. In the goal of non-body freedom from past conditioning in space, he may have thought that he had found both a solution and an escape. The invisible generation. All tape recorder tricks are useful: speed up, slow down, overlay running contradictory commands simultaneously, echo chambers for stations and airports. Effects are obtained by persistence and exposure, by getting as many operators in the street as possible. For wide coverage, use a car cutting in your suggestions with popular tunes and street sounds." Gradually, then, as the 60s progressed, it was clear that the cut UPS were an idea whose time had come. Perhaps it was just the next inevitable progression in what was to become the dominant form in th-century art. Starting with collage and montage, the Cubists had attempted to show different viewpoints on the canvas simultaneously, with its parallels in literature, first with stream of consciousness allowing Joyce to put the inside of people's heads on the page, then Eliot and his appropriation providing the textual equivalent of Duchamp's found object or ready-made, and beginning to question the very notion of originality. Or perhaps it was that modern life was increasingly fragmented, disconnected, and accelerated, and increasingly art and forms of expression were required that could reflect this. Helped by Burroughs and Geeson's gradually emerging status as counterculture gurus, their ideas and influence began to spread. It didn't hurt that Burroughs' image had appeared on the cover of Sgt. Pepper by the Beatles, or that rock bands started naming themselves from his work. First there would be the Insect Trust, the Mugwumps, Soft Machine, and Steely Dan, and later Clem Snide, Dead Fingers Talk, Nova Mob, even Naked Lunch. It has also been claimed that the rock music term heavy metal, first appearing as Heavy Metal Thunder in Steppenwolf's anthemic Born to Be Wild, originates with Burroughs. The Soft Machine includes the character Uranian Willie, the heavy metal kid, and, subsequently, Nova Express develops the use of heavy metal as a sci-fi metaphor for addictive drugs. With their diseases and orgasm drugs and their sexless parasite life forms, heavy metal people of Uranus wrapped in cool blue mist of vaporized banknotes, and the insect people of Minrod with metal music. By the S. William Burroughs was the epitome of hip as far as drug-savvy musos with literary pretensions were concerned. A coked-out David Bowie explained how he used the Burroughs cut-up method in Alan Yentoub's BBC profile Cracked Actor, and then demonstrated, badly, his friend Brian Eno would name a track Dead Finks Don't Talk as a nod to Burroughs' novel Dead Fingers Talk, but would also look for ways to introduce chance with his oblique strategies, a set of cryptic aphorisms intended to encourage creative solutions by lateral thinking, such as honor thy error as a hidden intention. There would also be a number of meetings in the pages of the music press, not so much interviews as Burroughs being paired with some musical artist or other by well-meaning rock journalists, who would then document the encounter and, hopefully, any interesting conversation. The first, and probably best known, was in February with David Bowie, then at the height of his Ziggy Stardust fame, but by all accounts the meeting was ill-prepared, with Burroughs having heard only 2 of Bowie's songs and Bowie only really glancing at Nova Express. Although Burroughs would later reply to Genesis P. Orridge's query, "Why did you do that ridiculous interview with David Bowie?" with the quip advertising. After being prompted by the sight of the life-size cutout of Mick Jagger from the film performance at Duke Street, in fact Bowie and Burroughs seemed to have genuinely hit it off. About halfway through the interview, after an exchange about dreams as a source of inspiration, Burroughs suddenly answers Bowie's query, "What are your projects at the moment?" with what reads almost like a definitive statement of intent. "At the moment I'm trying to set up an institute of advanced studies somewhere in Scotland. Its aim will be to extend awareness and alter consciousness in the direction of greater range, flexibility, and effectiveness at a time when traditional disciplines have failed to come up with viable solutions. You see, the advent of the space age and the possibility of exploring galaxies and contacting alien life forms poses an urgent necessity for radically new solutions. We will be considering only non-chemical methods, with the emphasis placed on combination, synthesis, interaction, and rotation of methods now being used in the East and West, together with methods that are not at present being used to extend awareness or increase human potentials. We know exactly what we intend to do and how to go about doing it. Basically, the experiments we propose are inexpensive and easy to carry out. Things such as yoga-style meditation and exercises, communication, sound, light and film experiments, experiments with sensory deprivation chambers, pyramids, psychotronic generators and Reich's argon accumulators, experiments with infrasound, experiments with dream and sleep. Expansion of awareness, eventually leading to mutations. Clearly a connection was made. Bowie would visit Burroughs again in the late 70s, when he was living in the bunker, taking a 4-foot-high vase of flowers in tribute. He had been working on a painting of Burroughs, with a burning red sky as background. Bowie could not have known that Burroughs was working on Cities of the Red Night, a pleasing coincidence to both of them. Victor Bockris observed. When David Bowie came by for a drink, he was the model of gentlemanly courtesy and his entire demeanor conveyed respect. When we left to take a cab uptown, Bowie graciously took Burroughs by the arm and carefully escorted him across the wide streets. In June, Burroughs would meet with Led Zeppelin guitarist Jimmy Page for a feature in Crawdaddy magazine, an article for which Burroughs penned what is surely one of his definitive statements where belief in the magical universe is concerned. Since the word magic tends to cause confused thinking, I would like to say exactly what I mean by magic and the magical interpretation of so-called reality. The underlying assumption of magic is the assertion of will as the primary moving force in this universe, the deep conviction that nothing happens unless somebody or some being wills it to happen. To me this has always seemed self-evident. A chair does not move unless someone moves it. Neither does your physical body, which is composed of much the same materials, move unless you will it to move. Walking across the room is a magical operation. From the viewpoint of magic, no death, no illness, no misfortune, accident, war or riot is accidental. There are no accidents in the world of magic. And will is another word for animate energy. Not so dissimilar to Aleister Crowley's abiding definition that magic is the science and art of causing change to occur in conformity with will. According to the Rolling Stone journalist and later Led Zeppelin chronicler, Stephen Davis, who orchestrated the meeting between Burroughs and Page, Crowley inevitably cropped up in the conversation between the two, which ranged far and wide. Over margaritas at the nearby Mexican Gardens restaurant, Burroughs asked about Page's house on the shores of Loch Ness in Scotland, which had once belonged to Aleister Crowley. Was it really haunted? Page said he was sure it was. Does the Loch Ness monster exist? Page said he thought it did. Skeptical, Burroughs wondered how the monster could get enough to eat. The conversation continued over enchiladas. Burroughs talked about infrasound, pitched below the level of human hearing, which had supposedly been developed as a weapon by the French military. Then on to interspecies communication, talking to dolphins via sonar waves. Burroughs said he thought a remarkable synthesis could be achieved if rock music returned to its ancient roots in ceremony and folklore, and brought in some of the trance music one heard in Morocco. Jimmy Page was receptive. Well, music which involves repeating riffs, anyway, will have a trance-like effect, and it's really like a mantra. And, you know, we've been attacked for that. As the clarion call of punk was heard in New York, Patti Smith was the first to cheer the return of the beat godfather to his native land in, Victor Bockris describes how she announced, as if it were a move of military significance, from the stage at a reading for the St. Mark's Poetry Project. Mr. Burroughs is back in town. Isn't that great? Patti had long been vocal about her enthusiasm for the Beats, especially Burroughs and Allen Ginsberg, adding them to the roll call of heroes and inspirations she would celebrate through her rock and roll poetry of three chords merged with the power of the word. She would later describe the importance and influence of the artists and poets she would meet in New York, from her early days living at the Chelsea Hotel, where she would meet New York's answer to Jean Genet, storyteller Herbert Hunk, the first Beat, and archivist, filmmaker, and vagabond occultist Harry Smith, to performing alongside Gregory Corso, John Giorno, and Peter Orlovsky at St. Mark's Poetry Project and the like. I was very privileged to know these people and I had different relationships with them all. But William was the one I was most attached to. I just adored him. I had sort of a crush on him when I was younger and he was very good to me. He really liked my singing and encouraged me to sing. He used to come to CBGB's to see us and, of course, his work inspired me. Horses, the opening of Horses, with Johnny's confrontation in the locker room, was very inspired by William's The Wild Boys. In The Wild Boys there is also a Johnny. My Johnny is a continuation of William's Johnny. William really taught me a lot about how to conduct myself as a human being, you know? Not to compromise and to do things my way. What William always said was, the most precious thing you ever have is your name, so don't taint it. Build your name and everything else will come. Keep your name clean. I learned a lot from William. Burroughs would later return the compliment by penning the following for a volume of her collected works. Patti Smith is not only a great performer, she is a shaman, that is, someone in touch with other levels of reality. Her effect on the audience is electric, comparable to voodoo or Umbanda rituals, where the audience members become participants and are literally lifted out of themselves. Burroughs would get to know a number of the other key figures in the New York punk and new wave scene during his time at the Bunker. The account given by Victor Bockris in With William Burroughs includes visits for drinks and dinner from the likes of Lou Reed, Richard Hell, and Jean-Michel Basquiat, as well as Debbie Harry and Chris Stein of Blondie, near neighbors on the Bowery with whom Burroughs bonded over discussions of assassinations and weaponry, and psychic phenomena such as hauntings and poltergeists, but it seems to have been Patti Smith that he was always genuinely closest to. In her memoir, Just Kids, Smith recalls meeting Burroughs in the lobby of the Chelsea Hotel. He comes stumbling out of the El Quixote a bit drunk and disheveled. I straighten his tie and hail him a cab. It's our unspoken routine. And later gives an affectionate snapshot of how she remembers him from those days. William Burroughs was simultaneously old and young. Part sheriff, part gumshoe. All righter. He had a medicine chest he kept locked, but if you were in pain he would open it. He did not like to see his loved ones suffer. If you were infirm he would feed you. He'd appear at your door with a fish wrapped in newsprint and fry it up. He was inaccessible to a girl, but I loved him anyway. Despite Patty's great affection for that other Chelsea hotel resident, Harry Smith, it is curious that, despite an initial period of interest in his work, Burroughs could never take to him. He may have been impressed by Harry Smith's pioneering work archiving American folk songs, his early experimental collage films, such as Heaven and Earth Magic, even his not inconsiderable knowledge of matters esoteric and ethnic, with his collections of Native American Indian and Eskimo relics, but Burroughs was appalled that Smith was such a shameless moocher and ultimately concluded, "Harry Smith another wrong number. He fancies himself a black magician and does manage to give out some nasty emanations." Was it William II who said in regard to black magic, whether their spells are effective or not they deserve hanging for their bad intentions? As a footnote to this, there are amusing anecdotes about the apparent enmity and rivalry between Smith and Burroughs' fellow cosmonaut of inner space and former Beat Hotel associate, Jacques Stern. At one point, the pair of them were both resident at the Chelsea, their natural tendencies toward irascibility and paranoia exacerbated by their chemical intakes and occult preoccupations, both clearly feeling that New York's premier bohemian refuge was not big enough for two magi such as themselves. When Stern, in a fit of alcohol and cocaine-fueled rage, came to the conclusion that Smith had to be responsible for the theft of a priceless 15th-century alchemical manuscript from his private collection, it was war, magical and psychic war. In her fascinating account of the history of the Chelsea Hotel and its colorful occupants, Inside the Dream Palace, Cheryl Tippins quotes Barry Miles, describing how residents were amazed to see the rival wizards conducting magical battles in the lobby, frantically twisting their fingers into obscure mudras and snarling at each other, oblivious to the tourists trying to check in. Is this machine recording? Riot sound effects can produce an actual riot in a riot situation. Recorded police whistles will draw cops. Recorded gunshots, and their guns are out. After working exhaustively through the various applications and derivations of the cut-up method with words on paper, it was inevitable that William Burroughs would turn his attention to the possibilities of film and tape recorders. After all, a big part of the appeal of the cut-up breakthrough in the first place was that it would allow writers to actually get to grips with their material, words, in the same way that painters and sculptors had always taken for granted. Burroughs describes the ease with which cut UPS can be performed on tape in his novel Nova Express, as well as giving some indication of where he thought it might all be going. This is machine strategy, and the machine can be redirected. Record for 10 minutes on a tape recorder, now run the tape back without playing and cut in other words at random, where you have cut in and re-recorded words are wiped off the tape and new words in their place. You have turned time back 10 minutes and wiped electromagnetic word patterns off the tape and substituted other patterns. You can do the same with mind tape after working with the tape recorder. This takes some experimentation. The old mind tapes can be wiped clean, magnetic word dust falling from old patterns. Burroughs felt the exploration of what could be achieved through the actual manipulation of words should be taken even further, though. If, as he theorized, all writing and art was a form of magic, the purpose of which was to make things happen, what effects might be realized by taking the word off the page altogether? Get it out of your head and into the machines. Stop talking, stop arguing. Let the machines talk and argue. A tape recorder is an externalized section of the human nervous system. You can find out more about the nervous system and gain more control over your reaction by using a tape recorder than you could find out sitting 20 years in the lotus posture. The systematic experiments with tape recorders would point a startling new way forward. At first Brian Geeson made some simple cut-up recordings with a reel-to-reel tape, but then things were taken further by William's companion and lover, mathematician Ian Somerville. He was an expert model maker, handy with tools. We made the first dream machines together. He was as fascinated by tape recorders as I was. Together we put on a light show with My Sound Poetry Sounds In, that got catalogued later by Fluxus as expanded cinema. Due to practical turn of mind and natural facility for gadgets, Ian quickly became known as the technical sergeant of the Third Mind, running Jason's permutation poems through a computer, coming up with the design and building the first prototype Dream machine, and approaching tape recorders with awe and a fascination but that was part spiritual, part erotic. Ian believed that all the tape recorders of the world were connected on some level, and many of the routines that later appear in Burroughs' The Ticket that exploded about lovers splicing each other's recordings in together no doubt have their origins at this time. When the novel was published it included an acknowledgement to Mr. Ian Somerville of London pointed out the use and significance of spliced tape and all the other tape recorder experiments suggested in this book. Ian was the one to introduce Brian and William to the various potentials of the tape recorder for multi-tracking, overdubbing, speeding up and slowing down, but perhaps his most important suggestion was that these experiments should be extended to actual street recording and playback on location. Soon Burroughs was carrying a small portable tape recorder with him everywhere, and encouraging young friends to do likewise. You need a Philips compact cassette recorder handy machine for street recording and playback. You can carry it under your coat for recording. Looks like a transistor radio for playback. Playback in the street will show the influence of your soundtrack in operation. Of course the most undetectable playback is street recordings people don't notice. Yesterday voices, phantom car, holes in time, accidents of past time played back in present time. The small press publisher, poet, performance artist, painter, and all-round counterculture renaissance man, Jeff Nuttall, editor of the mimeograph My Own Mag, had been corresponding with Burroughs in Tangiers since the end of and become an enthusiastic student of all things cut up. Later, he would give an account of their first meeting, when Burroughs came to London during the bitter winter of, and was stopped at customs and his visit was limited to 14 days, no reason given. Nuttall describes visiting Burroughs at the Empress Hotel, encountering a pale boy ill with junk who is presumably Mikey Portman, and meeting Tony Balch, while the whole time, through the casual drift of the conversation, Bill interspersed testing, hinting remarks, nudging me towards an understanding of what he was doing with Cut Up. Nuttall invited Burroughs to contribute to his magazine, which would also showcase such fellow practitioners as Mary Beach and Claude Pelio in San Francisco, and Carl Weissner in Heidelberg, and his response was enthusiastic. Interested in, mag, Noah's paper format, columns, juxtaposition, headlines. Could take a walk, recording, what I call intersection point, and why have a little picture, might be, a, street corner, name of the street. On why go, get on a bus, little picture, number of the bus, recording, recording. Then cut it up, grid it, shuffle it, fold it in. Feed it back. Burroughs' contribution, a mock newspaper-style insert called Moving Times, would showcase some of his most radical experiments with cut UPS, extended into fold-in, intersection writing, and 3-column layouts. Nuttall would later write of their encounter. 2 short months later it dawned on me what Burroughs was attempting. It was like the earth opening under your feet. The following year, Burroughs would write to his young New York acolyte, Bruce Holbrook, who would later appear as Baby Zen in Anthony Balch's film The Cut UPS, being examined by Burroughs as the doctor, giving quite specific instructions. I hope you have been able to buy one of the Norelco caricorders. I have been using this machine and it is the only practical machine for use in the field. It uses tape cartridges which can be slipped in and out instantly, weighs only 3 pounds, can easily be carried under a coat, the recording on or off controlled from the mic. The important things is to play the recordings back on location. The mere act of playing a street recording back in the street makes a hole in reality since people are hearing yesterday or whenever. The German writer and translator, Carl Weissner, who began corresponding with Burroughs later told Victor Bockris of an encounter when he visited him at home in Heidelberg at this time. He put his hands into his pockets and in one smooth movement brought out 2 reels of mylar tape and put them on the table. "Got your tape recorder?" he asked. "Yes. Let's compare tapes." We played his tapes, then some of mine. Nothing was said. Then we put a microphone on the table and took turns talking to the tape recorder, switching back and forth between tracks at random intervals. We played it all back and sat there listening to our conversation. When Esquire magazine sent Burroughs on assignment to cover the Chicago Democrat convention in, his low-key appearance, usually described as a cross between a retired mortician and a minor bank official, enabled him to move anonymously through the crowds, recording the protesters, and also the riot police. Over lunch at the Sheraton Hotel, he explained his new tactics to Esquire's John Barrent. "Look, man, what you do is this: you tape about 10 minutes of someone talking, then you reverse back to the beginning and go forward again, cutting in every few seconds to record bits and pieces of something else. You keep on doing it until you've made a complete hash of it all. Then you walk around with the damn thing under your jacket, playing it at low volume. It flips people out. I do it in London all the time." With his young friend, writer Graham Masterton, editor of the newly launched Mayfair, the UK's first men's magazine, launched as a competitor to Playboy and Penthouse, for which, curiously enough, Masterton was able to commission a regular column from Burroughs. He made covered recordings and tried to take surreptitious photos when they visited the Church of Scientology's HQ at St. Hill in East Grinstead along with the filmmaker, Anthony Balch. "I am doing a job on Scientology. We called and asked for an interview. No dice as I expected. We want to hear your side of the story," produced no effect. "So we are going down to St. Hill this Sunday with photographers. We'll ask the villagers what they think about Scientology. Knock on the door at St. Hill. Take pictures etc. and Anthony Balch will be there with a movie camera and of course recorders. Should be fun and games." Later, in July, Burroughs attended the Fun City Sci-Fi Conference outside Worthing, along with writer friends Alex Trocchi, Jeff Nuttall, and J.G. Ballard. The organizer, Mick Farron of International Times, observed, "William Burroughs stalked the night in his FBI man's hat and raincoat, requiring hippies to talk into his portable tape machine while he baffled them with instant cut UPS. Years later, as the S gave way to the S, in hotel rooms in London, and again in Paris, in Brian's tiny Rue de Saint-Martin apartment, a similar role would be fulfilled by new seekers such as Udo Brieger, and in particular the aforementioned Terry Wilson. I found Burroughs' phone number in London. He was living in Duke Street, and Brian was also living there, on and off. So I just phoned up, and it happened to be Brian who answered the phone and said to come round, so I did. And that story where he asked me to bring something that I was writing, so I was standing there with green base in the doorway and he just opened the door and took it out of my hand like I was the postman and shut it. Then I received a letter from William a couple of months later saying to come round, so eventually I did. Just like that. He would become, in Brian's words, an apprentice to an apprentice, and enable Jason to distill his final and perhaps most enduring statement, here to go, Planet R, a guidebook to the other method, as it is said magic is described in Morocco. It sits alongside the job by Burroughs, and their joint venture, the Third Mind, as veritable manuals of psychic exploration and resistance. Later, I would get to know Terry Wilson myself, in London. Right from the start it is made clear that Terry feels that his friendship with William and Brian, and, most particularly, his time spent with Brian in Paris, was indeed a kind of apprenticeship, even an initiation. But initiation into what, exactly? Phony magicians and phantom intelligence agents move in on Rue Saint-Martin, on the track of psychic power, while predatory hustlers and bloodsuckers emerge from under the floorboards, eager to grab a good-sized chunk of a dying artist's estate. The apprentice's initiation demands both risky out-of-the-body experiences and hazardous dealings with creeps, the con artists of a malign conspiracy. There was a conspiracy to wipe out Bidea Brian Geeson and myself. Of course they intend to do everything they can to stop me getting any of that money. But the whole thing is part of a bigger scene, a big power battle, to neutralize and assimilate a lifetime of psychic power into three-dimensional financial manipulative areas. He likes to talk about Charles Fort, the researcher into anomalous phenomena and author of such handbooks of the weird and strange as the Book of the Damned and Lo, says that Burroughs was more aware of, and influenced by, him than he would admit. He reads Buchan, the powerhouse, draws some strange comfort from the famous lines. You think that a wall as solid as the earth separates civilization from barbarism. I tell you the division is a thread, a sheet of glass. I got the distinct impression that he was wary, to say the least, of those who actively identify as occultists, the seeming ubiquity of post-Crowleyan theory and practice. At one point he cautions me about the company of predatory magical thinkers. What, magic with a K? I ask, yeah. He sighs. This is perhaps inherited from Bryan, who was pretty dismissive of Aleister Crowley as a queen bee, and the drones who are such eager followers. He was not impressed with Kenneth Anger's box of tricks, for instance, when he met him as part of the swinging London circles around Robert Fraser, Christopher Gibbs, and the Rolling Stones in the S. Besides, he preferred an older, wilder magic, whose passing he still mourned. It was almost closing time for magical Morocco. Electronic mind control was moving in and the Oinan forces would soon be in full retreat, gems to be snapped up before they disappear forever. Spells and curses. Dance and trance. The other method was up for grabs. Burroughs, for all his Harvard education and celebrated intellect, was also possessed of a worldview that was informed, you might even say overshadowed, by a fear and fascination with the supernatural that had been shaped in childhood, and had stayed with him ever since. He had a particular sensitivity to what he saw as meaningful coincidences, a veritable mantra of his being: there is no such thing as a coincidence. Instead, Burroughs asserted that writers operate in the magical universe, later writing, I will speak now for magical truth to which I myself subscribe. Magic is the assertion of will, the assumption that nothing happens in this universe, that is to say the minute fraction of the universe we are able to contact, unless some entity wills it to happen. Such claims lead his first biographer, Ted Morgan, to state that the single most important thing about Burroughs was this frequently professed belief in what he referred to as the magical universe. Gieson himself was naturally inclined to intrigue and mystery, and had come back from Morocco full of tales of black magic, curses and possession, and Burroughs was an all too eager audience for the spellbinding storyteller. He felt that his own travels in exotic parts had opened his eyes to a bigger picture. Now anyone who has lived for any time in countries like Morocco where magic is widely practiced has probably seen a curse work. I have. With regard to curses, Brian Gieson had told Burroughs the story of how he believed he had been the target of a curse intended to oust him from the restaurant, The 1001 Nights, which he had run in Tangier. While getting the restaurant ready, I found a magic object, which was an amulet of sorts, a rather elaborate one with seeds, pebbles, shards of broken mirror, 7 of each, and a little package in which there was a piece of writing, and the writing, when deciphered by friends who didn't even want to handle it, because of its magic qualities, which even educated Moroccans were not anxious to get in touch with, but it said something like, an appeal to one of the devils of fire, the devil of smoke. To take Brian away from this house, as the smoke leaves this chimney, may Brian leave this house and never return. When Gieson, apparently in trance, told Burroughs the ugly spirit shot Joan because he thought he finally had the answer that no amount of psychoanalysis or self-examination had been able to provide, the unforgivable slip that had caused the death of his common-law wife, Joan Vollmer, when the drunken insanity of their infamous William Tell act resulted in Burroughs accidentally killing Joan by a gunshot to the head, had come about because he was literally possessed by an evil spirit. This was indeed a war universe, as the Indian mystic Sri Aurobindo had said. The price of existence was eternal conflict, apparently. If Brian had identified the enemy, the ugly spirit, then William instinctively knew the only solution available to him. I live with the constant threat of possession, and a constant need to escape from possession, from control. So the death of Joan brought me in contact with the invader, the ugly spirit, and maneuvered me into a lifelong struggle, in which I have had no choice except to write my way out. If the word was indeed the basic mechanism or unit of control, the virus by which the ugly spirit, or its agency control, exerted its malevolent influence, then surely a real understanding of the word, what words are and what can be done with them, was essential. All these explorations and obsessions were not merely diversions, experiments for artistic or literary amusement, or the creation of novelty, but part of a deadly struggle with unseen, invisible, perhaps even evil, psycho-spiritual enemies. The only hope for deprogramming and self-liberation was to subvert the methods of control and its various agencies, understand the tools used so that they could become weapons to turn back on the control machine, or ultimately the ugly spirit itself. Many years later, in London for the final Academy series of events when Burroughs was asked about these early experiments with tape recorders, a hot topic with nearly all of the avant-garage post-industrial experimental musicians taking part, he actually described them with a chuckle as sorcery. He has also explained how the tape recorder can be used as a tool for deconditioning. As soon as you start recording situations and playing them back on the street, you are creating a new reality. When you play back a street recording, people think they're hearing real street sounds and they're not. You're tampering with their actual reality. Subsequently, in an interview I conducted with him Brian Geeson's Apprentice to an Apprentice, Terry Wilson responded to questions about his interpretation of the intent behind such experiments. Ms. You are quoted as talking about the cut UPS, and writing generally, as a form of exorcism. TW, that simply came from one of my observations in Here to Go, where I was saying that Williams' texts, once they brought the cut UPS into the tape recorder area, cutting up tapes and whatnot, Williams' texts increasingly became like spells and very much exhibited a preoccupation with exorcism. An illustration of the way that these preoccupations had begun to filter through to every area of the lives of Burroughs and his circle at that time is a somewhat sinister incident concerning a young man called Alan Watson. During a cooling-off period in the relationship between Burroughs and Ian Somerville, the younger man had found a new boyfriend from his hometown of Darlington, in the north of England, and nearer his own age, Alan Watson. Later, in a perhaps misguided attempt at reconciliation, Burroughs had invited Somerville and Watson to move in with him when they were stuck for somewhere to live, but it was soon all too apparent that the older, reserved Burroughs just could not stand the younger man who, as far as he was concerned, had come between him and Ian. To make matters worse, with his dyed blonde hair and painfully tight hipster trousers that left little to the imagination, Alan Watson was very camp, all limp wrists and hands on hips, described by Burroughs as swishy queen, who would respond to the jeers of workmen on building sites by calling out "Score a goal for me, boys," and blowing kisses, and liked nothing better than to shriek along to the opera of Maria Callas at full blast. Burroughs, unable to concentrate to write or get any work done, and feeling increasingly sorry for himself, began to drink heavily and sulk, which Ian had no patience with at all, his already diminished affections dwindling even further. An eerie expression of the underlying tensions came to light one day when Watson went to sunbathe in Hampton Court, taking along a cassette of what he thought was one of his favorite opera tapes to listen to, but which instead turned out to be a recording Burroughs had made of himself impersonating Watson, grotesquely caricaturing his voice and repeating his favorite expressions mockingly. Shocked, he tore the tape from the player and threw it into the nearby canal, but he had no doubt that Burroughs had tried to put a curse on him. Returning to the more serious occult applications of street recording and playback, Terry Wilson would later further refer to a discussion he had recorded with Brian Geeson on this very subject in the Ports of Entry section of Here to Go, Planet R. TW, the cut-up techniques made very explicit a preoccupation with exorcism. Williams' texts became spells, for instance. How effective are methods such as street playback of tapes for dispersing parasites? BG, you'd have to ask William about that, but I do seem to remember at least 2 occasions on which he claimed success. The first was in the Beat Hotel still, therefore about or, and William decided, laughing, to take care of an old lady who sold newspapers in a kiosk. Now the other case was some years later in London when he had perfected the method and, went about with at least one, I think sometimes two tape recorders, one in each hand. Geeson continues by describing one of the chants that Burroughs would frequently employ for such purposes, the enigmatic rhyme described as an anti-curse which he can be heard reciting to great effect in the voice-over recorded for his friend, filmmaker Anthony Balch, to use with a print of the film Haxan, a black and white, silent, Swedish-Danish horror film from, loosely based on a study of the 10th century German witch hunter's guide, the Malleus Maleficarum, that Balch was distributing in the UK as Witchcraft Through the Ages. Lock them out and bar the door. Lock them out forevermore. Nook and cranny, window, door. Seal them out forevermore. Curse go back, curse go back. Back with double fear and flack. Curse go back, curse go back. Back with double pain and lack. Silver arrow through the night. Silver arrow, take thy flight. Silver arrow, seek and find. Cursing heart and cursing mind. Later, Burroughs would narrate a short film, called simply Ayahuasca, about a curandero on the Putumayo River in Colombia, and his desire to pass on knowledge of plant medicine to the next generation before it is lost. He is also one of the narrators for Shamans of the Blind Country, an epic 4-hour documentary on magical healing among the pre-Buddhist bone practitioners of the Himalayas, filmed by German professor of ethnology, Michael Opitz, and released in. As well as the obvious step of cutting up street recordings, following Ian's example, Burroughs also began to splice in what he called trouble noises, recordings of alarm bells, breaking glass, fire engines, as well as sound effects of explosions, machine guns, and riots recorded from TV. This procedure could also be accompanied by the taking of photographs, which could then be collaged or cut up in some way, for example, by cutting out the image of the intended target, quite literally removing it. These symbolic manipulations, via captured image or soundtrack, opened up a whole new realm of possibility. I have frequently observed that this simple operation, making recordings and taking pictures of some location you wish to discommode or destroy, then playing recordings back and taking more pictures, will result in accidents, fires, removals, especially the last. The target moves? Probably the definitive statement on the subject appears in The Job, a book of interviews by Daniel Odier, with commentary and added text by Burroughs, originally published in French in As Entretiens avec William Burroughs, but released in English the following year. In the opening section, Playback from Eden to Watergate, Burroughs states: "Here is a sample operation carried out against the Mocha Bar at Frith Street, London, W, beginning on August. Reverse Thursday. Reason for operation was outrageous and unprovoked discourtesy and poisonous cheesecake. Now to close in on the Mocha Bar. Record. Take pictures. Stand around outside. Let them see me. They are seething around in there. Playback would come later with more pictures. I took my time and strolled over to the Brewer Street Market, where I recorded a 3-card Monte game. Now you see it, now you don't." Playback was carried out a number of times with more pictures. Their business fell off. They kept shorter and shorter hours. October, the Mocha Bar closed. The location was taken over by the Queen's Snack Bar. In addition to the campaign waged against the Mocha Bar, Burroughs also made similarly source-rouse attempts that same year against the London HQ of Scientology at Fitzroy Street. Although he considered it another success when they closed down, he seemed unable to bring any playback influence to bear on their new location in Tottenham Court Road, which remains the Dianetics and Scientology Life Improvement Center to this day. As well as Burroughs' own writings, further insights into these methods can also be found in Playback, My Personal Experience of Chaos Magic with William S. Burroughs, Sr., by Cabell McLean, aka Cabell Hardy. A student at Naropa College in Boulder, Colorado, in the late McLean met Burroughs while he was teaching there. He soon moved in with him to become his lover and companion, see also acting as an assistant during completion of Cities of the Red Knight and the commencement of writing what would become its sequel. I collaborated with him on instructive experiments, learned research techniques, went with him to scout locations he wished to use in his work, did walkthroughs of scenes, and so forth. Indeed, the very first excerpt from what would eventually see print as The Place of Dead Roads was published with the working title From Gay Gun under both their names in the Washington Review for Summer-Fall. At Audrey is handsome at first glance. Tap of boot heels on the wooden sidewalk, long red hair on buckskin shoulders, yellow hair and blue eyes dancing. Joey's hair is tied back to keep it out of his eyes, thin hands drawn up into his V-coat, gray bolo tie and boots of black lizard. On closer inspection there is something furtive and feral and sad in this face, a black Irish face with red hair. Cabell enlarges upon the Mocha Bar incident. William continued going to the bar for a few more days, enduring their abuse, while he tape recorded the sounds inside. Later, he would stand outside and film or photograph the premises from outside. Then he went back in and began to play the tape recordings at low or subliminal levels, and continued to take photographs on his way in and out of the place. This he did for several days. The effects were remarkable, accidents occurred, fights broke out, the place lost customers, the subsequent loss of income became irredeemable, and within a few weeks, the bar was permanently closed. He continues with an account of his own about an experience he and a girlfriend Poppy had in a deli in the mall in Boulder, which when related to Burroughs gives rise to a similar operation, the account of which serves as a particularly fine object lesson in the power, and perils, of what was by now being referred to as playback. Originally published in the Ash Journal of Experimental Spirituality, and currently still available in the aptly named anthology Playback, The Magic of William S. Burroughs, an enjoyable, thought-provoking account that gives a valuable insight into Burroughs' continuing engagement with such techniques, as well as his sometimes quite direct teaching methods. You know, Cabell, sometimes the best weapon is no weapon at all. A further spooky connection that came out of Burroughs' continuing exploration of cut UPS, the question of just how random is random, and obsessive experimentation with tape recorders, as well as his preoccupation with the occult and parapsychological research, was his fascination with the infamous unexplained voices on tape of Latvian psychologist Konstantin Raudive. Writing in, but translated into English in as Breakthrough, an amazing experiment in electronic communication with the dead, Raudive described his experiences with what have since come to be known as electronic voice phenomenon, EVP for short. Put simply, EVP are sounds allegedly resembling human speech which turn up on various recording media. Initially the experiments were conducted with reel-to-reel audio tape, but with no apparent or intentional input source, which advocates claim are of supernatural origin. Speaking to a class of his students at the Kerouac School of Disembodied Poetics at Naropa, Burroughs explained. These voices are in a number of accents and languages, often quite ungrammatical. UI friends. Where stay? Sounds like a tangier hustler. Reading through the sample voices in Breakthrough, I was struck by many instances of a distinctive style reminiscent of schizophrenic speech, certain dream utterances, some of the cut UPS and delirium voices like the last words of Dutch Schultz. Although there are a number of quite rational possible explanations, even disallowing for fraud or wishful thinking, the majority of claimants believe they are, quite literally, voices of the dead. Burroughs was not so sure. He was more in favor of the explanation that they are somehow imprinted on the tape by electromagnetic energy generated by the unconscious minds of the researchers or people connected with them. And no doubt remembering his time exploring Scientology, he added, remember that your memory bank contains tapes of everything you have ever heard, including of course your own words. But as with all his other sources and studies, Burroughs the writer would get his money's worth. Strange and evocative phrases from Raudive's book would turn up as source material for later cut UPS, and even chapter titles in his novel, Cities of the Red Knight, such as Are You in Salt, Cheers Here Are the Non-Dead, and We Are Here Because of You all originate with the unexplained voices on tape. Another enigmatic and perhaps portentous phrase that recurs throughout Burroughs' oeuvre, including Cities of the Red Night, where it is likewise used as the title of a chapter, is horse haddock to ride to ride. Quite where or when this phrase originated, or indeed what it is meant to mean, is uncertain, but, interestingly, the associations are undoubtedly with the folklore of witchcraft. The founding father of the modern witchcraft revival, or Wicca, Gerald Gardner, left behind his own personal collection of magical recipes and spells, or Book of Shadows as it is known in the trade, which includes the couplet, "Horse and haddock, horse and go, horse and pelatis, ho ho." One possible origin is that in Scottish folklore, the fairies are said to pronounce the phrase horse and haddock when they wish to go off on their nightly escapades, or else to leave a place and return to their own realm. This practice then became associated with witchcraft thanks to one Isabel Gowdy, a Scottish woman tried for witchcraft in her detailed confessions, she spoke of how she used the phrases horse and haddock in the devil's name, or horse and haddock, horse and go, horse and pelatis, ho ho, in order to fly by mounting a broomstick. Then they would put a stree between their legs, cry horse and haddock in the devil's name, and flee awa are the muirs and fells. To my mind there are two possible means by which William Burroughs may have encountered this rather colorful piece of folklore. Firstly, researching references or sources for the phrase, I discovered that "now horse, and haddock," cried the laird. "Now horse and haddock" speedily appears in Sir Walter Scott's 10th century romance of sinister goings-on at the Scottish borders, The Black Dwarf, and remembered we are told in The Place of Dead Roads that the author's alter ego, Kim Carsons, had read Scott as a boy. Then, secondly, that horse, haddock, to ride is mentioned by Dion Fortune in Psychic Self-Defense as an example of the kind of formulae, apparently nonsensical, recited by witches as aids to concentration. Tape recorder magic of another kind also occurs in Cities of the Red Night, when Clem Snide, the private investigator's attempts to trace a missing person take him to the Greek island of Spetsi, a location that Burroughs had in fact visited in the early s, and which was also the setting for the Magus by John Fowles. In a deliberate blurring of art and life, Burroughs has his psychic detective protagonist read the Magus during his visit, also travel out to the other side of the island to see the villa and beach that are used as key settings in the novel, just as he had done himself on his visit to the island. Earlier, Snide's client, Mr. Green, who has retained him to look for his missing son, Jerry, asks him, "It's true then that you use psychic methods?" And is told, "I use any methods that help me to find the missing person. If I can locate him in my own mind, that makes it easier to locate him outside it." The description of Snide's taping and playback as part of his use of psychic methods clearly mirrors Burroughs' own experiments, as he makes recordings of the ambient sounds and takes photos in the missing person's various last known locations, also reading selections from the Magus into the recorder. I will explain exactly how these recordings are made. I want an hour of Spetsi, an hour of places where my MP has been and the sounds he has heard. But not in sequence. I don't start at the beginning of the tape and record to the end. I spin the tape back and forth, cutting in at random so that the Magus may be cut off in the middle of a word by a flushing toilet, or the Magus may cut into C sounds. It's a sort of I Ching or table tapping procedure. How random is it actually? Don Juan says that nothing is random to a man of knowledge, everything he sees or hears is there just at that time waiting to be seen and heard. Uncle Bill and the Wreckers of Civilization. Burroughs, and Geeson, both told me something that resonated with me for the rest of my life so far. They pointed out that alchemists always used the most modern equipment and mathematics, the most precise science of their day. Thus, in order to be an effective and practicing magician in contemporary times, one must utilize the most practical and cutting-edge technology and theories of the era. In our case, it meant cassette recorders, dream machines and flicker, Polaroid cameras, Xeroxes, E-Prime and, at the moment of writing this text, laptops, psychedelics, videos, DVDs and the World Wide Web. Basically, everything that is capable of recording and/or representing reality is a magical tool just as much as it is a weapon of control. Genesis Bray or P-Orage, Magic Squares, and Future Beats. Around the same time that punk was emerging here in the UK, another homegrown genre that was drawing inspiration from Burroughs, Jason, and the Cut UPS was the industrial music of Throbbing Gristle and related bands like Cabaret Voltaire, and later Skidoo. Richard H. Kirk, founder member of Cabaret Voltaire, and later a key player in the Sheffield electronic music/dance underground, said, "A lot of what we did, especially in the early days, was a direct application of his ideas to sound and music. One book in particular, The Electronic Revolution, was an influence on us. It was almost a handbook of how to use tape recorders in a crowd, to promote a sense of unease or unrest by playback of riot noises cut in with random recordings of the crowd itself. That side was always very interesting to us. Cut UPS might have lost some of their potency through mainstream use, but as an idea it is still very valid, at least on a personal level. I do believe by cutting up certain texts you can read into the future to a certain extent." TG prime mover Genesis P-Orage had actually met Burroughs while he was living at Duke Street in London in the early s, and he and bandmate Peter Sleazy Christopherson had been directly inspired by the outsider stance of the literary outlaw as much as they were influenced by his theories. Along with Chris Carter and Cozy Fanituti, P-Orage and Christopherson would help to invent a new genre of music that they dubbed industrial, stripping down music even further than the back-to-basics of punk to create a kind of garage musique concrete, in which the processing and manipulation of found sound was a key part of the semi-improvised mayhem that was as often sonic assault as it was about the alchemy of sound. Their launch at the Institute of Contemporary Arts in London's The Mall saw an unprecedented backlash in the press in response to their confrontational shock tactics and uncompromising anti-music, with the Daily Mail of October infamously quoting the Tory MP Nicholas Fairbairn that these people are the wreckers of civilization. When P-Orage had first visited Burroughs at Duke Street Inn, he asked him tell me about magic. And whether or not he still used Cut UPS in writing. Burroughs replied, "No, I don't really have to anymore, because my brain has been rewired so it does them automatically." He cracked open a bottle of Jack Daniels, poured them both a stiff drink, then put on the TV to watch The Man from UNCLE, explaining reality is not really all it's cracked up to be, you know. And began hopping through the channels on the TV with the remote, at the same time mixing in pre-recorded Cut UPS from the Sony tape recorder. What we see is determined to a large extent by what we hear. You can verify this proposition by a simple experiment. Turn off the soundtrack on your television set and substitute an arbitrary soundtrack pre-recorded on your tape recorder. Street sounds, music, conversation recordings of other television programs. You will find that the arbitrary soundtrack seems to be appropriate and is in fact determining your interpretation of the film track on screen. P-Orage was experiencing a demonstration of Cut UPS and playback in real time, right there, where he was sitting. I was already being taught. What Bill explained to me then was pivotal to the unfolding of my life and art. Everything is recorded. If it is recorded, it can be edited. If it can be edited, then the order, sense, meaning and direction are as arbitrary and personal as the agenda and/or person editing. This is magic. Burroughs went on to describe his theories about the pre-recorded universe, quoting Wittgenstein, and describing with obvious relish his experiments with tape recorders at both the Chicago Democrats Convention in and, closer to home, on the streets of London, using playback to wage psychic warfare against the Scientology HQ and the infamous Mocha Coffee Bar. In addition to the street recordings, cut up with the trouble sounds of police sirens, screams, sound effects of explosions and machine gun fire taped from the TV, Burroughs had also taken photographs of his targets. As part of his explanation, he showed P-Orage one of his journal scrapbooks in which he had posted two photos, a simple black and white street scene, with the relevant building clearly visible, and then another beneath it from which he had carefully sliced out the target with a razor blade, gluing the two halves of the photo back together so as to create an image of the street with the offending institution removed. The same principle could clearly be applied to photos of people that you wanted to excise from your life, he said. These ideas would have a profound effect on Burroughs and Christopherson, as well as many of the anti-musicians and sound artists that they would collaborate with or inspire in their turn. But it wasn't just the sonic application of the cut UPS with tape recorders that spoke to them, rather the whole approach to challenging conventional wisdom and deprogramming the self from the imposed beliefs and values of mainstream society. Of the family tree that reaches from industrial pioneers throbbing gristle through psychic TV and ultimately to coil, much fruit has been born relating to Burroughs and Geeson, the cut UPS, the other method, a term Burroughs adopted from Geeson, who had told him magic calls itself the other method for controlling matter and knowing space, and the third mind. A further anecdote from Burroughs that demonstrates Burroughs' lingering interest in the unexplained voices on tape is given in his account of an experiment conducted during a visit to Burroughs at his home, the former YMCA locker room nicknamed the Bunker, on August a date that always had mythic significance for Burroughs as a dividing line in history, as it was when the Americans had dropped the atomic bomb on the Japanese, bringing the Second World War to an abrupt close. Given that we were meeting on Hiroshima Day, as Burroughs designated it, there was a feeling that perhaps quite a large number of souls might wish to break through. We set up an old tape recorder on the kitchen table where many a dinner soiree was held over his New York years and hit record. Each of us took turns listening. Final report from the bunker? Nothing. Oh, how we hoped for evidence, but we just got the expected hiss and shortwave Twilight Zone type sounds. Regardless, and Crowley was fastidious in reminding the initiate of this, we did not fall into the trap of lust of result. After TG had split, Burroughs and Christopherson went on to form Psychic Television Limited, with its attendant conceptual art gag masquerading as fan club pretending to be a cult, the Temple of Psychic Youth Sick, or TOPY as it was known, and for a while there was an inner circle that revolved around a strange hybrid of the ideas of occultists Aleister Crowley and Austin Osman Spare regarding consciousness alteration, dream control, and sex magic. TOPY ran curiously parallel, and at times fed into, the then emerging chaos magic scene in much the same way as industrial had punk, and the life and work of Burroughs and Geeson and their associates, with their cut UPS, Dream Machine, Playback, and Third Mind, equally offered a kind of toolkit for similar ends. It looked like if the revolution was going to be televised after all, then Psychic TV were going to be first in line to put in their bid for the franchise. Highlights of the creative cross-fertilization between Burroughs and the industrial pioneers have included the release of the album Nothing Here Now But the Recordings, and the Final Academy. Organized by David Dawson, Roger Illy, and Genesis Burroughs and Peter Christopherson, the Final Academy consisted of a series of main events over 4 days at the Ritzy Cinema, Brixton, in which William S. Burroughs and Brian Geeson would be celebrated in film, music, performance, and readings. The famous experimental films shot by Anthony Balch in the S would be shown each night. There would also be performances by the experimental music groups that had been inspired by their example, Skidoo, Last Few Days, Cabaret Voltaire, and the debut of Psychic TV, recently formed from the ashes of Throbbing Gristle, as well as a variety of other poets and performance artists. Some, like John Giorno and Terry Wilson, were of course friends with Burroughs and Geeson. Others, like Anne Bean, Paul Burwell, and Ruth Adams, were associates of Roger Illy. His B Gallery ran an exhibition of Brian Geeson paintings, complete with Dream Machine, collages from the Third Mind, and scrapbook material. There were also book signings, with a whole host of new publications, such as new paperback editions of a William Burroughs Reader and Cities of the Red Night, Victor Bacra's seminal collection of after-dinner conversations, with William Burroughs, a report from the bunker, as well as Here to Go, Planet R, the definitive statement from Brian Geeson, with the help of Terry Wilson, and the Burroughs/Geeson/TG special, both from Re/Search Publications, and also other regional events in Liverpool, London, and Manchester, including additional performances by Mark Almond, Jeff Nuttall, and Heathcote Williams, and films by Derek Jarman and Sirith Wynne Evans. In the press at the time of the final Academy, P. Orridge had this to say about the influence of Burroughs and Geeson. William, Bryan and the poet John Giorno used writing because in their day writing was the most vital, living form for propaganda. They got hold of tape recorders and made films with the late Anthony Balch, always trying to reapply what they discovered through writing to other media. Now you've got groups like Cabaret Voltaire, Skidoo, Last Few Days and Psychic TV who have followed through and used tape, cut UPS, random chats and sound in the way they've read or at least been inspired in Burroughs and Geeson's books. They put it, though, into popular culture, i.e. music, which happens at the moment to be the most vital form. All too soon though cracks began to show, and P. Orridge and Christopherson parted company, Genesis would develop PTV in the direction of rave music, applying the cut-up methods of sampling, cut and paste, and appropriation to the development of a techno-psychedelia, and TOPY increasingly concerned with New Age, merry prankster-style utopian tribalism. His role as figurehead for these disparate anti-movements, and the cultural memes he was engineering, from cut UPS and sex magic, to tattooing, piercing, and body modification, inevitably lead to conflict with the authorities, and P. Orridge had to flee England for a life of exile in the United States. Eventually he would come to perhaps the most radical application of all of his interpretation of the ideas of Burroughs and Geeson, Pandrogyny, in which P. Orridge and his spouse, Lady J, would literally try and cut up gender. When Peter Christopherson broke with P. Orridge, PTV, and TOPY, it was to join forces with his then life partner, another graduate of the Final Academy and former psychic youth, Gefruchten, aka John Balance, to concentrate on the magical and musical entity that was Coil. They continued to hold Burroughs and Geeson in the highest regard as role models and teachers, and find new ways to apply their lessons through the newly emerging computer technologies that allowed for the sampling and manipulation of sound like never before, whilst at the same time acknowledging the inspiration of the more hands-on original experiments. The original intentions of cut-ups were, if we go back to Burroughs and Geeson, to allow the future to leak through. They were spells, rituals and magical maps with which to break up reality. That was their intention and their result. On Love's Secret Domain we made a deliberate attempt to get back to magical cut UPS. Another more direct acknowledgement of their debt was when they were instrumental in producing the new Dutch edition of the key Burroughs text, The Electronic Revolution, in collaboration with Maldoror Press of The Hague. Christopherson created the layout and cover design, and Balance provided the introduction, in which he wrote, "This book is the original handbook of possibilities. It is both user and misuser friendly. The true danger lies in denial. It is intended to be used and applied. Experimentation is of vital importance." Peter Sleazy Christopherson had also known Burroughs from the early days of Throbbing Gristle, operating in a defiantly non-musician capacity. His own use of pre-recorded sound and tapes in TG had been directly inspired by Burroughs. Certain from a very young age that he was homosexual but feeling stifled by his academic family background in the north of England, his discovery of Burroughs' naked lunch at the back of W. H. Smith's one rainy Saturday afternoon had been a revelation to the year-old boy. "It changed my life," he said later, continuing that, "My perception of Burroughs' work is that things that happen in his books happen in a spirit world where there isn't really any self-consciousness, intellectualization or present time really. The time they take place in isn't the annihilating reality of now. It is some other space altogether." A talented photographer who helped to design high-profile rock album covers as a day job, in his spare time Christopherson delighted in taking photos of young male friends in what appeared to be compromising situations, carefully staged. One particular set of images was for his friend John Harwood's Boutique Boy, which appeared to show youths beaten and bloodied by skinhead thugs. Another was an early set of promo photos for the Sex Pistols, taken in the public toilets of a YMCA, apparently declined by Malcolm McLaren because they made the band look too much like psychotic rent boys. These kinds of extracurricular interests had earned Christopherson the affectionate nickname Sleazy from his bandmates, one that would endure with friends, and, later, fans alike, throughout his life. When it came to industrial music, his role in Throbbing Gristle completely bypassed conventional instrumentation of any kind. Inspired by Burroughs, he would enthusiastically apply and develop such ideas as he had read about in The Job and the Electronic Revolution with found sound and loops, frequently cutting up recordings live, from prepared tapes and treated radio and TV sources. Christopherson was in New York on business and visited Burroughs at the bunker, taking with him a portfolio of his boy photos. Burroughs was really enthusiastic about the images, and talked about wanting to incorporate them in a book alongside the text he was working on. Blade Runner, Sleazy made clear, nothing to do with the film. But regrettably the publisher wouldn't run to the expense. Nonetheless, they bonded over a bottle of vodka, Christopherson later recalling. I remember getting very, very drunk with him. And it was one of those times where you could sit for a long time and not say anything and feel okay about it. Maybe that has something to do with the place, which is a converted YMCA. But he also had a more practical suggestion. I suggested that it would be great to release a record of his original cut-up recordings. We really wanted people to be able to hear what they actually sounded like. Genesis P. Orridge had also been suggesting the same idea for a while. I thought of doing the LP it was about the first thing I suggested to him when I met him. And I wrote him letters suggesting it again and again and again for the following 8 years, and suddenly one day James Grauerholtz wrote back and said okay. Just when I thought he was never going to do it. So eventually it was agreed, and arrangements were made for P. Orridge and Christopherson to go over to Lawrence, Kansas, where, in the middle of the summer heat, they spent a frantic and humid week in a motel room with inadequate air conditioning, a rented Revox tape recorder, going through a shoebox full of old tapes. By all accounts the actual tapes were in a pretty poor condition, and it sounds like they were duplicated for posterity not a moment too soon. As P. Orridge later told Vale in an interview for Re/Search. He just agreed to us taking the tapes away, 15 hours of them, and editing them down to an LP. It's a good job we got them, cause they were recorded over 20 years ago and the oxide was actually crumbling off the tapes as we held them. The album, titled Nothing Here Now But the Recordings, came out in May on Throbbing Gristle's own Industrial Records label, serial number IR. It was a significant release. There had been previous records of spoken word from William S. Burroughs, starting with the classic Call Me Burroughs issued by the English Bookshop in Paris and reissued the following year on the ESP label, and then in a recording of Burroughs reading a draft of Ali's Smile was released in a very limited edition of only copies, but this was the first time that recordings of the actual cut-up experiments with tape would be made available. It would also be the final release on the Industrial Records label, followed by the demise of Throbbing Gristle later that year. Notifying their fans and followers with a simple postcard, reading Throbbing Gristle, the mission is terminated. In many respects things had come full circle for the wreckers of civilization, passing on the baton to the next generation with the challenge, example, and inspiration of the cut-up experiments of William S. Burroughs and Brian Geeson. Something would come full circle when Peter Christopherson was approached in the capacity of his day job as a director of promo videos by the members of Ministry, an American hardcore industrial rock band, whose Just One Fix was about to be released as a single. According to Christopherson's partner, John Balance, they had used some Burroughs samples and their record company made them take them off as they were scared of copyright infringement, and William heard and he said, "Oh no, put them back on." So we went over and filmed them all, William shooting and stuff, and while we were there we also did some recording with him for Coil. Among the spoken word samples of Burroughs used by Ministry, the phrase "bring it all down" seemed to offer an appropriate comment and counterpoint to their pounding anthem of drug-addled desperation, at least in part inspired by frontman Al Jurgensen's own battles with crack and heroin addiction. As fans of Throbbing Gristle and Coil, Ministry were well aware of Sleazy's previous connections with Burroughs, and so asked if it would be possible to make arrangements for the writer to appear in the video. Christopherson made the call to Lawrence, asking Burroughs if he would be willing to consider the project. When Burroughs named a fee, Christopherson winced. "William, that's a lot of money." To which the old writer allegedly replied, "Well, I got a lot of fucking cats to feed." Clearly a mutually satisfactory arrangement was arrived at, however, as the artwork for the eventual release features an original painting by Burroughs, titled appropriately enough "Last Chance Junction and Curse on Drug Hysterics." In Christopherson's finished promo clip, we see both footage of Burroughs at target practice, and also a more formal sequence, in which the high priest of junk is seen making passes back and forth with his hands like a conjurer. This is clearly a reference to a sequence in the early experimental film shot with Anthony Balch, Towers Open Fire, where a close-up of Burroughs' hands passing back and forth over a stack of old film cans, apparently causing them to disappear, as if by magic, is juxtaposed with the chant Curse Go Back" on the accompanying soundtrack. The visit to Lawrence, Kansas would turn out to be Coyle's last encounter with Burroughs. While filming for Just One Fix, they observed firsthand how he incorporated a form of sigil magic into his shooting practice, drawing images or phrases which were stuck onto the targets, before being blasted with his favorite handguns. They would also record him for use in a sadly unrealized project, named after a haunting phrase that appeared in his work, "Wounded galaxies tap at the window." Balance told an interviewer, "I'm fed up of hearing him speak over other people's work, so we got him to say a load of words, from which we'll do an original cut-up." Speaking later, he also confirmed we got him to speak some words to do a magical cut-up, adding mischievously, "We did hot knives with him. He's always sort of in a netherworld even when you meet him," before going on to explain. "If you got him on Thursday afternoon when he gets back from the clinic in Kansas where he had his methadone, he'd be dancing around like a kid, singing songs about falling in love with astronauts. He was brilliant on that day. His level of extrovertness was in direct proportion to the amount of time it was since Thursday afternoon." One can only assume that Balance and Christopherson were treated to an impromptu performance along the lines of this astronaut serenade from the introduction Burroughs had written for a collection of the poems of his friend, John Giorno. As the poet says, "You reckon ill who leave me out. When me you fly, I am the wings. Yes, maybe we will go along into space, invited or not. Heavily muscled Randy Scott. You're my favorite astronaut. Hunka Scotty, oh you. I'm going to hitch a ride with you." They also discussed the possibility of using ketamine, a dissociative substance more typically used as a veterinary anesthetic, but which was starting to attract attention on the rave scene as a post-club drug believed to induce a plausible approximation of the famed near-death experience. As psychologist Todd Gerard wrote in a joint paper in Ketamine may disrupt patterns of brain activation that coalesce to represent an integrated body and self, leading to out-of-body experiences, but in the end the aging psychonaut thought it might be too much of a risk to his health, and erred on the side of caution. Burroughs then signed a copy of The Cat Inside, reaching down to pick up a stray cat whisker, which he affixed to the title page as part of the dedication, just above his signature. Christopherson later summed up this last visit with Burroughs as follows: "He was charming. He was like us in that he's not particularly sociable and quite happy to invite you to his house and make sure you've always got a drink in your hand but not actually talk that much, just sit for hours watching the cats. But he wasn't an unfriendly person, he was more shamanic in his demeanor. I'd have conversations with him on occasion but that was always an exception." Interlude. The Mocha Coffee Bar, slight return. By the time I was living in London in the late the site of what had once upon a time been the infamous Mocha Coffee Bar in Frith Street had become the new Maxim's, one of those curious Soho establishments that sells porn upstairs and operates as a hostess bar downstairs. The original Maxim's had been round the corner in Old Compton Street, until it was closed down after pressure from the police and raids by the Vice Squad. Curiously, that Maxim's had originally started life as the world-famous Maxim's Review Bar, originally located next door to the Mocha, as can be seen from the photos William Burroughs took during his playback operations so by the new Maxim setting up in Frith Street, something had clearly come full circle. Although it is not actually mentioned in the account given in the job, Burroughs alleged privately that the proprietors of the Mocha Bar were Maltese. Over years later, despite the radical change in the nature of business conducted on the premises at Frith Street, London W, it was known to be in the hands of Maltese gangsters. Coincidence, or? Years after I saw it last, the new Maxims was still there, but at the time I tried to visit, at least, it was closed for business. Perhaps somewhere there lurked a disgruntled former customer, flitting among the shadows like an undercover agent as he moves into present time, making his furtive recordings, as he takes his photos, only, these days probably on a mobile. Once again, playback stalks Frith Street, and the ghost of William S. Burroughs smiles. A progressive education. From the diary of a 6-year-old boy at the American school in Tangier, Morocco, I get up at. I eat my breakfast. Then I go to the job. When asked what he meant by the job, he said, school of course. September, and William S. Burroughs is in London for the final academy. Everybody wants to get their books signed, or have their photo taken with him. I choose to do neither, deliberately. Eventually I am in just the right place at just the right time. When I get a chance to speak to William in person, I ask him about magic, a common interest for most of the artists involved, one way or another, and whether he would care to recommend any books on the subject. Without hesitation he mentioned Dion Fortune's Psychic Self-Defense, even though he qualified it as a bit old-fashioned. To break the ice, I talk about books. He is delighted to discover that I have read his beloved Denton Welch, also J.W. Dunn's An Experiment with Time. I have found them in my old school library, and know both have been a tremendous influence on him in different ways. On Something of a Roll, I mention Real Magic by Philip Emmons Isaac Bonewits to Burroughs, and he acknowledges that it has some good information, but is much more enthusiastic about Magic, an Occult Primer by David Conway. Many years later, I would discover from Conway himself that he and Burroughs had corresponded back in the early but that is another story. Knowing of his interest in Reich's Argon Accumulator, I mention also that I have just read Colin Wilson's The Quest for Wilhelm Reich, published the year before. Burroughs likes Wilson, he says, jokes that the Colonel with his cottage in Wales in Wilson's Return of the Loiger and his own Colonel Sutton Smith, also equipped with a cottage in Wales, from the discipline of De are one and the same. He had also taken the trouble to write an extensive and largely positive review of Wilson's The Mind Parasites when it had come out in Mind Parasites, Malignant Beings Who Lurk in the Deepest Layers of the Unconscious. In precise physiological terms, this would correspond to the back brain or hypothalamus, sapping the very life force of mankind, cutting him off from his natural capacity for self-renewal. It was all so unsettling that I broke the habit of a lifetime and drank a bottle of champagne at lunchtime. The means are at hand to conquer inner space, but they are not being used. Despite impressive technical advances, the planet is still in the Stone Age psychologically. Who would profit from turning the clock all the way back to the Stone Age and keeping man out of space? A parasitic entity that lives in the human body and could not survive space. Regrettably, the feeling was not mutual. Wilson once remarked to an interviewer, "Somebody rang me and said Bill Burroughs is in London and we're giving a party for him, and would you come along? And I said, honestly I can't see any point, because I don't like his work, I hate his work." The aforementioned David Conway also informed me that Colin Wilson once referred to Burroughs as that dreadful man. As Burroughs began to talk of black magic and curses in North Africa, traveling with medicine men up the Amazon, and describing his experiments with tape recordings and playback on the streets of London's West End and in the midst of the Chicago Democrats' convention and ensuing riots, I realized that for Burroughs this was utterly real. He talked about different kinds of perception, and I heard for the first time his famous remark that the purpose of all art and writing is to make people aware of what they know but don't know that they know. He described the walk exercise, in which you try to see everybody on the street before they see you. I was taught this by an old mafia don in Chicago. Sharpens your survival IQ. It pays to keep your eyes and ears open. He told me about a dream that he had as a young man, working as an exterminator in Chicago, of watching from a helpless out-of-body point of view, floating above the bed, as his body got up and went out with some unknown and sinister purpose that he was powerless to influence. With a shudder, he told me that possession was still the basic fear. The writer Victor Bacchus visited his old friend at home in Lawrence, Kansas, to talk with him for Interview magazine. During a discussion about author Whitley Strieber's alleged alien contact experiences, and how Burroughs was finding the 90s a very unfunny, very grim decade, at one point Bacchus was very upset about a sense of being invaded, and the reply shows that for William S. Burroughs the old concerns had not gone away. You are no more invaded than the rest of us. When I go into my psyche, at a certain point I meet a very hostile, very strong force. It's as definite as somebody attacking me in a bar. What you have to do is confront the possession. You can do that only when you've wiped out the words. In later years, William Burroughs became increasingly preoccupied with different notions of immortality, one in particular being the immortality a writer may have through his work. In The Place of Dead Roads he writes, "Whenever you use this bow I will be there," the Zen archery master tells his students. And he means there quite literally. The obvious comparison is with the writer. Whenever anyone reads his words the writer is there. He lives in his readers. And on a more personal note, speaking through his shouldest alter ego, Kim Carson's, my saga will shine in the eyes of adolescents squinting through gunsmoke. Increasingly, however, as Burroughs moved toward old age he began to express himself more and more through a newfound love of painting, to the extent that it practically became a second career. With The Western Lands, the final volume of his acclaimed Red Knight trilogy, it seemed as if Burroughs was taking stock of his long life and looking back over his varied career. Many critics, fans, and general readers alike found it hard not to take the book as his farewell to literature when they read the closing lines. The old writer couldn't write any more because he had reached the end of words, the end of what can be done with words. How long can one hang on? Clinging always to less and less. In Tangier the parade bar is closed. Shadows are falling on the mountain. Hurry up, please. It's time. It was not to be the case, however. Although there is certainly a sense of taking stock, of settling scores and putting one's affairs in order about The Western Lands, it was by no means the last book from William S. Burroughs. No sooner had it been published, and the author taken time out to promote his newly developing second career as a painter, than he was telling interviewers, "Western Lands is just the end of a cycle. But I'm already writing another, a short novel, Ghost of Chance. About Jesus Christ. And lemurs, and Captain Mission and the pirates, set in Madagascar. And then there's the Museum of Lost Species, or Extinct Species, rather. There's a lot in there to do with magic, and miracles. As well as the slim novella, Ghost of Chance, illustrated with a collection of his own smeared ink blot calligraphies, there was a steady trickle of literary material, The Cat Inside, a meditation on what his adoption of cats had meant to him, not so much as domestic pets but more as psychic familiars. Evidence indicates that cats were first tamed in Egypt. The Egyptians stored grain, which attracted rodents, which attracted cats. No evidence that such a thing happened with the Mayans, though a number of wild cats are native to the area. I don't think this is accurate. It is certainly not the whole story. Cats didn't start as mousers. Weasels and snakes and dogs are more efficient as rodent control agents. I postulate that cats started as psychic companions, as familiars, and have never deviated from this function. Burroughs described how the various cats he had begun to gather around him served just such a function, reminding him of loved ones from his past. I have said that cats serve as familiars, psychic companions. They certainly are company. The familiars of an old writer are his memories, scenes, and characters from his past, real or imaginary. A psychoanalyst would say I am simply projecting these fantasies onto my cats. Yes, quite simply and quite literally, cats serve as sensitive screens for quite precise attitudes when cast in appropriate roles. The roles can shift and one cat may take various parts: my mother, my wife, Joan, Jane Bowles, my son, Billy, my father, Kiki, and other amigos, Denton Welch, who has influenced me more than any other writer, though we never met. Cats may be my last link to a dying species. Whether they came from dreams, borrowed from the work of other writers, or based on people he had actually known, characters were all important to Burroughs. C.J. Bradbury Robinson, who knew him well during his years in Duke Street, London, when Burroughs was something of a mentor to the younger writer, has written that although Burroughs seemed to live a life of quiet solitude, he never felt that the older writer was lacking for company. He once said to me, "I'm never alone, Brad, I have my characters." And one could sense they were there in the room. Burroughs himself had described on a number of occasions just how alive his characters were to him, sometimes in no uncertain terms. Any writer who hasn't jacked off with his characters, those characters will not come alive in a sexual context. I certainly jack off with my characters. The cat inside was also a final expression of the third mind with his old friend and collaborator, Brian Geeson, who provided simple elegant brushstroke calligraphies of cats by way of illustration, even though he was dying slowly from inoperable cancer. Then there was my education, a book of dreams, partly inspired by Jean Genet's Prisoner of Love, and partly a meditation on themes that had recurred throughout the writer's long and often troubled life, as they came to him in his dreams. Burroughs had often stressed dreams are a fertile source of material for writing. At least 40% of my material derives from dreams, and now his dreams, painting, and writing were all influencing and feeding back into each other. And so dreams tell stories, many stories. I am writing a story, if it could be so called, about the Mary Celeste. I am painting scenes from the story I am writing. And I am dreaming about the Mary Celeste, the dreams feeding back into my writing and painting. A poignant development is that Burroughs experiences a number of dreams that took place in a consistent afterlife setting that he starts to refer to as the land of the dead. These dreams become a roll call of all the lost loved ones from down the years. The land of the dead can be recognized by certain signs: the people are all dead and known to me: Mother, Dad, Mort, Brian Geeson, Ian Somerville, Anthony Balch, Michael Portman, Mikey, Kells Elvins. There is always difficulty in obtaining breakfast or any food for that matter. In addition, there was the first collection of the letters of William S. Burroughs, too, which allowed us to follow the life of Burroughs the man after World War II, charting the development and increasing desperation of his addiction, his travels both inner and outer, and the inevitable consequences of his shooting Joan, as well as opening an at times eye-wateringly candid window onto the emergence of Burroughs the writer, leading up to completion of Naked Lunch and the discovery of the cut UPS. Hurry up, please. It's time. It was a hectic, portentous time. We all thought we were interplanetary agents involved in a deadly struggle. Battles. Codes. Ambushes. It seemed real at the time. From here, who knows? We were promised transport out of the area, out of time and into space. We were getting messages, making contacts. Everything had meaning. The danger and the fear were real enough. Remember when I threw a blast of energy and all the light in the Earl's Court area of London went out, all the way down to North End Road? There in my £5 a week room in the Empress Hotel, torn down long ago. And the wind I called up, like Conrad Veidt in one of those sword and sorcery movies, up on top of a tower raising his arms: wind. 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 It all reads like sci-fi from here. Not very good sci-fi, but real enough at the time. There were casualties. Quite a number. So here I am. Like the honorary agent for a planet that went out light years ago. Maybe I am. Who will ever know? William S. Burroughs engaged with a number of methods and systems down the years, in the search for some method, special knowledge, or technique, which would free him to be whom he wanted to be, to live how he wanted to live, and, perhaps most important of all, liberate him from the ever-impending threat of possession by the ugly spirit. James Grower Halts, his companion and collaborator for years from until Burroughs' death said of him. Burroughs often wrote about his belief in a magical universe. He studied anthropology and comparative religions at Harvard and at Mexico City College, and he developed a view of the world that was based primarily on will. Nothing happens unless someone wills it to happen. Curses are real, possession is real. This struck him as a better model for human experience and psychology than the neurosis theories of Freud, in the end. But it also fit neatly into his personal experience of self and other. For him, the other was a deadly challenge to the self, and never worse than when it manifested as the other half, an other inside. He did pursue a lifelong quest for spiritual techniques by which to master his unruly thoughts and feelings, to gain a feeling of safety from oppression and assault from without, and from within. The list of rational systems that he took up and tried is a long one. As Burroughs himself would write in his journal, barely a couple of months before his death. Do I want to know? I have tried psychoanalysis, yoga, Alexander's posture method, done a seminar with Robert Monroe, The Journeys Out of the Body Man, EST in London, Scientology, sweat lodges and a whippy ceremony. Looking for the answer? Why? Do you want to know the secret? Hell, no. Just what I needed to know, to do what I can do. This was not all that different to the kind of concerns he had expressed to his friend, the editor and writer Graham Masterton, all those years ago at Duke Street. To paraphrase a little what he said to me one evening, because I can't recall his exact words, if there are procedures or rituals which we can use to communicate with the dead, what we need to discover is, how do they work? Belief, in itself, is not enough. In the early traveling in South America he took yag, now better known as ayahuasca, a brew made by medicine men from the vine of the soul that was said to induce telepathy and put you in touch with the ancestors, at one time quite literally being fellow traveler with the father of modern ethnobotany, and fellow Harvard man, Richard Evans Schultz. Later, in Brian Geeson's 1001 Nights restaurant in Tangier, he would meet the first rich hippies, John and Mary Cook, who were key early supporters of L. Ron Hubbard. After hearing more about them and their methods from Geeson at the Beat Hotel in Paris, there was an intensive period with Scientology, first in London and then at St. Hill, East Grinstead, which was the World HQ for a while in the before Ron took to the high seas. Burroughs was on board long enough to be declared clear before falling foul of the church's party line and deciding that Scientology was a wrong number, but even in the late he still spoke emphatically of the efficacy of some of their techniques, the uses of auditing and the e-meter, while deploring what he saw as the crypto-fascist, religious aspects of the cult. His friend, the Scottish beat writer and fellow addict, Alex Trokey, was probably only half teasing when he later told me, echoing Ian Somerville, that Bill was only interested in Scientology because he thought it would give him power over people. Burroughs had also dipped into Earhart Seminar's training, and the Silva mind control method, and was enthusiastic about research into parapsychology and sensory deprivation. For a while in the in London he took a course called Mind Dimensions that promised deep relaxation in a waking state, and attended workshops given by the psychic healer, retired Army officer Major Bruce McMonawy. Saw group concentration lift a piano into the air. Piano weighed like pounds at least. It was in London. He gave a very convincing demonstration of white magic. You are going up through a tunnel of light. You will be met by kind guides and friends. The group of about 20 would use trance and visualizations of a pillar of light. Burroughs felt that the Major had definite ability, though, and after asking for help with a bout of sciatica compared the laying on of hands to the tingling he had experienced in Reich's argon accumulator. American return. America is not a young land, it is old and dirty and evil before the settlers, before the Indians. The evil is there waiting. After his return to the United States Burroughs began to re-engage with more traditional styles of writing such as the picaresque, as a way of combating the writer's block that he felt was a dead end almost inevitably brought about by his overzealous commitment to non-linear, non-narrative, and even non-literary experimentation. Using the tentative return to episodic, magical realist-style narrative that had characterized works such as The Wild Boys and Port of Saints, Burroughs began to work on what would eventually become his comeback novel, Cities of the Red Night, which would also be the first volume of his last great trilogy. In June, Burroughs moved into what had been the locker room of a former YMCA at Bowery, a large, bare, almost windowless space of concrete walls, floor, and ceiling, which became known affectionately as the bunker. Described by Victor Bockris as a totally white, starkly lit cavern, it was in the middle of a run-down area of bums and junkies in New York's Lower East Side, but the 3 locked gates and bulletproof metal door between Burroughs and the street were enough to make him feel secure. Apart from its security, the bunker had other attractions, which Burroughs, as ever, would borrow for a setting in his writing. More advanced and detailed incantations are carried out in the locker room gymnasium of an empty school. All that young male energy, so much better than a church, my dead I mean my dear, all those whining snivelling prayers. There was also the fact that Burroughs and some of his friends and visitors felt the place to be haunted, which doubtless prompted a number of his discussions at that time regarding ghosts and incubi and succubi, as well as various psychic experiments. As he would write in explanation regarding Fear and the Monkey, one of the very few of his texts that Burroughs identified as a poem, which revisits a number of familiar literary preoccupations. August. This text arranged in my New York loft, which is the converted locker room of an old YMCA. Guests have reported the presence of a ghost boy. So this is a Ouija board poem taken from Dumb Instruments, a book of poems by Denton Welch, and spells and invocations from the Necronomicon, a highly secret magical text released in paperback. There is a pinch of Rambo, a dash of St. John Perse, an oblique reference to Toby Tyler with the circus, and the death of his pet monkey. Fear and the Monkey. Turgiditch and the Perfume of Death. On a whispering south wind. A smell of abyss and of nothingness. Dark angel of the wanderers howls through the loft. Ever since his youth William Burroughs had been intrigued by magic and the occult, reading the Egyptian and Tibetan books of the dead and Eliphas Levi's history of magic while he was at Harvard. Evidently, with his return from the old world to the new, he had not left such interests behind. Malcolm M.C. Neal visited Ohio State University archives to examine correspondence between himself and Burroughs in connection with A Book Is Here, and later wrote, "Most of the material in the box was familiar to me, but amongst the paperwork, I found one folder entitled WSB Desk Scraps that turned out to be especially enlightening. It was described as a collection of newspaper clippings and odds and ends that Bill had brought over from London. Amongst his little hoard of photos, bon mots, and aphorisms were several catalogues, business cards, and flyers from theosophist, spiritualist, and occult societies. Otherworldly reference he'd considered important enough to bring with him across the Atlantic. Apart from the radical geographical shift of returning to his native land, Burroughs also found unexpected stimulation via the teaching positions that his old friend Allen Ginsberg had secured for him, which, although they started badly with bored, disinterested students who had no idea who he was, and were just expecting a minimum pass grade, would eventually bring him into contact with a new audience of young people who were inspired by his ideas, life, and writings, and would in turn inspire him. One in particular was a young man from the American Midwest, James Grauer-Haltz, who would become Burroughs' assistant, companion, and manager for the next years, arranging lucrative reading tours and enabling him to be left alone just enough to get on with the work that he needed to do, while efficiently and respectfully taking care of the day-to-day business side of things. In this new atmosphere, Burroughs would meet many young people, some of whom would become particularly close friends, even amigos, his usual designation for young men who, as well as assisting with household, routine, and even secretarial chores, were companions and also on and sometimes off lovers. One of the first of these, who Burroughs had run into in a grocery store and again on the underground, was Stephen Lowe, the son of an undertaker, who would become an important companion during his years at the bunker in New York, being instrumental in providing the research about pirates that would eventually help catalyze and feed into Cities of the Red Night. The writing of Cities infamously ran aground of a terrible writer's block, begun shortly after Burroughs' return to the U.S. It was not completed until, without doubt, the longest time he had ever taken completing a book. The simple truth is that sometime in the late living at the infamous bunker on New York's Bowery, William Burroughs began fooling around with junk again and inevitably became re-addicted. A number of contributing factors can be considered, and have been proffered as explanations of a sort, that New York City at the time was awash with what has been described as a veritable tsunami of good quality, reasonably priced smack. The world heroin market became flooded with new supplies from Middle Eastern poppy fields after the fall of the Shah of Iran, that the New York punk culture, which had adopted Burroughs as its totem beat godfather, enthusiastically mixed chemically assisted hedonism and drug-fueled nihilism, that the stream of fans and well-wishers who began to make the countercultural pilgrimage to the bunker would bring offerings, only too happy, as Burroughs' personal assistant, James Grauerhaltz, would later put it, to get high with the Pope of Dope, that the steady decline of his son, Billy Jr., as a result of his own life of alcohol and drug abuse, and the unbridgeable emotional distance between them, was more than the usually cool and detached Burroughs could bear. And that Billy, despite considerable help and support from the likes of N. Waldman, Allen Ginsberg, and Burroughs Sr., and displaying some talent as a writer, would die aged only, from complications following a liver transplant. Perhaps it was all of these, or none of these. Burroughs himself had said on a number of occasions that asking why somebody becomes an addict is about as much use as asking why somebody catches malaria, the implication being that addiction is simply a disease of exposure. Whatever the reason, by the late Burroughs had become re-addicted, and despite the inevitable costs, his needs could be taken care of pretty easily in New York. There were always younger friends like the writer Stuart Meyer or filmmaker Howard Bruckner who were prepared to take care of actually copying the dope, an increasingly risky proposition for Burroughs as a man in his 60s, despite blackjack, pepper spray, and sword stick, as former Husker Du drummer and fellow junkie, Grant Hart, once remarked, "An old man with a cane is still just an old man." Elsewhere, however, it could be a major logistic problem. At more or less the same time, Burroughs' newfound career as spoken-word performer was being managed by James Grauerhaltz to bring in some much-needed money for the aging writer. Although rewarding, both financially and in terms of recognition and reaching out to a new audience, going on tour meant going away from easy access to the street supplies of home. A particularly vivid snapshot of this period in the life of William S. Burroughs, both junkie and writer, is given by the Dutch photographer, Gerard Pot. In a lengthy account he describes being along for the ride on a reading tour that took Burroughs to Brussels and Amsterdam on the sole understanding that he was there to help take care of the author's drug needs. From connecting him to the local scene so he can score, to even helping him to shoot up, on how I injected William Seward Burroughs' year-old feat, and full acknowledgement of the devil's bargain that it could require to have access to or be a part of Bill's world, Pa gives a pretty unflinching glimpse behind the scenes. At the same time that all this was happening, Burroughs had begun a regular teaching assignment at the first fully accredited Buddhist college in America, Naropa University in Boulder, Colorado, at the instigation of his old friend Allen Ginsberg, who was intimately involved with the setting up and organizing of the college in association with his Tibetan guru, Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche. Also at the urging of Ginsberg, Burroughs would go on one of Trungpa's spiritual retreats, but could not agree to the stipulation that he should not take along writing materials, objecting. A writer has to take it when it comes, and a glimpse once lost may never come again, like Coleridge's Kubla Khan. Writers don't write, they read and transcribe. They are only allowed access to the books at certain arbitrary times. They have to make the most of these occasions. Furthermore, I am more concerned with writing than I am with any kind of enlightenment, which is often an ever-retreating mirage like the fully analyzed or fully liberated person. I use meditation to get material for writing. Burroughs kept a journal of the experience, later published as the Retreat Diaries, in which he explored his thoughts and feelings about Tibetan Buddhism, and the tonal and nagual of Carlos Castañeda's Don Juan, which leads to an attempt at something like a statement of position. As far as any system goes, I prefer the open-ended, dangerous, and unpredictable universe of Don Juan to the closed, predictable karma universe of the Buddhists. I am not looking for a master, I am looking for the books. I will endeavor to summarize the highly complex and sophisticated system of spiritual training outlined by Don Juan. The tonal is the sum of any individual's perceptions and knowledge, everything he can talk about and explain, including his own physical body. The nagual is everything outside the tonal, the inexplicable, the unpredictable, the unknown. The role of the artist is to make contact with the nagual and bring a part of it back into the tonal in paint or words, sculpture, film, or music. The nagual is also the area of so-called psychic phenomena. He also writes of his attempts at astral projection, by the method outlined in Monroe's Journeys Out of the Body, in the hope of visiting significant friends who occur in his dreams, for example. I was thinking about Bradbury Robinson, an English friend who was then going in for mystical Christianity. These considerations lead Burroughs to make an unequivocal statement of his ultimate divergence from Buddhism. Telepathy, journeys out of the body, these manifestations, according to Trungpa, are mere distractions. They are all means to an end for the novelist. I even got copy out of Scientology. Any writer who does not consider his writing the most important thing he does, who does not consider writing his only salvation, I trust him little in the commerce of the soul. While he was teaching at Naropa, Burroughs also met a young student, Cabell McLean aka Cabell Lee Hardy, who would become another significant part of his inner circle. At first glance, Cabell could almost have stepped from the pages of one of Burroughs' novels. As artist Emma Doeve, who has illustrated his Burroughs-inspired prose, has commented, Cabell McLean was one of William Burroughs' wild boys, but maybe a lone wolf separated from the pack. Cabell was descended from and named for the American literary innovator, James Branch Cabell, author of the epic fantasy classic, Jurgen. He was a cross-dressing drug-taking gender-bending wild boy who also had an academic background in history, literature and medicine, having studied Elizabethan and Jacobean drama, Fitzgerald and his namesake, Cabell, reading Chaucer in the original and speaking Mandarin Chinese. After attending the University of Virginia, McLean first met Burroughs when he attended Naropa College as a graduate in the late s. Cabell came to the attention of Larry Fagan, who told him, "Where you need to be is with William. You're writing stories here, not poetry. Bill's the one you should be talking to." Anne Waldman and Michael Brownstein gave similar advice, "Go see Bill." He decided to attend one of Bill's classes before making up his mind about approaching him, perhaps understandably more than a little awestruck and wary. As he would later describe, although I had seen many images of William, I have to say I was unprepared for the real thing when I went to his class. I was completely taken aback by the ancient power that emanated from him. He simply amazed me, and I found myself almost speechless, a most unusual state for me, I can assure you. I had the overwhelming impression of ancient wisdom. I realize now that I was seeing the sheer weight of the ugly spirit on him. The spirit he had carried for so long, the spirit that had been trying to write his way out of since his wife Joan's death. I was hardly conscious of what he said during the class. I was too involved in watching his face, listening to the sound of his voice. I felt I was absorbing his words as one does the rays of the sun. Between and, McLean benefited from the direct tutelage of Burroughs in his literary endeavors. He collaborated with Burroughs on Gay Gun, which was the starting point for what would become first the Johnson family and, ultimately, The Place of Dead Roads, and the first ever excerpt was published as From Gay Gun in the Washington Review Volume No. December-January - and attributed to William Burroughs and Cabell McLean. As well as sharing a flat with Burroughs Sr., McLean also hung out, fought, and was friends with his ill-fated son, Billy Jr., was published alongside Jim Carroll, Gregory Corso, and Allen Ginsberg, and over time became close to Herbert Hunk and his long-term companion, Lewis Cartwright. Another mutual friend of Hunk and Burroughs, who would hang out at the bunker and also met Cabell, was Leslie Weiner, the tall, androgynous supermodel that everybody thought was a boy, who recorded what would later become the proto-trip-hop cult album, Which, and lived with Jean-Michel Basquiat for a year before turning her back on the world of fashion. For me, he was just someone I knew. A kind human I enjoyed spending time with. I met him when I was, late SNYC, introduced by a mutual friend. He asked for my phone number, called me the next day, and I spent years going over there in the afternoons and so forth. If I had to characterize our relationship, I would say it was more like a grandfather-granddaughter dynamic. Our friendship wasn't based upon the fact that he was William Burroughs. The filmmaker and poet, Mark Olmsted, who was a companion to Allen Ginsberg in the late has written a vivid account of meeting with Burroughs and telling him of a dream in which he had seen him with a face covered in tattoos, like the character Queequeg in Moby Dick, and been told that Burroughs was a master of Peruvian magic. On hearing this, Burroughs replied, "I am a master of Peruvian magic, my dear." Olmsted also mentions that Burroughs appeared to have a new cool queer secretary from Naropa, Cabell, who for the time being at least had somewhat displaced James Grauerhaltz, which perhaps goes some way to explaining the sibling rivalry between them. Cabell McLean gets a pretty bad rap when he is mentioned at all in the official Burroughs biographies, painted as little better than a cross-dressing, drug-taking, groupie rent boy. His surviving long-term partner of years, artist and Santeria priest, Eric K. Lerner, and others that knew him as part of the inner circle around Burroughs at the bunker, such as the aforementioned Stuart Meyer and Leslie Weiner, are quick to acknowledge that, although Cabell was certainly no saint, his bad behavior was pretty typical of the scene at that time. Some sources have suggested, usually off the record, of course, that the negative portrayal of Cabell that has lingered in certain circles is nothing short of old-fashioned jealousy, plain and simple, because of his intimacy with and access to Burroughs. You do have to ask, if McLean really was quite the pain in the ass that is suggested, why Burroughs continued any kind of relationship with him at all, beyond, say, a casual fling, yet alone such a close and creative one as lasted for the best part of 7 years? Something clearly meant enough to both men for them stay in touch for another 14 years after they ceased to be romantically or sexually involved, and they stayed friends for the remainder of Burroughs' life until he died in. Cabell McLean tragically died of complications of hepatitis and being HIV+, after several years of largely unacknowledged work trying to assist and educate about HIV and AIDS. He remained a prolific writer right up until his death, producing 2 novels, screen treatments, short stories, poems, essays, and numerous technical articles and a book on AIDS treatment and activism, the Page Arix AIDS Medical Glossary. In a memoir that he was working on right up until his death, he wrote, "I lived with Bill Burroughs between late and early. For aficionados of Bill's work, that means I was with him during much of the work on what is perhaps his greatest endeavor, the Red Knight trilogy. I came into his life just before the final edits of Cities of the Red Knight were completed, was with him throughout the writing of The Place of Dead Roads, and the beginnings of work on what would eventually become The Western Lands. I came to Bill originally because I wanted to learn how he wrote those absolutely incredible books. Our relationship was based on a simple arrangement. I helped out when I could, kept him company, paid my share of expenses, and so forth, and he taught me all he could. From Bill I learned, really, how to write all over again, from scratch. That wasn't his idea, but mine. As soon as I saw Bill work at close range, it became painfully clear that everything I thought I knew about writing was completely bass-ackwards. Under Bill's tutelage, I learned to be a workmanlike writer, to use his phrase. I collaborated with him on instructive experiments, learned research techniques, went with him to scout locations he wished to use in his work, did walkthroughs of scenes, and so forth. We traveled, entertained friends, both famous and not so famous, and always we talked and laughed and drank together. I felt then I was the most fortunate person in the world, and I still feel that perhaps these were the best days of my life. Whatever their difficulties together, long after they had parted, Cabell would remain present for William Burroughs, being mentioned in both last words, in which a footnote confirms Cabell Lee Hardy was Burroughs' companion in Boulder, Colorado in the late s, and they remained friends thereafter, and, somewhat more enigmatically, in several of the dreams recorded in my education, such as Boulder at sunrise, Caliber pistol. It was me all the time, of course. Cabell was me. The curse came down from me. McLean's surviving partner, Eric K. Lerner, informs me that James Grauerhalt sent both a contribution towards funeral expenses and a wreath when Cabell died. In his many articles and interviews, during his time teaching at Naropa, and in person, William S. Burroughs could be remarkably consistent as to the books he recommended, such as the poetry of his beloved Rimbaud or St. John Perse, or the prose of Jane Bowles or Denton Welch. Both writers are masters of the unforgettable phrase that no one else could have written, as well as Jack Black's Hobo Confessional, You Can't Win, or Joseph Moncure March's book-length narrative poem of Prohibition. Era melodrama, The Wild Party, it's the book that made me want to be a writer. Burroughs enthused on the dust jacket of the reprint. As well as the early literary inspirations, Burroughs was equally quick to acknowledge the books that had influenced his more esoteric thinking, from the oft-cited Carlos Castañeda, Dion Fortune, and books about the assassins, to the later impact of Norman Mailer's epic, Ancient Evenings, with its exploration of ancient Egyptian beliefs about the afterlife and system of seven souls. And the splendidly titled The Origin of Consciousness in the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind, by psychologist Julian Jaynes, which Burroughs felt explained much about the nature and origin of imaginary voices and verbal hallucinations, the possibility of telepathy, and perhaps even the location and function of word within the human brain. There was also the enduring interest in those books, like the Egyptian and Tibetan books of the dead, which he had first encountered in college at Harvard, which combined both an earlier form of picture-based writing, and were also intended as manuals for spiritual survival out of the body and navigation of post-mortem states. Later, Burroughs would add the picture books of the ancient Maya, comparing and contrasting what he considered the essential difference in their function and intent. The Mayan codices are undoubtedly books of the dead, that is to say, directions for time travel. If you see reincarnation as a fact, then the question arises, how does one orient oneself with regard to future lives? Consider death as a dangerous journey in which all past mistakes will count against you. For this reason I consider the Egyptian and Tibetan books of the dead, with their emphasis on ritual and knowing the right words, totally inadequate. There are no right words. Burroughs had always spoken consistently of the importance of dreams and the influence of psychic factors in his work. For instance, when I was writing The Place of Dead Roads, I felt in spiritual contact with the late English writer Denton Welch. Whole sections came to me as if dictated, like table tapping. Maurice Denton Welch was an English writer, now sadly overlooked, who produced a handful of novels, poems, and short stories in the s. At the age of, a motorist knocked from his bicycle, leaving him an invalid and in great pain, apparently only finding occasional relief thereafter when given a pain-killing injection of morphine. At first Denton did not believe in the power of the syringe, but the moment she pricked me so heartlessly, pushing the needle right in with vicious pleasure, I had faith. I knew that it was magic. For the rest of his short life he would be crippled, and often bedridden. The product of an upper-class English background, Denton was homosexual and about as repressed as it was possible to be by almost all the circumstances of his sad young life, but his writing was the one place in which he could find a kind of freedom. Burroughs had first been introduced to Welch's writings in the late s, when Jack Kerouac had loaned him Maiden Voyage, a coming-of-age tale of traveling from a relatively carefree colonial childhood in Hong Kong to the unhappiness of boarding school in cold, dull, grey home counties England. Many people find Welch's writing far too precious and mannered. Apparently Brian Geeson just could not stand him, but Burroughs continued to remember his reading of Welch fondly, enthusing about him to friends in London like C.J. Bradbury Robinson in the late S and Jim Pennington of Aloes Press in the early S. Later, back in the States, Burroughs was reintroduced to his work, and experienced it as a revelation. It was not until I reread Denton in that I realized the full extent of his influence. My Kim Carson, the hero of The Place of Dead Roads, is Denton Welch. In I Spent the Winter in Boulder, Colorado. Cabell Hardy, with whom I shared an apartment, managed to borrow Maiden Voyage, In Youth is Pleasure, A Voice Through a Cloud, the journals, a book of short stories called Brave and Cruel, and a volume called A Last Sheaf. These constitute almost the whole of Denton's literary output written over a 10-year period. Denton Welch makes the reader aware of the magic that is right under his eyes. The priest. They called him. I must create a system, or be enslaved by another man's. I will not reason and compare, my business is to create. William Blake, Jerusalem. What of those identifying themselves as magicians or occultists? What have they made of Burroughs and his work? Phil Hine, an early innovator and leading light of chaos magic, as well as an exponent of freestyle shamanism and tantra, had this to say. I'm greatly indebted to Burroughs' writing for enabling me to discover the nightmare culture of sexuality, drugs, and magic. Though I was first turned on to magic through the drawings of Austin Osman Spare, I realized that it was the work of Burroughs that awoke in me the desire to visit alien landscapes, and cross into the various zones forbidden by society in general. Over the years I have come to regard Burroughs' work as an astral grimoire, or launch pad from which to explore male sexuality and magic. At the time of the th anniversary of the final Academy series of events, I interviewed Phil Hine for the unofficial Celebration Academy, and he talked openly about how his first encounter with Burroughs had been the fairly predictable interest in sex and drugs and rebellion of the angst-ridden teenage outsider, but that when he began to engage with magic more seriously in his late teens early 20s, he came to re-examine Burroughs and his work more seriously. Mid to late that I came back to Burroughs with a specific magical eye. And I think one of the things that interested me in what Burroughs was saying about magic is that he was very much writing from a queer gay man's attitude to magic, and at that time there was very little that allowed homosexuality into magic in any kind of positive way. He also agreed that there is a continuing ambivalence and denial about various aspects of Burroughs' life and work, for instance the number of straight readers, occultists or not, who are a bit wary of the sexuality angle. It's almost as if they want Burroughs to be straight, as well as a comparable squeamishness about his engagement with the occult. Phil Hine is certain in his assessment, however. Well, I think it's pretty clear from his writings that he was an occultist. I think the other problem with Burroughs and the occult is he's not an obvious occult writer. A lot of occultists will tend to only read occult writing, and anybody who doesn't have a pentagram on the cover of their book is not thought of as being relevant. And I think that kind of mentality has perhaps prevented him getting people looking at him as an occultist. His occultism is just a feature of his life, rather than a major raison d'etre of his work. I mean, he's not like Crowley for example, but he's no less interesting because he's somebody who's experimented with occult forms quite openly in his life, and brought them into his fiction, and discusses them quite openly in his interviews. Of the family tree that reaches from industrial pioneers throbbing gristle through psychic TV and ultimately to coil, much fruit has been born relating to Burroughs and Geeson, the Cut UPS, and the Third Mind, more than I will attempt to document here, in fact, but highlights have included a Dutch edition of the key Burroughs text, The Electronic Revolution, for which John Ballance provided the introduction and Peter Christopherson the layout and cover design. Also, towards the end of his life, while visiting with him in Lawrence, Kansas, they observed how Burroughs incorporated sigil magic into his shooting practice, and also recorded him for use in the sadly unrealized project, Wounded Galaxies Tap at the Window. Balance explained. We asked him to recite certain keywords and phrases for us. This material has a shamanic quality to it, really it is a magical spell. This is where we connect with William. He describes the invisible world, he documents the hidden mechanisms. This is what we also seek out, the secret mechanisms, the occult. Peter Sleazy Christopherson knew Burroughs from the early days of Throbbing Gristle, and his own use of pre-recorded sound and tapes in TG had been directly inspired by him. He visited Burroughs in New York at his bunker, where they would discuss the possible use of Christopherson's photos for an edition of The Wild Boys, and conduct raw dive-style tape experiments. He would be instrumental in the release of an LP from Burroughs' audio archive, Nothing Here Now But the Recordings, on TG's Industrial Records, and later still Burroughs would acknowledge Coyle as the main successors to his and Brian's work at the Beat Hotel. Christopherson said, "My perception of Burroughs' work is that things that happen in his books happen in a spirit world where there isn't really any self-consciousness, intellectualization or present time really. The time they take place in isn't the annihilating reality of now. It is some other space altogether." More recently, Genesis Breyer P. Orridge has written a lengthy, in-depth text all about his encounter with Burroughs, Jason, and the Cut UPS, Magic Squares and Future Beats, in which he concludes, "I believe that a rereading of their combined body of work from a magical perspective only confirms what they themselves accepted about themselves, that they were powerful modern magicians." He also stresses, "I strongly advise any reader who has been inspired to reconsider their picture of both the beats and their world picture to look for an essay by William S. Burroughs titled The Discipline of Do Easy or The Discipline of Do, which is part of the book Exterminator. In my own private, alchemical life, a rigorous and continual application of this idea has been as central to my uncanny achievement of countless goals as the Austin Osman Spare system of sigillization." The filmmaker and self-professed magician Kenneth Anger has recently spoken of the occult activities of Burroughs and Jason in the in particular their scrying experiments, and also how at the time of the moon landings, they would clip newspaper photos of the astronauts to place spells on them, in the hope that they would make contact with non-human intelligences. It is perhaps somewhat ironic that Anger makes this revelation appearing in Nick Sheehan's documentary, Flicker, a film in celebration of Brian Geeson and the Dream Machine, if one takes into account the obvious antipathy that apparently existed between the two. In his recent definitive and official biography, Call Me Burroughs, A Life, Barry Miles describes an incident in which Burroughs, dining with Geeson and Somerville at one of his favorite restaurants, the otherwise deserted Renam, feels himself subjected to a sudden case of psychic attack. Bill had gone upstairs to the lavatory, when he was suddenly hit by a wave of hostility. He leaned against the wall, gasping, "I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying." At that moment the Yugoslavian owner came up the stairs and said something and the sensation disappeared. Bill returned to Brian and Ian, who were downstairs. Brian said, "Kenneth Anger, very definitely." Bill agreed. Anger was noted for throwing curses all over the place, even threatening his best friends like the Rolling Stones. In their excellent and groundbreaking book, Demons of the Flesh, The Complete Guide to Left-Hand Path Sex Magic, Zena and Nicholas Schreck make several references to the writings of Burroughs. In fact, just after the title page, a quotation from Burroughs sits alongside one from André Breton, "Desire is the great force," and another from Goethe's Faust, "The eternal feminine draws us onwards, to welcome us to the book." Let's talk about the most mysterious subject of all, sex. Sex is an electromagnetic phenomenon. Zena and Schreck refer to Burroughs, Geeson, and the Third Mind in their introduction, titled Foreplay, appropriately enough, and make reference to his exploration of Scientology. There is also a discussion of his interest in astral projection and dream states, mentioning Robert Monroe's Journeys Out of the Body, a firm favorite with Burroughs, which goes on to examine demon lover phenomena. If we are going to investigate incubi and succubi seriously, I really feel that we must begin by admitting that psychiatrists have no more objective proof that they come from our imaginations than priests have that they come from the devil. They also include his novel, Cities of the Red Night, and the Book of Interviews, with William Burroughs, A Report from the Bunker, by Victor Bacchus, in their extensive bibliography, but the key statement made about Burroughs in Demons of the Flesh surely has to be. One of the most useful and practical approaches to sex with demonic entities has been provided from a perhaps unexpected source, the author William S. Burroughs, whose writings and interviews consistently reveal a perception and working knowledge of erotic initiation rarely observed in more traditional magical specialists. Zena and Nicholas Schreck are both former associates of the Church of Satan and the Temple of Set, with a lifetime's experience of left-hand path practices ranging from Western black magic to Tibetan Buddhism. They now head their own Scythian liberation movement, in which they seek to combine devotion to the ancient Egyptian god against the gods, Set, with tantric Shakti, so it is surely worth noting also when they describe the homosexual sex magic rite which begins with an invocation of Set. From Burroughs' novel, Cities of the Red Night, as credible. The ritual in question takes place in the chapter Are You in Salt, a phrase deriving from the unexplained voices on tape of Konstantin Radive's Breakthrough, in which the private investigator, Clem Snide, is trying to decide how best to proceed with a missing person case that has begun to look like ritual murder. Back at the loft we decided to try some sex magic. According to psychic dogma, sex itself is incidental and should be subordinated to the intent of the ritual. But I don't believe in rules. What happens, happens. The altar is set up for an Egyptian rite timed for sunset, which is in 10 minutes. It is a slab of white marble about 3 feet square. We mark out the cardinal points. A hyacinth in a pot for earth, north. A red candle for fire, south. An alabaster bowl of water for water, east. A glyph in gold on white parchment for air, west. We then put up the glyphs for the rite, in gold on white parchment, on the west wall, since this is the sundown rite and we are facing west. Also we place on the altar a bowl of water, a bowl of milk, an incense burner, some rose essence, and a sprig of mint. All set, we strip down to sky clothes and we are both stiff before we can get our clothes off. I pick up an ivory wand and draw a circle around our bodies while we both intone translations of the rite, reading from the glyphs on the wall. Let the shining ones not have power over me. We pay homage to the 4 cardinal points as we invoke Set instead of Kantamantiu, since this is in some sense a black ritual. It is time now for the ritual climax, in which the gods possess our bodies and the magical intention is projected in the moment of orgasm and visualized as an outpouring of liquid gold. It seems highly likely that this ritual in Burroughs' work of fiction is largely based upon what is described as the Egyptian master ritual in David Conway's earliest bestseller, Magic, an Occult Primer. There are a number of quite specific details that can all be found in the ritual in Conway's book, from the many sensory and visual cues, such as a flower at each cardinal point, an ivory wand, a small bowl of milk, a bowl of water, mint, to the caution that works of discord, destruction, or death have to be confined to sunset. It is not hard to imagine that Burroughs is drawing his inspiration from Conway's advice that, for Clephothic intentions the name of Seth, Set, is generally substituted for that of Kantamantiu. Seth, the slayer of Horus Sick, has rightly or wrongly become the patron of black rituals based on the Egyptian tradition. Apart from the fact that Burroughs referenced Conway's work a number of times with remarkably consistency, there may have been a more personal connection. Writing to David Conway after the launch of his memoir, Magic Without Mirrors, The Making of a Magician, I broached the subject of Burroughs' endorsement of his earlier book, and he revealed that there had, in fact, been a correspondence between them. Although no mention is made of this in his otherwise quite candid and rather vivid memoir, David suggests that Burroughs initially approached him via a mutual acquaintance at Jonathan Cape Ltd., who had been the publisher of the first edition of Magic, an occult primer in, as well as a number of titles by Burroughs. We pledged that our exchanges would remain secret. That was his suggestion. He feared all manner of psychic repercussions, potentially harmful, but largely paranoid, were what we discussed to get out. And by out he had in mind more than just out into public knowledge. True to his word, Conway would not divulge the actual content of his correspondence with Burroughs, explaining in the event each of us burned the other's letters, but did offer. What I can mention is that of common concern to us was the access magic gives to a wellspring of power, a whole universe almost, which, in terms of conventional morality, is staggeringly evil yet ineffably beautiful. In confronting it, the magician becomes less the knightly hero that slays the dragon than the damsel who succumbs to its depravity. Here of course is the ugly beautiful complementarity found in so many folk tales. He concluded. WSB was a man with the voracious curiosity of a precocious, if undisciplined, child. But he craved to experience things rather than merely to know them. In other words, he sought to commit his total, not just cerebral, resources to that goal. Knowing one must lose oneself to find oneself, he feared this all-or-nothing approach might bring loss without deliverance. More specifically, it might lead to the disintegration of his precarious selfhood rather than its emancipation. Those were the concerns he expressed to me, not always coherently, in our correspondence, and it explains why Dion Fortune's psychic self-defense, as well my own approach, appealed to him. He was not first and foremost a magician, any more than I am, but a human being for whom magic, among other techniques, might lead not just to enlightenment but to a glorious, and liberating, apotheosis of the self. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. I say unto you, one must still have chaos in oneself to be able to give birth to a dancing star. I say unto you, you still have chaos in yourselves. Friedrich Nietzsche, thus spake Zarathustra. Even towards the end of his life, William S. Burroughs' engagement with the magical universe did not wane. The magical, psychic, spiritual, and occult appear in his later fiction like never before, from depictions of astral travel and sex in the second state to descriptions of actual rituals, referencing everything from Aleister Crowley and the Golden Dawn, to the myths of ancient Egypt, and even the dreaded, mythical Necronomicon of H.P. Lovecraft. This book is dedicated to the Ancient Ones, to the Lord of Abominations, Humwawa, whose face is a mass of entrails, whose breath is the stench of dung and the perfume of death, dark angel of all that is excreted and sours, Lord of Decay, Lord of the Future, who rides on a whispering south wind, to Pazuzu, Lord of Fevers and Plagues, dark angel of the four winds with rotting genitals from which he howls through sharpened teeth over stricken cities, to Kuchalo, the sleeping serpent who cannot be summoned. All of this was interwoven with increasingly neo-pagan concerns for the environment, the impact on man and nature of the Industrial Revolution with its emphasis on quantity, not quality, and standardization, as well as perceived turning points in history. His adoption of the ancient Egyptian model of the seven souls, continuing development of a very personalized myth of Hassan I Sabbah and the assassins of Alamet, and resistance to Christianity, the worst disaster that ever occurred on a disaster-prone planet. Virulent spiritual poison made him of increasing interest and relevance to the new occultists who were emerging from successive generations of counterculture that Burroughs had helped to shape through the example of his life and work. In the early the elderly Burroughs was initiated into the Illuminates of Thanatos, the leading chaos magic group, which had been founded in the late by pioneering English occultists, Peter J. Carroll and Ray Sherwin. Perhaps this was not such a surprising development. Many chaos magicians clearly felt a debt to Burroughs and his peers, and shared many of the same concerns as the Temple of Psychic Youth, demystifying magic, yet at the same time distilling the best from Aleister Crowley and Austin Osman Spare, while taking advantage of the latest ideas emerging in computers, maths, physics, and psychology. With the experiments started at the Beat Hotel, that he then took out onto the streets of London, Paris, and New York, William S. Burroughs was recognized as a definite pioneer and precursor, and with the later connections established through a younger generation of artist occultists, the link from cosmonaut of inner space to psychonaut was assured. It is suggested that William Burroughs' introduction to chaos magic had originally been via Australasian chaos sorcery practitioners, the Templum Nigri Solis. According to their own history, TNS formed in Australia as an independent magical temple in the S, drawing together members from a diverse range of backgrounds and practices. After meeting, comparing notes, and working with IoT co-founder, and then head, Peter J. Carroll, during his grand tour of the S, TNS agreed to affiliation and began operating within the Pact of the Illuminates of Thanateros, although this connection would later be severed, around the time that Carroll stepped down from the Pact in due course, Burroughs would contribute an introduction to the limited edition anthology, Between Spaces, selected rituals and essays from the archives of Templum Nigri Solis, which he described as a working manual. A how-to book to guide the spiritual quest of every man and enthused. The exercises described here are immediately workable. Although relatively short, the introduction is something of a showcase, including old favorites such as "It is necessary to travel. It is not necessary to live," and a slight misquoting of his old friend Alex Trocchi's famous "I am an astronaut sick of inner space," as well as a virtual statement of position. Science should be more magical and intuitive, magic more factual and scientific. This book is a step towards achieving such a synthesis and refuting some of the implicit dogmas of science that are quite as absurd as those of fundamental religion. Dogma 1. The human will can never influence physical processes. This dogma is contradicted by common observation and common sense. People are wished to death every day. He continues by advising. Now the outer and the inner must merge, or more precisely remerge, for they once were one. It is the task of the magician, the artist, and the scientist of varied disciplines to heal this ancient split. And then repeating the Buddhist warning that the heaven worlds may well be more dangerous to the seeker than the hell worlds, nothing is more dangerous to the spirit than security, before signing off with "Keep moving, pilgrim." Burroughs would establish a more personal connection with members of the IoT in the United States, as might be expected, as well as other chaos magicians visiting from the United Kingdom. Douglas Grant was North American section head for the IoT at the time Burroughs became involved, and oversaw his initiation as Frater Dalfar. Apparently, Douglas went shooting with him WSB.S at targets and shamanic paintings made by an American Indian shaman/Vietnam vet. They bonded over a shared interest in the Old Man of the Mountains, Hassan I Sabbah, with his infamous assassins of Alamet and Credo, "Nothing is true, everything is permitted," allegedly his last words, which had been adopted as an unofficial motto by the chaos magicians, and had also exercised considerable fascination for Burroughs, who had utilized him as a source after being introduced to the legend by Jason, all those years ago at the Beat Hotel. He had even incorporated him as a character in the Western Lands, trying to imagine details of Sabbah's life, the evolution of his ideas, and how he had gathered and communicated with his followers, going as far as to identify with him, through the similar struggles of his protagonist William Seward Hall, writing as Kim Carson's. What did Hassan I Sabbah find out in Egypt? He found out that the Western Lands exist, and how to find them. This was the garden he showed his followers. And he found out how to act as Ka for his disciples. For his part, one of the contributing factors in Douglas Grant's interest in the possible relationship between photography and magic had been discovering the infamous playback operation that Burroughs had conducted against the Mocha Bar. Burroughs utilized Polaroid technology to cast a spell upon a coffee house that had wronged him. He theorized that by taking a Polaroid snapshot, the magician was taking the subject, be it person, place, or thing, out of time and space. The person/place/thing was then more malleable to an act of sorceric enchantment. Through Grant, Burroughs was introduced to fellow IoT USA initiates Robert F. Williams, Jr., better known as Bob, and his wife, Stephanie. They would later play host to visiting IoT members from the UK, such as Phil Hine, Dave Lee, Ian Reed and Ingrid Fisher, who all went on the pilgrimage to Lawrence, Kansas, for an audience with the new Elder of Chaos. They also recorded an interview. William S. Burroughs addresses the Magical Pact of the Illuminates of Thanatos, which was shown as a video presentation to an international gathering of IoT members at Lockenhaus, Austria, in August. A transcript was also included in the first issue of the New Chaos Magic Journal of the IoT USA that same summer. When asked whether there was any one incident in your life that confirmed the magical nature of the universe, Burroughs replied, "Oh yes, as a child, I don't know how old I was, just about years old, I was sleeping or I had been sleeping, I woke up, it was dawn and I'd made a little blockhouse the previous afternoon and I saw these little gray men playing in the blockhouse, flickering and then gone, and they're gone through a sort of medium, a sort of invisible medium, it was something very definite, so I realized that there was this other reality just beyond that medium." There followed a wide-ranging discussion about the state of the world today and the views of William S. Burroughs, which took in AIDS, Brian Geeson and painting, Colin Wilson's space vampires, Dr. Duncan Harvey and Einstein's brain, Iran, John Wheeler's recognition physics, so-called luck and the dangers of wishing, possession, Rwanda, Santeria and Yeg, and the question of voluntary drug withdrawal as a self-induced initiatory state, to which he remarked, "Well, I've heard people talk about it but I've never seen it happen. I've never known of anyone who voluntarily would completely abstain from drugs that were available to him." Crowley made such a claim, but I doubt very much if it was valid. It's too painful. Interestingly, his framing message pulled no punches in identifying an enemy that was, perhaps, more than a little unexpected. It seems to me that our deadliest enemy at the present time is not organized religion but the scientist. You see, in the magical universe the underlying principle is that nothing ever happens unless some person, some being, wills it to happen, and this is absolutely the flat opposite of the scientist's assumption that the will has no effect whatever. Well, they're trying to deprive us of our will, exactly what they're trying to do, they're deadly enemies. As we have seen, British occultist Phil Hine admits to having had a long-standing admiration for Burroughs, a figure he both looked up to in his youth as a role model for the outsider queer gay man, and also cites as an influence and inspiration for some of his own early experiments in chaos magic. He has written a number of articles on the subject, including Bitter Venoms, The Magic of William S. Burroughs, Cacodemonic Copulations, and Zimbucototal Time, in which he makes the following statements. William S. Burroughs' novel The Wild Boys introduces several themes into the author's magical universe: the struggle to escape the mechanisms of social control, the search for transcendence of the biological trap of duality, and the narrator's ability to rewrite, and thereby destroy, his own past. In his later works such as Port of Saints, Cities of the Red Night, and The Place of Dead Roads, the Wild Boys continue their subversion by rewriting identity and history. In these works, Burroughs also returns to developing and articulating a magical technology based on sexuality in order to deconstruct social control mechanisms which prevent the evolution of the human artifact. When Bob Williams of IoT USA brokered the deal for Hine's book, Condensed Chaos, An Introduction to Chaos Magic, with American publisher New Falcon, through contact with James Grauerholtz he was able to arrange to show the text to Burroughs, which resulted in the following endorsement. Phil Hine's book is the most concise statement of the logic of modern magic. Magic, in the light of modern physics, quantum theory, and probability theory, is now approaching science. We hope that a result of this will be a synthesis so that science will become more magical and magic more scientific. Subsequently, when Hine was over in the States it was arranged that he would be taken to visit Burroughs. Bob Williams and his wife, Stephanie, collected Phil Hine and his partner, Maria, for the drive to Lawrence, Kansas, where they met with the old man for a long afternoon of talk which took in everything from chaos magic to painting and tantra to Scientology, with Burroughs revealing how much animosity he still felt toward the movement's founder, L. Ron Hubbard. With regard to Burroughs and tantra, Phil remarked, "I'm not so sure if he had specific interest in tantra itself, but he definitely was interested in that whole kind of strain of ascetic practices. He was mainly interested in practices like pole sitting, or become like anchorites and go out into the desert, or roll from one temple to another. One of the consequences of the meeting was that when Hein came to rewrite his second book, Prime Chaos, Adventures in Chaos Magic, he was able to get permission to use a detail of a painting by Burroughs, The Creation of the Homunculus, for the cover art, although he explains that there was some initial resistance from the publishers, New Falcon, who didn't seem quite sure who Burroughs was, or perhaps his relevance to a book on chaos magic. Phil was also present at the gathering of the IoT in Austria, at which William S. Burroughs addresses the magical pact of the Illuminates of Thanateros was played, and remarks, "There were at least or people going, what the fuck's this about?" But again, it's like because he's not an occultist they didn't quite see the relevance. Occultism aside, Hein remarks that his lasting impression of Burroughs is his old world courtesy and his care to his guests, explaining how during his visit with the elderly writer, "At some point me and Bob and some other guy who was there, I can't remember his name, I think he was one of the guys that ran the October Gallery." Author's note, most likely Jose Fires Curi, former director of the October Gallery and latterly independent curator, who was in effect the main art dealer for WSB's paintings, and William were all having this really heavy-duty magical conversation, mostly between ourselves, and Maria felt a bit left out, I think. She went over and looked at one of the paintings. He got out of his chair, and he was very like doddery and frail by that point, and he took her on a complete tour of his house, showed her all the paintings, you know, his paintings, Brian Geeson's paintings, and just talked to her about it, 'cause she's an artist, and I just thought, wow, you know, that's just. It showed for me his utter humanity and his care for other people. After Burroughs had died, Douglas Grant would write, "Through a mutual interest in Hassan ibn Sabah, contact was made with William S. Burroughs. William expressed interest in the IoT and was subsequently initiated into the IoT by myself and another Frater and Sarer. William did not receive an honorary degree, he was put through an evening of ritual that included a retro spell casting rite, an invocation of chaos, and a Santeria rite, as well as the neophyte ritual inducting William into the IoT as a full member. Though it is not included in the list of items buried with William, James Grauerholtz assured me that William was buried with his IoT initiate ring." For his part, in an interview conducted some years after William's death, James Grauerholtz affirmed, William was very serious about his studies in, and initiation into the IoT. Our longtime friend, Douglas Grant, was a prime mover. William met and liked Peter Carroll and Phil Hein, I am pretty sure. As a footnote to this, I would just like to add that Eric K. Lerner, who, as well as having been partner to Cabell McLean for the last years of his life, is also an initiated Santero, that is, a priest of Santeria, informs me that, having seen papers relating to Burroughs' initiation into the IoT, the Santeria part was put together by somebody who really knew what they were doing. The Medicine Man and the Ugly Spirit. Listen, baby, I've been coping with this for so many years. I know this invasion gets in. As soon as you get close to something important, that's when you feel this invasion, and that's the way you know there's something there. But there was also still the loss, the pain, and, perhaps more than ever, the ugly spirit. During the writing of With William Burroughs, Victor Bacchus relates how Burroughs would attend a séance to try and make contact with the spirit of Ian Somerville, as well as another lost amigo. As well as the séance, which proved inconclusive, through the auspices of his good friend, the poet John Giorno, who was also a Tibetan Buddhist practitioner, he would have an audience with His Holiness the Dudjim Rinpoche, who specialized in locating people who have died and informing the interested party as to their well-being, but it was bad news all round. The monk had looked at the photos of Ian which Burroughs had provided and determined that Ian did not realize that he had died, and had been reborn as an animal. Dudjim had then burned the photos in a purification ritual, which further upset Burroughs as he didn't have copies. In many ways, Burroughs' engagement with the many and varied aspects of the magical universe, and just how it shaped his thinking, and then, of course, by extension his work, became increasingly self-evident after his return to the United States, and in no small part after his return to narrative as it came to be known. The same book of interviews compiled and conducted by Victor Bockris includes a section on dreams, in which is stressed just how important a source dreams have been to Burroughs as a writer. I keep a regular dream diary. Then, if they're particularly interesting or important, I'll expand them into dream scenes that might be usable in a fictional context. Sometimes I get long sequential narrative dreams just like a movie, and some of these have gone almost verbatim into my work. A particularly striking section is one entitled On Psychic Sex, which is initiated by Bockris confiding in Burroughs that he has been experiencing what he can only describe as strange dreams and extremely intense sexual hallucinations. He is quite frank in describing how Bill first expressed surprise at my ignorance about such a visitation, explaining that this was clearly a visit by the demon lover, my dear. Bockris admits his ignorance of the subject, asking what is a succubus, prompting Burroughs to explain. My dear, according to the dictionary, a succubus is a female demon supposed to descend upon and have sexual intercourse with a man while he sleeps. In the male form it is called an incubus. Warming to his theme, Burroughs expands on the whole area of psychic phenomena, such as out-of-the-body experiences, stating his belief that we urgently need explorers who are willing to investigate these uncharted possibilities, and recommending Robert Monroe's book Journeys Out of the Body, which apparently includes a chapter on what is described as sex in the second state, i.e. out of the body, or astral encounters. Burroughs suggests that this phenomenon has been going on since the beginning of time and quotes from Lewis Spence's Encyclopedia of Occultism concerning the pre-Old Testament myth that Adam was having sexual intercourse with Lilith, Adam's first wife and the princess who presided over these demons known as succubi, 4 years before the creation of Eve. Burroughs proceeds, once again, to recommend psychic self-defense by Dion Fortune, but cautions that although she was an adept explorer into the occult, her attitudes to sex were still bound by the period she lived in, so she was always outraged by the lewd sexual approach of these creatures. He goes on to liken this to the received opinions and preconceptions he sees as having compromised the so-called objectivity of so many scientists, a favorite personal example for Burroughs being: I suggested to a psychiatrist, for example, that witchcraft may have foundations in fact. No. The witch is an hysteric and the victim is a paranoid. He screamed. As a scientist, I must believe this. Scientists turn out to be as emotional about their dogma as medieval ecclesiastics. An example of how Burroughs was often able to bridge or apparently combine what might, at least at first glance, appear to be the contradictory impulses of science and magic, was his keen interest in some of the unusual devices or gadgets produced. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that while one of his grandfathers had been, of course, the inventor of the famous Burroughs adding machine, the other had been a circuit-riding Methodist minister and church builder, so on some level his heritage was a strange combination of DIY Yankee pragmatism and spiritual nonconformity. A number of curious gadgets had caught Burroughs' interest down the years because of their alleged psycho-spiritual benefits, or other such therapeutic properties. One of the first and best known was Wilhelm Reich's famed argon accumulator, at its simplest, a box of alternating organic and metallic layers, said to somehow concentrate the life energy that Reich claimed he had discovered and named argon, and thereby confer energizing and health-enhancing benefits on a test subject. As his friend from Tangier, John Hopkins, recorded in his diary after visiting Burroughs once he had settled back in New York. Bill proudly showed me his fur-lined Wilhelm Reich argon box where he spends several hours each day hoping to revive his creative powers. From the farm in Far Texas to Duke Street in London, the bunker on New York's Bowery to Leonard Avenue in Lawrence, Kansas, wherever Burroughs lived for long enough and was able, he would have an argon accumulator built that was big enough to sit in. Another such device was the e-meter central to the processing known as auditing of the Scientologists. Although vociferously denied by Hubbard and his followers ever since, the E-meter, in its simplest form a pair of tin cans attached by wires to a galvanometer, is basically a device for measuring electrical resistance and skin conductance, and so, in effect, akin to a lie detector. Although at the height of his interest in the methods of Scientology, Burroughs wondered whether the apparent subtle feedback effects of the E-meter during therapy sessions might not be a sort of sloppy form of electrical brain stimulation that could also, perhaps, be used as a lie detector and a mind-reading machine. In the end, he declared, "With further use of the E-meter, I'm not at all sure that it isn't quite valueless." One of the last such mind machines to catch Burroughs' imagination was the so-called wishing machine, described by James Grauerholtz as a psychoelectronic device that can hold a small photo or object and be used to focus the wisher's intention, which he had read about in the book On the Frontiers of Science by G. Harry Stein, later republished as Mind Machines You Can Build. Clearly Burroughs was very taken with the idea, mentioning it at length to his students in a lecture at Naropa, entitled The Technology and Ethics of Wishing, although as Geoff Rushton of the band Coil later commented, to Burroughs' dismay nobody seemed interested, including it in a key episode towards the end of The Western Lands, and actually approaching an acquaintance, Lawrence eccentric Len Magruder, to build one for him. Directions for use are simple. You put a picture, nail clipping, hair, or anything connected with the subject of your wish between two copper plates activated by a patented magnetic device that runs on standard current. Then you make your wish. Burroughs had always been a great believer in the power of the will, of wishing, and saw all these contested experiences, such as telepathy, ESP, and astral projection, as being just as real as any of our so-called more objective experiences. They were part and parcel of his belief in and experience of the magical universe, and fundamental to life itself. Even with his common-law wife, Joan, Burroughs had experienced a degree of telepathic exchange, such as when they would play the drawing game in which they would sit at opposite ends of the room, divide a sheet of paper into 9 squares, and draw images at random in each square, a bottle, a dog, a scorpion. Afterwards, when they compared images, there was often a surprisingly high degree of correspondence between what they had both drawn. As Burroughs would remark in an interview with his friend from the Lawrence years, David Ottle, anyone who doesn't believe in ESP simply hasn't kept his eyes open. It happens all the time. These dumb scientists. One said, I'll never believe in ESP, no matter what evidence there is. The general tendency of scientific materialism is to deny such phenomena, and the fundamentalists admit that it happens, but it's evil. The Word of God says the occult is the enemy. The height of closed-mindedness. To Burroughs, this could not have been more at odds with what he saw as being the fundamental purpose of writing, or all art, of whatever kind, for that matter. I postulate that the function of art and all creative thought is to make us aware of what we know and don't know that we know. He stated frequently throughout his career the firm belief that writing was about two things, bringing it back and making it happen, almost sacred acts, the ability or aptitude for which was akin to the calling of shaman or priest. It was also the gravest responsibility he could conceive of. Shortly after his return to the United States, Burroughs had been interviewed at length by the American academic and writer, John Titel, author of Naked Angels and Paradise Outlaws, both about the Beat Generation, and now professor of English at Queens College, City University of New York, and one exchange in particular towards the end of their interview amounts to nothing less than a statement of position. JT, rather than simply informing us of a vision of the future, as in The Wild Boys, I feel the ultimate end of your fiction is a kind of alchemy, magic based on precise and incantatory arrangement of language to create particular effects, such as the violation of Western conditioning. WB, I would say that was accurate. Of course the beginning of writing, and perhaps of all art, was related to the magical. Cave painting, which is the beginning of writing. The purpose of those paintings was magical, that is to produce the effect that is depicted. Then, Burroughs was asked about his more esoteric interests and inspirations in a radio interview with Tom Vitale. TV, so much of your work deals with the juncture between science and mystery, it seems. I mean, there've been references to argon boxes and Scientology and Castañeda, it just goes on and on. WB, Yes. TV, how did you get involved in this sort of area? WB, always was. I always was involved in that area from my early childhood. I was always interested in the occult and the mysterious. Just a lifelong preoccupation. Interviewed by Nicholas Zerbrugge after his return to the Midwest, first in St. Louis Inn and then in Lawrence Inn, Burroughs once again demonstrated a considerable consistency that carried over from his thinking about writing to his newly preferred medium of painting. NZ, your work often seems more primitive, ritualistic, or magical perhaps. WB, it's supposed to be, yes. It's supposed to have an element of magical invocation. In the second of the interviews, Burroughs talks about the ecological and environmental concerns emerging in his later work, such as the Red Knight trilogy and Ghost of Chance, and the connection to his more esoteric interests is made clear. I'm very interested in Indian shamanism now. Shamans can really call up the spirits, and there's one will be here in a couple of days, and I hope that he can demonstrate. For Burroughs, as ever, the worlds of art and the spirits and writing are all still related. Jennett says some extraordinary things about writing. He says that the writer undertakes the responsibility for the characters he creates, which he regards as real beings, which I do, too. As Clay says, any serious artist is trying to create something with a life of its own, apart from the creator, and apart from the canvas and the words are very much the same thing. Enthusing about the New Age magazine, Shaman's Drum, I read these from cover to cover. Burroughs explains how some of the spirits have appeared in his paintings, but when he is asked if his interest in things like shamanism is because it's a return to something fundamental and substantial, he counters. Well, it's not necessarily a return, but going on to some sort of basic change, biologic change, mutations. Speaking of changes, it was of course inevitable and even necessary that life would change for William Burroughs as he returned to the Midwest of his birth, away from the pressures and temptations of New York, and began to gradually make at least a few concessions to his advancing years. Queer to think of him now living in Lawrence, Kansas, meticulously dressed in his undertaker suit and gray fedora, a cross between T.S. Eliot and Dashiell Hammett, poking through the cat food at the local Kroger's, then out to aim his Smith & Wesson at backyard canvases in the pursuit of instant shotgun art, winding up reading H.P. Lovecraft by night lamp while in the dry distance the Santa Fe Railroad conductor blew his midnight whistle on the lonesome way from Wichita to Topeka. As it had been at the bunker, so it continued in Lawrence, with an inevitable round of visitors, from old friends and colleagues, such as Gregory Corso, Allen Ginsberg, Timothy Leary, and Patti Smith, as well as filmmakers, students, and would-be writers, to occasional fans, who made the pilgrimage in hope of a brief audience with the old man of the counterculture. The journals published posthumously as last words reveal dealings with the actor, Steve Buscemi, long an ardent admirer, who hoped one day to make a film of Junkie, to the Irish rock band, U, who had screened Gus Van Sant's short film of Burroughs' A Thanksgiving Prayer as part of the opening of their stadium touring Multimedia Zoo TV show. You would film Burroughs for the promo video for their single, Last Night on Earth, at the end of which he would surprise everybody with an unscripted moment revealing that the cane he had been carrying was, in fact, a sword stick. The year-old writer would turn to the camera, brandishing the blade, and paraphrase the words of Jesus Christ. I bring not peace but a sword. One of the more unusual visitors, and doubtless at the other end of the spiritual spectrum to you, was Stephen Johnson Liba, a young painter and performance artist who claimed Mescalero Apache ancestry, and had also been initiated as a reverend in Anton LaVey's infamous Church of Satan. Liba courted controversy, combining extreme elements from BDSM and body art, such as scarification, genital piercing, and bloodletting, with trials of pain and endurance allegedly inspired by Native American Indian tribal initiation rites. gathering together his fetishistic, graphic, artwork, utilizing heavy acrylic and oil paint, multi-layered collage, and invariably adorned with semen, blood, and Indian-style beadworking, into elaborate self-published albums that are talismanic objects in their own right. Levi had sought out endorsement from other such confrontational and transgressive artists as Genesis Bray or P. Orridge, H. R. Geiger, Poppy Z. Bright and Clive Barker. Making the pilgrimage to Lawrence to show Burroughs his first collection, My Stinking Ass, Levi was rewarded with the following. Johnson sees a subject as it is, sees an asshole or a cock as is without a stroke of simpering prurience, or irrelevant repugnance. There it is like a stone, a tendril, a plum. Like a crayfish hole, a mushroom. A crinkled leaf. He sees and puts what he sees on a canvas. O ass, where is thy clutch? O cock, where is thy sting? O shit, where is thy victory? After settling in Lawrence, Kansas, a small university town, far from the distractions and temptations of New York, and very much a reminder of his Midwestern background in St. Louis, Burroughs became friends with William Lyon, a professor of anthropology, who had been apprenticed to Sioux medicine man Black Elk. As Burroughs told an interviewer, a friend of mine called Bill Lyon, an anthropologist who specializes in shamanism, has spent 12 years with Wallace Black Elk, and he wrote a book, Black Elk, The Sacred Ways of a Lakota. He tells how Black Elk calls up spirits, animal spirits of all kinds. He's done it in front of physicists. Lyon was now working with a Navajo Indian shaman, Melvin Betzelli, and had dug a sweat lodge next to the house he was renting, which just happened to be the old stone house on a hill outside of town that Burroughs had first lived in when he moved to Lawrence. A full purification ceremony was arranged in an attempt to evict the ugly spirit, which Burroughs explained was very much related to the American tycoon. To William Randolph Hearst, Vanderbilt, Rockefeller, that whole stratum of American acquisitive evil. Monopolistic, acquisitive evil. Ugly evil. The ugly American. The ugly American at his ugly worst. That's exactly what it is. Included among those who took part in the ceremony along with Burroughs, was his former lover and friend of over 50 years, the poet Allen Ginsberg, who wrote a detailed and revealing account. We sat with towels in the black dark smoky plastic igloo. A fire pit in center. As the big-bellied shaman went round the tent thanking each one there, Bill first, for inviting him to share the grandfather's medicine and again giving him the opportunity to drive the bad spirit out of Bill's life and body. Then he prayed to the grandfathers, water, earth, rocks, and green coal. To the Creator, the grandfathers, the elements, to help Bill on his way, make his way easy when it's time for him to go back to the Creator, make him strong to live a long, long time, and to us all to think of Bill and send him our healing thoughts, get rid of the bad element that was in the coal, send the bad spirit back to the one who'd put it in Bill, maybe an animal, maybe someone angry. The spirit was caught, jiggled in the shrill flute and blown into the fire. Put the spirit into the rocky fire pit still glowing, steaming with cedar fragrant smoke in our eyes. Last round of pipe and tobacco were passed round, sweet mild tobacco. We puffed 3 or 4 times each from the long-stemmed stone-headed heavy pipe. Thank ancestors, thank water, stone, sky, wood, varied elements, spirits, crawling spirits, insect spirits, all ask to help us and help this old man on his way have a strong heart and clear head and a long happy life, peaceful life from now on, the bad spirit gone back to where it came from, who it came from. Afterwards, Ginsberg asked his old friend if the shaman had been able to apprehend the ugly spirit, and Burroughs answered. He described it as a spirit with a white skull face, but no eyes, and sort of wings, like that. He also explained that he had himself caught glimpses of similar or related entities a number of times over the years, and when he showed the shaman some of his paintings, Betzelli had pointed at details in the images and said, "Well, there it is, and there it is." All in all, Burroughs was impressed by the strength and heart of the medicine man. I like the shaman very much, the way he was crying. He was suffering, he was hurt by this spirit. And he says he hadn't realized the power of this entity, the full, evil power. And it was almost too much for him. He said it was the toughest case he'd ever handled. And for a moment he thought he was going to just lose. Later, in conversation, the old writer and the shaman agreed that to just clearly identify the enemy in such terms was in itself something of a victory. As Burroughs told his friend, Allen Ginsberg, if you see it, you gain control of it. It's just a matter of, well, if you see it outside, it's no longer inside. He concluded. That was much better than anything psychoanalysts have come up with. Something definite there was being touched upon. It's the means, the moment at which the spirit gained access. This, you see, is the same notion: Catholic exorcism, psychotherapy, shamanistic practices, getting to the moment when whatever it was gained access. And also to the name of the spirit. Just to know that it's the ugly spirit. That's a great step. Because the spirit doesn't want its name to be known. Last words. The old writer couldn't write any more because he had reached the end of words, the end of what can be done with words. And then? And then, after his death in August, as well as the previously mentioned second volume of correspondence, Rub Out the Words, the letters of William S. Burroughs the most significant addition was without doubt Last Words, subtitled The Final Journals of William Burroughs, which had been compiled from jottings in notebooks and on file cards during the last 9 months of his life. Many felt that the memory of Burroughs, whether as writer, thinker, or man, was not especially well served by the range of entries, which are rambling in places, rather repetitive, and often seem petty. This is very much the private musings of an old man, cats, dentist, and doctor appointments, fuming at critics, health worries, missed opportunities, and lost loved ones. There were also intermittent worries about his stockpile and supply of methadone, the synthetic opioid medication he had been prescribed for the last years of his life in an effort to manage his drug dependency, a subject that was still cause for misgivings. In a moment of unflinching, self-lacerating honesty, Burroughs writes, "How can anyone endure this furtive, precarious life without junk? Shows me the full power that junk has over me, lying hypocrite that I am. Oh yes, I'm off the junk." Knowing that abrupt withdrawal from methadone, milligrams per day, would in all likelihood be fatal. On the subject of damaging dependencies, Burroughs had long been convinced that language is a virus, the basic mechanism of control, the ugly spirit, that we have all somehow succumbed to, against our own best interests. Man sold his soul for time, language, tools, weapons, and dominance. And to make sure he doesn't get out of line, these invaders keep an occupying garrison in his non-dominant brain hemisphere. Once, Burroughs had even joked about forming a pop group called the Mind Parasites with poet John Giorno, in honor of the invaders, and no doubt remembering Colin Wilson's novel of the same name on this very theme. There are still flashes of brilliance, humor, and the wit of the William Burroughs of old, however, and still insights into the magical universe, such as: many spiritual disciplines establish as a prerequisite of advancement the attainment of inner silence. Rub out the word. Castaneda in the teachings of Don Juan stresses the need to suspend the inner dialogue, rub out the word, and gives precise exercises designed to attain a wordless state. There are also some final assessments of what Burroughs doubtless feels he has been up against, all along, that we are all up against. Enemy have two notable weaknesses. No sense of humor. They simply don't get it. They totally lack understanding of magic, and being totally oriented toward control, what they don't understand is a menace, to be destroyed by any means, consequently they tip their hand. Edited and with an introduction by James Grauer-Haltz, who had not only been an assistant, companion, friend and manager to Burroughs since, but was also his adopted son, and in death became his heir and literary executor. Last Words came with something of a surprise ending, which has actually become the final Burroughs meme with a viral, virtual life all of its own. Just days before the attack of mounting chest pains which took him to hospital, where he later died of a massive heart attack, Burroughs had scribbled what would become his last words in his journal. There is no final enough of wisdom, experience, any fucking thing. No holy grail, no final satori, no final solution. Just conflict. Only thing that can resolve conflict is love. Love. What is it? Most natural painkiller what there is. Love. For William S. Burroughs, knowing that he has found his place in the Western lands. Matthew Levi Stevens.